Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 64. Lin Fan stood up, feeling the surging power within his body. This is a martial arts master. He's stronger than he imagined. He walked to the corner of the training room, where a testing platform specifically used to test a martial artist's strength was placed. It was a mid-grade Xian-level platform, capable of measuring the full power of a beginner-level martial artist's strike. Lin Fan clenched his fist, gathering his true essence. Then, he threw a punch. Boom! The numbers on the test stakes were jumping wildly. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Snap! The test pile's screen shattered, and the numbers froze. 32,758. Then, the entire test pile exploded. Debris flew everywhere, and alarms blared in the training room. Lin Fan looked at the shards scattered on the ground, a slight smile playing on his lips. A beginner-level martial artist, with a punch that could generate over 30,000 jin of force. And that was without using armament haki or the Azure Dragon form. If you unleash your full power. Chen Haijiao, Lin Fan muttered to himself, your death is near. He walked out of the training room and looked up at the sky. The sky had darkened, and night had fallen. It's time to take action. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was obscured by thick clouds. When Lin Fan came out of the gravity training room, it was already 9 o'clock at night. There were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the street, and only a few dim street lights were still on. He hurried home, and when he pushed open the door, his mother was watching TV in the living room, while his father had already gone to his room to rest. Silver Moon lay at his feet. When she saw him come in, her ears perked up and her tail wagged gently. Son, why are you so late today? Lin's mother put down the remote control. Have you eaten? I've eaten. Lin Fan walked to his mother's side, squatted down, and said, Mom, I might have to go out tonight. Lin's mother was taken aback. Where are you going so late? Something came up at school, Lin Fan said calmly. I might be back very late. You guys go to sleep first, don't wait for me. Lin's mother looked at him, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Son, she hesitated for a moment before speaking, has something been wrong with you lately? Although I don't understand your martial arts world, I can sense, you're different. Lin Fan remained silent for a second. It's nothing. He smiled, taking his mother's hand. It's just that I've reached a crucial moment in my cultivation and need to handle some matters. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Lin's mother opened her mouth, but in the end, she only sighed. Then be careful, she said, and come back soon. Lin Fan nodded, got up, and went into his room. The smile on his face vanished instantly as he closed the door. He took out a black mask from his storage ring. This was one of the spoils he had looted from the assassins in the wilderness. Wearing it could conceal his face and even partially block his aura. He put on the mask and changed into a black night outfit. Standing in front of the mirror, Lin Fan looked at himself. Dressed in black, wearing a mask, only revealing a pair of dark gold eyes. To ensure no one would recognize him, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Lin Fan silently pushed open the window, and in a flash, disappeared into the night. Black Dragon Martial Arts School is located in the eastern district of Zhangzhou City, covering an area of more than 3,000 square meters. It was once one of the top 3 martial arts schools in Zhangzhou. 2 stone-carved black dragons stood at the entrance, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, exuding an imposing aura. But at this moment, the area in front of the martial arts school was deserted, with not even a gatekeeper. Lin Fan stood in the shadows of the opposite rooftop, looking down at this once glorious martial arts school. His observation haki spread silently. Inside the martial arts school, there were very few signs of life, 2 at the main entrance, 3 in the front yard, 4 in the central courtyard, and in the backyard. There was also a basement with a faint presence, which should belong to Chen Hejiao. There were fewer than 20 people in total. The Black Dragon Martial Arts School, which once had hundreds of disciples, now only has this few people left. Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not enter through the main entrance. Using observation haki, he pinpointed the weakest point, the eastern wall, where there were no guards or surveillance cameras. Lin Fan's figure flashed, and like a ghost, he leaped over the wall and landed in the courtyard. It landed silently. His figure blended into the shadows of the corner, like a true ghost. In the front yard, 3 apprentices were patrolling, but they were lazy and chatting. I heard the master has been in a particularly bad mood these past few days, smashing things at the drop of a hat, a tall, thin apprentice whispered. How can I not be angry? My hands are ruined, and the martial arts school is about to close down. Another short, stout apprentice sighed, I think we should find new jobs too. Several martial arts schools nearby are poaching our staff. SHH. Keep your voice down, the third apprentice quickly stopped him. If the master hears you, you're finished. The 3 walked further and further away, unaware of the unnatural shadow in the corner. Lin Fan continued to delve deeper. Walk around the front yard, through the corridor, and you'll arrive at the central courtyard. There were 4 apprentices keeping watch here as well, but they were all dozing off against the pillars. Lin Fan glanced at them but didn't make a move. The target is in the inner hall, it's best not to alert him before killing Chen Hejiao. He was about to continue forward when suddenly an apprentice came out of the side room and bumped right into him. The apprentice's pupils constricted when he saw the man in black suddenly appear before him, and he opened his mouth to shout. Lin Fan made a move. The speed is so fast that it cannot be detected by the naked eye. He covered the apprentice's mouth with one hand and grabbed his neck with the other, slamming him against the wall. Ugh! Ugh! The apprentice struggled frantically, his eyes filled with terror. Lin Fan tightened his grip slightly, his 5 fingers clenching. The apprentice's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, and he struggled even more violently, but the hand gripping his neck remained as firm as an iron clamp. I ask, you answer. Lin Fan's voice was as deep and dark as the underworld. Dare to utter a sound, and you will die. He activated his observation haki, anticipating that if he easily let go, the apprentice would immediately scream. Not if you agree. The apprentice nodded frantically. Lin Fan slowly released his hand from the mouth, but the hand choking the neck remained. The apprentice gasped for breath, feeling as if he had been reborn. Where is Chen Hejiao? In the inner bedroom. The apprentice's voice trembled, with Brother Feng. Which direction? The apprentice pointed tremblingly to the end of the corridor. Go all the way to the end, there's a moon gate, go in and you'll find the inner hall. Lin Fan nodded. I told you, can you let me go? Hope flickered in the apprentice's eyes. Lin Fan looked at him, a cruel smile curving his lips. Able. A flicker of joy flashed in the apprentice's eyes. Crack! The sound of a neck bone breaking. The apprentice's eyes widened in disbelief, and he died in disbelief that the man in black would be so untrustworthy. Lin Fan released his grip, and the body slumped to the ground. He caught it and gently placed it in the shadows of the corner. Too naive, he muttered to himself. None of the people who saw me at the Black Dragon Martial Arts School today will survive. He turned and disappeared at the end of the corridor. The inner hall was brightly lit. Chen Hejiao sat in a wheelchair, his face gaunt and his eyes bloodshot. His arms hung limply at his sides, still numb despite days of treatment. Uncle, don't worry too much. Chen Feng stood to the side, holding a cup of tea. We should have news from the Shadow Society soon. Chen Hejiao did not accept the tea. Why is there still no news? He muttered to himself. 3 days. They said they'd make their move within 3 days. Why is there still no news? Chen Feng comforted him, they're probably preparing. That little BD is indeed a bit strange, it's normal for them to prepare more. Something's wrong. A venomous glint flashed in Chen Hejiao's eyes. It's all because of him. If it weren't for him, my hands wouldn't be crippled. The Black Dragon Martial Arts School wouldn't have fallen to this state. He punched the armrest of the wheelchair, but because he couldn't muster any strength, he only managed a soft bump. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chen Hejiao roared, his eyes filled with madness. Chen Feng quickly said, Uncle, please calm down. That little beast is doomed. The Shadow Society has never failed in their missions. Chen Hejiao was panting heavily, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Yes, the Shadow Society, they will definitely kill him, they definitely will. But his unease grew stronger. Why was his heart beating so fast? Why did he have this feeling that something was about to happen? Uncle. Chen Feng noticed his expression was off. What's wrong? Chen Hejiao opened his mouth, about to speak. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Chen Hejiao and Chen Feng both looked towards the doorway. Who? Chen Feng frowned. There was no answer. Thump, thump, thump. 3 more sounds. Chen Feng, somewhat impatient, walked over and opened the door. What is it? His voice trailed off. A man in black stood in the doorway. He was dressed in black, wearing a mask, revealing only a pair of dark golden eyes. Those eyes were staring coldly at him. Chen Feng froze for a second, then his pupils contracted sharply. He recognized those eyes. Uncle! Before he could even scream, a large hand had already grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Chen Hejiao suddenly turned around. When he saw the man in black at the door, his face turned deathly pale. Even if Lin Fan were reduced to ashes, he wouldn't be able to mistake him, let alone in disguise. You're linear. Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not answer Chen Hejiao's question. He carried Chen Feng, step by step, into the inner hall. With each step, his figure changed. Bones cracked. Muscles swelled. He grew from 1.9 meters to 2.3 meters tall. The bone shrinking and shape changing technique is lifted. When Lin Fan stood in front of Chen Hejiao, he had already returned to his full battle form. His imposing 2.3 meter frame blocked out most of the lights in the entire inner hall. His dark golden pupils looked down at Chen Hejiao in his wheelchair as if he were looking down at an ant. Chen Feng was being choked and couldn't breathe, his feet left the ground as he struggled frantically. Chen Hejiao stared at the demon-like youth before him, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Haven't you been looking for me, wanting me to come? Lin Fan took off his mask and spoke, his voice eerily calm. I'm here now. Chapter 65. With a casual flick of his wrist, Chen Feng slammed against the wall like a broken sack, instantly losing consciousness. Chen Hejiao trembled all over, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. How did you get in? Where are the apprentices outside? They're all dead, Lin Fan said calmly. Chen Hejiao's pupils constricted sharply. He looked at Lin Fan, at the faint glow of true essence emanating from him, and suddenly understood something. You've broken through to the martial master level. Lin Fan did not answer. He took a step forward, his entire body looming over Chen Hejiao's head. You sent the shadow order to kill me, wave after wave. Silver-ranked assassins, gold-ranked assassins, they even tried to harm my parents. You really think I'll let you go? Chen Hejiao's face was deathly pale, his lips trembled, and he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Lin Fan leaned down, his dark golden pupils meeting his gaze. Speak. How do you want to die? Chen Hejiao's body trembled violently, his eyes filled with despair. He opened his mouth, and finally let out a hoarse sound. I I can give you money, all the assets of the Black Dragon Martial Arts School, are yours. Lin Fan smiled. His smile contained mockery, pity, and a chilling killing intent. Money. Do you think it's the same if I kill you and then take the money? Chen Hejiao, I gave you a chance, but you got away last time. If you don't come looking for trouble again, I won't bother wasting my breath on a piece of trash like you. He straightened up and looked down at the once arrogant martial arts school owner in his wheelchair. Chen Hejiao, from the moment you sent people to kill me, you're already a dead man. The inner hall was brightly lit. Lin Fan looked down at Chen Hejiao in the wheelchair, his dark golden pupils filled with murderous intent. His hand was already raised, with just a gentle squeeze, this once arrogant martial arts school master would vanish from this world completely. However, Chen Hejiao suddenly laughed. There was no fear or despair in that smile, instead, it carried an almost manic sense of triumph. Ha ha ha! He threw his head back and laughed, tears streaming down his face. Lin Fan, do you think I didn't think you'd come to kill me? Lin Fan's hand froze in mid-air. Through his observation haki, he sensed something. 3 unfamiliar auras were slowly emerging from the shadows of the inner hall. Come out, Shadow Blade! Chen Hejiao roared. I promise you. All my assets, the entire Black Dragon Martial Arts School, will be given to your Shadow Society. As soon as the words were spoken, the shadows in the corner of the inner hall began to distort. 3 figures seemed to emerge from the darkness, slowly solidifying. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. He was tall and slender, with a sinister face and eyes as still as stagnant water. What was most striking was his aura, deep and unfathomable, subtly resonating with the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. Martial Arts Master. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. Behind Shadow Blade stood 2 sharp-looking assassins, both at the peak of the 10th level of martial arts, just 1 step away from becoming a martial master. The last remaining top-tier assassin of the Zhongzhou Shadow Society. Shadow Blade slowly stepped out of the shadows, but his gaze didn't even glance at Chen Hejiao, it only fell on Lin Fan. A flicker of emotion finally appeared in those stagnant eyes. Lin Fan. His voice was hoarse and low, like sandpaper being rubbed. This is our first time meeting. He looked Lin Fan up and down, his gaze scrutinizing him with a hint of curiosity. I'd only seen you in photos before, Shadow Blade said slowly. An 18-year-old student, who was only a 3rd-level martial apprentice a month ago. A month later, you killed 4 of my silver medalists and 3 gold medalists. To be honest, I'd really like to know. He took a step forward, and the aura of a martial arts master surged forth like a tide, enveloping the entire inner hall. How did you do that? Lin Fan looked at him quietly without answering. Shadow Blade remained unperturbed and continued, a special bloodline? An ancient inheritance? Or is there some secret about you that I don't know about? He paused, a burning glint in his eyes. Lin Fan, I've always valued talent. If you're willing to join the Shadow Order, I can overlook your past actions. 4 silver medals, 3 gold medals, I can pretend nothing happened. Upon hearing this, Chen Hejiao's expression changed drastically. Shadow Blade? What do you mean? He hissed. Didn't we have an agreement? You kill him for me, and I'll give you the Black Dragon Martial Arts School. Shadow Blade still didn't look at him. He simply stared at Lin Fan, waiting for an answer. Chen Hejiao struggled to stand up from his wheelchair, but due to weakness in his arms, he fell to the ground with a thud. You Shadow Order can't do this, he roared. I gave you so much money. You promised me. Shadow Blade frowned slightly. He raised his hand and waved it gently. 2 top assassins immediately stepped forward and stomped Chen Hejiao to the ground. Ah! Chen Hejiao screamed in agony. Because of you, the Shadow Order lost 7 elite warriors. Shadow Blade finally looked at him, his eyes devoid of any warmth. And you still dare to point fingers at me? Chen Hejiao was trampled on the ground, trembling all over, and dared not utter another sound. Shadow Blade withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Fan again. So, he said. Join the Shadow Order, and you can do whatever you want with Chen Hejiao. All I want is your loyalty. He took a step forward, his martial arts aura becoming even stronger. Otherwise, his voice suddenly turned cold. You, your family, your friends, everyone you care about will pay the price. Make your choice, Lin Fan. Will you join us, or become our enemy? The inner hall fell into a deathly silence. Chen Hejiao lay on the ground, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He hoped Lin Fan would refuse, he hoped Shadow Blade would kill him, he hoped this little beast who had ruined everything for him would suffer a terrible death. Two top assassins were watching Lin Fan, ready to strike at any moment. Shadow Blade stood with his hands behind his back, a confident smile playing on his lips. In his view, even the most monstrous talent among the martial arts practitioners couldn't cause any real trouble. There is an insurmountable chasm between a martial artist and a martial arts master. That's a difference in the level of life. It's the chasm between mortals and the extraordinary. However, Lin Fan smiled. That smile contained mockery, contempt, and something that made Shadow Blade vaguely uneasy. Martial arts master. Lin Fan spoke, his voice eerily calm. Is that so great? As soon as he finished speaking, he no longer suppressed his aura. Boom! A violent surge of blood energy erupted. That wasn't the blood and chi of a martial artist, but rather a more condensed, purer, and more powerful true essence. I'm a martial arts master too. Dark golden true essence flowed around Lin Fan, merging with Conqueror's haki to form a terrifying pressure. The oppressive aura was so palpable that it instantly enveloped the entire inner hall. What? The two top assassins' pupils constricted, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Chen Hejiao's face turned deathly pale, and he was pressed to the ground, unable to even lift his head. Even Shadow Blade felt his body sink slightly. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. A martial arts master. How is that possible? Lin Fan strode forward. With each step he took, Conqueror's haki grew stronger. The two top assassins finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to their knees with two thuds. Chen Hejiao and Chen Feng both fainted immediately. Shadow Blade took half a step back, channeling his true energy at full power, barely managing to withstand the oppressive force. But his eyes were filled with disbelief. You, how could you possibly break through to martial master? His voice wavered for the first time. The intelligence indicates you're at most at the 8th level of martial warrior. Even after returning from the wilderness, you'd be at most at the 10th level. How could you possibly break through directly to martial master? Lin Fan stopped 3 meters in front of him. His towering 2.3-meter frame, enhanced by true energy and domineering aura, resembled a mountain. He looked down at Shadow Blade, his eyes filled with contempt. You think you're the only martial arts master? Shadow Blade took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. After all, he was a veteran martial artist, and he quickly regained his composure. So what if you've broken through? He sneered. You're just a beginner martial master, barely entering the realm, your foundation unstable. I, on the other hand, have been a martial master for 5 years, my realm far surpasses yours. I'm already a mid-level martial master. Lin Fan, I'm giving you one last chance. Join the Shadow Society and hand over your secrets. Otherwise. Lin Fan raised his hand, interrupting him. Opportunity. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips. I choose. True energy erupts. Armament haki coils around both fists. Conqueror's haki is unleashed in full force. Kill you all. The words had barely left his lips when Lin Fan moved. His speed was so fast that Shadow Blade's pupils didn't even have time to contract. A punch was thrown, aimed straight for the face. Chapter 66. Shadow Blade's expression changed drastically, his true energy surged out wildly, and he raised his hand to block. Boom! Fists collide. A violent shockwave exploded outwards, causing the walls of the entire inner hall to tremble. All the lamps went out. In the darkness, only two beams of true energy flickered. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the battle. Moments later, the smoke and dust cleared. Lin Fan stood still, motionless. Yingren retreated 3 steps, each step leaving a deep footprint in the ground. He looked down at his hands. His fists were covered in blood. You. His voice trembled for the first time. Your power, how is that possible? Lin Fan didn't answer. He simply flexed his wrists, his eyes gleaming with even stronger fighting spirit. The first battle at the martial master level was against a veteran martial master. Perfect, let him test just how strong he really is after his breakthrough. Inside the hall, the smoke and dust had not yet dissipated. Lin Fan punched away the shadow blade, his dark golden pupils burning with fighting spirit. He looked down at his fist, a black film of armament haki covered his knuckles, leaving him completely unharmed. A veteran expert with 5 years of experience as a martial master. Lin Fan's lips curled into a mocking smile. That's all. Shadow Blade's face was ashen, blood still dripping from his right fist. He stared intently at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. You just broke through. How could you possibly hurt me? Lin Fan didn't answer. He stomped his feet hard on the ground. Overpowering body shakes the earth. Thump. The entire floor of the inner hall was trembling. Cracks spread like a spider web from beneath Lin Fan's feet. Shadow Blade swayed, quickly regaining his footing. In that instant, Lin Fan was already in front of him. Both fists punched at once. Left hand, thunderous 8 trigrams. Right hand, fiery prison shattering heaven strike. The fiery prison shattering strike is a martial skill he obtained from the system's deduction. It is a high-grade Xian level skill and is known for its violent fire power. Now, enhanced by true energy and armament haki, its power has reached an even higher level. His left fist was as black as ink, and his right fist was as red as charcoal. 2 terrifying forces simultaneously slammed into Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade's pupils contracted sharply. He mustered all his strength to circulate his true energy, crossing his arms to block. Boom! A violent shockwave exploded. The walls of the inner hall finally gave way and collapsed with a deafening roar. Smoke and dust filled the air, and debris flew everywhere. Shadow Blade was sent flying backward, smashing through the screen behind him and shattering a rosewood table before finally coming to a stop. He struggled to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. When he looked up, his pupils suddenly contracted. Amidst the smoke and dust, Lin Fan's figure was undergoing changes. Dark blue dragon scales slowly emerged from beneath the skin, covering the arms, shoulders, and chest. It wasn't a complete azure dragon form, but rather a partial half-dragon form. In battle, his control over the form became even more refined. Those dark golden eyes had now completely transformed into vertical dragon pupils. Shadow Blade gasped. You, what kind of monster are you? He recalled the battle footage he had seen before, the boy who had severely injured Chen Heijiao with a single blow on the streets of Tianese City, whose body also had similar dragon scales. At the time, he simply assumed it was some kind of special bloodline and didn't take it seriously. But now that he's seen it with his own eyes, he realizes what it means. That's no ordinary bloodline awakening. Lin Fan ignored his shock. With his observation haki fully activated, everything in the inner hall appeared clearly in his mind. Every breath Shadow Blade took, every muscle tensed, even his next move was presented before my eyes as if it were a rehearsal. There is no need to hide. because he had already seen all the attacks. What are you looking at? Shadow Blade suddenly roared behind him, attack together. No matter how strong he is, he's only one person. The two top assassins then seemed to snap out of their daze, exchanged a glance, and simultaneously pounced on Lin Fan. Two top assassins, one wielding a short sword coated with deadly poison, the other a dagger, moving with the unpredictable grace of a snake. Both were at the peak of the 10th level of martial arts, just one step away from becoming a martial master. Lin Fan didn't even glance at them. His observation haki had already predicted their every move. He vanished in a flash. The next second, he appeared before the knife-wielding assassin. The assassin's pupils constricted, and he instinctively thrust out his dagger. Lin Fan neither dodged nor evaded, letting the dagger pierce his chest. Clang! The blade tip broke off. The assassin stared wide-eyed at the broken dagger, his mind going completely blank. Lin Fan raised his hand, and his hand, wrapped in armament haki, gripped his head like an iron clamp. The first one. Clench your fingers. Crack. The sound of a skull shattering. The body slumped to the ground. The other assassin, dagger wielding, turned deathly pale and fled. Lin Fan didn't even look, and casually waved his hand. A burst of compressed true energy shot out from his fingertip, instantly piercing the assassin's back. Pfft! Blood splattered. The second assassin collapsed to the ground, twitched twice, and then fell silent. In just a few seconds, two top assassins at the peak of the 10th level of martial arts were wiped out. Shadow Blade's expression finally changed. He looked at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. You, what exactly are you? Lin Fan turned around, his dragon eyes locking onto him. Conqueror's haki unleashed. Boom! An invisible pressure enveloped the entire inner hall as if it were a tangible force. In a corner, Chen Hejiao and Chen Feng, who were still unconscious, were struck by this pressure and immediately bled from all 7 orifices, falling completely unconscious. Shadow Blade grunted and took 3 steps back. He could feel the oppressive force assaulting his mind, trying to crush him. This is also your ability. His voice trembled for the first time. Lin Fan did not answer. He walked step by step toward Shadow Blade. With each step, his conqueror's haki intensified. Shadow Blade was finally frightened. He retreated rapidly, rushing towards the door. Run! He must run. This monster is beyond his capabilities. However, a figure blocked his way. Lin Fan had appeared in the doorway at some point, looking down at him. Trying to run. Shadow Blade's face turned ashen, and he stopped in his tracks. He knew there was no escape. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Lin Fan, he began, his voice hoarse, let's make a deal. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. This time it was my fault, Shadow Blade said. Let me go, and I promise, Shadow will never provoke you again. You can do whatever you want with Chen Hejiao, our feud is over. How? Lin Fan smiled. His smile contained mockery, contempt, and a hint of amusement. Weren't you so arrogant just now, he said. Give me a choice, join you, or fight against you. Why are you chickening out now? Shadow Blade's face flushed red, but he dared not refute. Lin Fan, don't be ungrateful, he gritted his teeth. I admit you're strong, but if it really comes down to a fight to the death, the outcome is uncertain. Even if you can kill me, you'll inevitably be seriously injured. When that time comes, experts from the Shadow Society headquarters will come to Zhengzhou to investigate. They won't let you go. Think this through. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about the people around you. Lin Fan listened quietly. After listening, he nodded. Finished. Shadow Blade was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. Lin Fan strode forward. I already said that. His voice was icy. Today, everyone inside the Black Dragon Martial Arts School will die. Shadow Blade's expression changed drastically. You madman! Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. He bit his tongue, formed a hand seal, and a strange aura erupted from his body. Blood sacrifice, the secret technique of burning blood. Boom! A dark red light erupted from Shadow Blade's body. His aura began to surge wildly. Intermediate Martial Master. Advanced Martial Master. Peak Martial Master. Boom! Military General. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. He had reached the Martial General realm. That's a completely different level, it's the realm where true essence is condensed to its extreme, and one begins to resonate with heaven and earth. Chapter 67. Shadow Blade's hair turned white at a visible speed, and deep wrinkles appeared on his face. But the aura emanating from him had surged to a suffocating intensity. Lin Fan! Shadow Blade roared, his voice like a vengeful ghost. Do you know the price of this secret technique? It burns 50 years of your lifespan. You'll never have a chance to break through to the Martial General level again. All because of you. He stared intently at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with resentment and malice. I will kill you. Then find your family, your friends, everyone you care about. Kill them all, one by one. You'll regret your decision today. The words fell, and the Shadow Blade moved. It was so fast that even Lin Fan's observation haki could barely detect it. A palm strike came down. Lin Fan raised his hand to block. Bang! Lin Fan staggered back 3 steps, a sharp pain shooting through his arm. He looked down and saw a bloody welt on his arm. Although it was a shallow wound, it did cause injury. Attacks from a martial arts master are indeed different. However, Lin Fan smiled. That smile contained no fear, only an even more intense fighting spirit. Good. He looked up, his dragon eyes shining brightly. That's more like it. Armament haki completely covered his entire body. The azure dragon form has been further enhanced, with dragon scales now covering its entire upper body. The Conqueror's haki merged with true energy, forming an invisible domain. Lin Fan took the initiative. Boom! The two clashed again. The entire inner hall collapsed completely. Amidst the smoke and dust, 2 figures engaged in a frenzied battle. Shadow Blade grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. His attacks clearly struck Lin Fan, yet only left faint white marks. Lin Fan's attacks caused his blood to surge with every punch. Even more terrifying was Lin Fan's aura, which was constantly rising during the battle. Imitation accuracy, 26.5%, 27.3%, 28.1%. Armament haki, mastery 3%, mastery 8%, mastery 15%. Observation haki, mastery 2%, mastery 7%, mastery 12%. Conqueror's haki, mastery 15%, mastery 22%. A fierce battle between the host and a powerful warlord has been detected. A deep resonance with the Kaido template has been observed. Unlock new abilities. Dragon's Might, based on Conqueror's haki, it exerts absolute suppression on lower-level enemies. Heat Breath Enhancement, Dragon Fire power greatly increased, can be fired continuously. Dragon Scale Tempering, defense further enhanced, immune to attacks at the Martial Master level. Lin Fan grew stronger with each battle. He completely abandoned defense and went all out on the attack. Shadow Blade was finally afraid. He discovered that his prized blood-burning technique was utterly useless against this monster. How is this possible? How is this possible? He roared, unleashing a final, desperate attack. Blood Shadow Kill. A blood-red palm print slammed towards Lin Fan's chest. This is his strongest attack. He once used it to kill a beginner-level martial arts opponent. Lin Fan didn't dodge. He let the palm strike his chest. Bang! A white mark was left on his chest. 3 seconds later, the white mark disappeared. Lin Fan looked down at his chest, then looked up at the shadow blade. That's it. Shadow Blade was utterly desperate. You, what kind of monster are you? Lin Fan did not answer. He stepped forward, his right fist, wreathed in armament haki, slamming straight into Shadow Blade's chest. Pfft! A fist came out from behind. Shadow Blade looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. I'm not reconciled. Lin Fan withdrew his fist. Shadow Blade's corpse crashed to the ground. Defeat a powerful warrior, in bloodlust state, to achieve victory in a battle against a higher-level opponent. Imitation accuracy improved, 28.1% 30.5%. Armament Haki Mastery, proficient 22%. Observation Haki Mastery, proficient 18%. Conqueror's Haki Mastery, proficient 28%. Energy gained from deduction, plus 8,000 points, currently 15,200 points. Inside the hall, the smoke and dust gradually settled. Lin Fan stood in the center of the ruins in the inner hall, his dark golden pupils sweeping over the mess on the ground. Shadow Blade's body lay in the corner, and the bodies of 2 top assassins lay nearby, their blood staining the broken bricks. In the corner, Chen Hejiao and Chen Feng remained unconscious, completely unaware of what had just happened. Lin Fan strode towards them. The towering figure, standing at 2.3 meters tall, cast a long shadow in the ruins. Each step he took crushed the rubble beneath his feet, producing a crisp crackling sound. He bent down, picked them up one in each hand, and lifted them up like chicks. The two of them weighed nearly 300 pounds together, but in his hands they felt as light as a feather. Lin Fan looked down at their faces. Chen Hejiao's face was deathly pale, and his arms hung limply at his sides. Chen Feng still had bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, left from when he was knocked unconscious. He raised his hand and lightly slapped both of them across the face. Snap! Snap! 2 crisp sounds rang out. Chen Hejiao and Chen Feng were awakened at the same time. Chen Feng opened his eyes first, his eyes filled with confusion. What happened? His gaze fell on Lin Fan's face, and his pupils instantly contracted to pinpoints. Linear. Lin Fan. Chen Hejiao also regained consciousness, and the moment he saw Lin Fan, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. But the next second, their gaze passed past Lin Fan and fell upon the scene behind them. Collapsed walls, broken furniture, and corpses scattered all over the floor. And in the corner, there was Shadow Blade, dressed in a black robe with a bloody hole in his chest. This. Chen Hejiao's lips trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. You killed them all. How is that possible? Chen Feng was so frightened that he trembled all over, his legs went weak, and he could barely stand. Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade is a martial master level expert. Chen Hejiao hissed, how could you possibly be his match? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Fan's lips curled into a mocking smile. He turned to the side, making way for the corpse of Shadow Blade, and gestured with his lip towards it. Oh? Is that so? Then look, what's lying over there? Chen Hejiao and Chen Feng's gazes fell on Shadow Blade once again. The corpse lay there, a horrifying bloody hole in its chest, clearly dead beyond any doubt. Chen Hejiao's mind went blank. The head of the Zhongzhou branch of the Shadow Society, a powerful martial arts master. He just died like that? Died at the hands of an 18-year-old student. Thump! Chen Feng suddenly knelt down. He kowtowed frantically, his forehead hitting the gravel, blood streaming down his face. Lord Lin Fan! Grandpa Lin Fan! Please spare my life! Please let me go! Tears streamed down his face, and his voice trembled like a leaf. It's all Chen Hejiao's fault. He's the one who's been hiring the Shadow Society to assassinate you and your family. My ambush of you outside the tournament was also at his behest, it has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Chen Hejiao's face flushed red, and a rage flashed in his eyes. Bullshit, he hissed angrily. You ungrateful little beast. Without me, you wouldn't be where you are today. Everything you eat, live in, wear, and have resources for cultivation wasn't at all provided by me. Without me, you'd still be working in a factory, tightening screws for people. Chen Feng raised his head, his face covered in blood, but a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. So what? He roared. You're the one who messed with the wrong person. You're the one who destroyed the Black Dragon Martial Arts School. And now you want to drag me down with you. You. Chen Hejiao trembled with anger, but could not utter a word. Chen Feng then turned to Lin Fan and kowtowed repeatedly. Lord Lin Fan, you see, it's all his fault. I was just following orders. Please, have mercy on me and spare my life. I promise I'll go far away and never appear before you again. Chapter 68. Lin Fan looked down at him without saying a word. Chen Hejiao gritted his teeth and knelt down with a thud. Lin Fan. He raised his head, his eyes filled with resentment, yet he forced a fawning smile. I beg you to spare my life. I'm willing to give you all the assets of the Black Dragon Martial Arts School. I'll give you all my resources. Just spare my life, and I'll serve you like a slave. You say east, I'll never go west. But in his heart, he was cursing wildly. If you let me live, I will make you pay 10-fold, 100-fold. Your parents, your friends, everyone you care about, I will make them all die without a burial place. Lin Fan looked at the two people in front of him. The once majestic master of the Black Dragon Martial Arts School was now kneeling before him, as humble as a dog. The arrogant and domineering martial arts school members kowtowed until their heads bled, just to save their lives. This is the meaning of wielding power. This is the taste of might. The weak are at the mercy of others, while the strong rule everything. A strange sense of pleasure welled up in Lin Fan's heart. The Kaido template resonated slightly within him, a joy belonging to a conqueror, a satisfaction of looking down upon ants. Have you had enough? He asked calmly. The two immediately fell silent, trembling with fear. Lin Fan looked at them, a playful glint in his eyes. Since you all want to live, he said slowly, then I'll give you a chance. Their eyes lit up at the same time. However, Lin Fan changed the subject, a cruel smile curving his lips. Only one person can live. Chen Hejiao and Chen Feng were both stunned. You decide for yourselves. Lin Fan took a step back, crossed his arms. Who lives, who dies? As he finished speaking, the two exchanged a glance. An eerie atmosphere instantly filled the air. I'll live. Chen Feng spoke first. I'm still young. He's crippled, living for him is just suffering. Bullshit. Chen Hejiao cursed angrily, I've done you a favor. You should repay me. Give me a chance. Why should I give it to you? Chen Feng roared, you asked for it yourself, why should I be dragged down with you? You little beast. You old geezer. The two men swore at each other more fiercely, spittle flying everywhere, their eyes gleaming with malice. Lin Fan watched them, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. That's enough. He spoke, releasing a slight burst of Conqueror's haki, and the two of them instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies stiffening. Lin Fan walked up to them and looked down at them. How about this, he said, let's play a game. Next, whoever kills the other will live. He paused, then a palpable killing intent flared in his eyes. If neither of them can bring themselves to do it, or if neither of them dies, then we'll die together. Chen Hejiao and Chen Feng trembled, their faces turning deathly pale. Lin Fan glanced at the two of them and nodded in satisfaction. It seems neither of you has any objections. He turned around, sat down in a fairly intact chair, and crossed his legs. Then, he raised his hand and waved it gently. Let's begin. The moment the words left his mouth, Chen Feng moved. He lunged at Chen Hejiao, his eyes filled with a crazed killing intent. Uncle, I'm sorry, he roared, for my sake, please die. Chen Hejiao's expression changed drastically. He pushed off the ground with both feet and slid 3 meters backward. Although his arms are useless, his legs can still move. After all, he was once a peak 9th level martial artist. Even though his strength has been greatly diminished, his foundation is still intact. You little beast, he cursed, you think you can bully me just because I'm crippled? He unleashed a flurry of kicks, his legs swift and powerful, aimed straight for Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng quickly dodged to the side, but was kicked in the shoulder, causing him to stagger backward. Humph! Chen Hejiao sneered, I used to practice the stone-splitting leg technique. Even with my hands crippled, it's enough to kill you. Chen Feng steadied himself, a fierce glint in his eyes. Old man, that's all you've got left. He pounced again, this time not to fight head-on, but to use his youth and agility to circle around Chen Hejiao and attack. Although Chen Hejiao still possessed his leg techniques, he was getting old and hadn't fought in a long time. After a few rounds, he started to pant. Chen Feng seized the opening and punched him in the leg. Bang! Chen Hejiao groaned and knelt on one knee. Die! Chen Feng lunged forward, grabbing his neck tightly with both hands. Chen Hejiao's face flushed red, and he kicked his legs wildly, but because his hands were weak, he couldn't break free at all. You, beast! He hissed, his eyes filled with venom, I, even as a ghost, will never let you go. Chen Feng's face was contorted with rage, veins bulging on his hands. Old BD, you should have died long ago. Crack! The sound of a neck bone breaking. Chen Hejiao's body convulsed violently a few times, then slumped down limply. His eyes were wide open, staring intently at Chen Feng, filled with resentment, bitterness, and a hint of regret. I regret raising such an ungrateful child. I regret provoking that monster. I regret everything. Chen Feng gasped for breath, released his grip, and watched as Chen Hejiao's corpse slowly collapsed to the ground. He turned his head and looked at Lin Fan. I killed him. His voice was hoarse, but his eyes were full of hope. Can you let me go now? Lin Fan sat in his chair, quietly watching everything. He raised his hand and clapped softly. Clap, clap, clap. The applause echoed through the ruins, sounding particularly jarring. Not bad. Lin Fan stood up, a slight smile on his lips. You did a great job, you did exactly as I asked. A look of wild joy flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Thank you, Lord Lin Fan. Thank you, Lord Lin Fan. He bowed repeatedly. Rest assured. I will never tell anyone about tonight's events. I'll leave immediately, leave as far away as possible. I'll never appear before you again. Lin Fan nodded. Go. Chen Feng felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and he turned and ran. He rushed out of the ruins of the inner hall, through the corridor, and across the front yard. The entrance to the Black Dragon Martial Arts School is just ahead. Once he breaks through that door, he will be free. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Just as his hand was about to touch the latch. Boom! An invisible pressure descended like Mount Tai crashing down. Chen Feng's body instantly froze on the spot. He struggled desperately, trying to take that final step, but found his legs felt like lead and wouldn't obey him at all. What's going on? He screamed in terror. Behind him, heavy footsteps sounded. Tap, tap, tap. Each step felt like it was pounding on his heart. Chen Feng turned around desperately and saw Lin Fan walking towards him step by step. His imposing figure, standing at 2.3 meters tall, cast a long shadow in the morning light, enveloping him entirely. You said you'd let me go. Chen Feng hissed, his eyes filled with despair and rage. You went back on your word. Lin Fan walked behind him, reached out, and gently placed his hand on Chen Feng's shoulder. The hand was warm, yet it made Chen Feng feel icy cold all over. Why aren't you leaving? Lin Fan tilted his head, looking puzzled. Since you don't want to leave. Chapter 69. He used a little force to turn Chen Feng around so that they were facing each other. Then stay here forever. Chen Feng's face turned deathly pale as he struggled frantically. No, you said you'd let me go, you promised. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed his neck. His fingers slowly tightened. Chen Feng's face instantly turned a deep liver color, his eyeballs bulged out, almost popping out of their sockets. You broke your promise. He cursed hoarsely, you deserve a terrible death. Lin Fan watched his dying struggle with amusement in his eyes. I keep my word, he said, his voice eerily calm. I said only one of you could live. I gave you a chance to kill Chen Hejiao with your own hands. But if you don't leave, whose fault is it? Chen Feng's struggles grew weaker and weaker, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Lin Fan leaned close to his ear and whispered, besides, I've said it from the beginning. Everyone in the Black Dragon Martial Arts Academy today is going to die. Crack! Chen Feng's neck bone broke completely. Chen Feng's head drooped at an eerie angle, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. His death was extremely gruesome. Lin Fan released his grip, and the corpse slid softly to the ground. He looked down at his hands, which were covered in blood left by Chen Feng during his struggle. He shook his hand dismissively, took out a cloth from his storage ring, and carefully wiped the area clean. After doing this, he turned and walked back into the inner hall. The sky was beginning to lighten, dawn was approaching. He had to hurry. Inside the hall, Lin Fan began looting the spoils of war. First was Chen Hejiao. He searched Chen Hejiao's body and quickly found a storage ring. He erased the spiritual imprint on it and probed into it with his spiritual power. There are quite a few good items. Credit point prepaid cards, totaling approximately 8 million. Various cultivation pills, 3 bottles of healing pills, 2 bottles of chi restoring pills, and a precious breakthrough pill, a high-grade Xian level pill used to break through bottlenecks. 3 martial arts manuals, Black Dragon Technique, Complete Version, Mid-grade Xian level, Stone Splitting Leg, Low-grade Xian level, and Basic Hidden Weapons, High-grade Huang level. There are also some scattered materials and crystal nuclei, with a total value of approximately 3 million. No wonder he runs a martial arts school, Lin Fan muttered, putting away his storage ring. He's got quite a bit of wealth. Next up are 2 top-tier assassins. The 2 men didn't have anything valuable on them, only some basic assassination tools and a small amount of credits. Lin Fan casually took them without paying much attention. Finally, and most importantly, is the Shadow Blade. The head of the Zhangzhou branch of the Shadow Society, a powerful martial arts master. Lin Fan walked to the corpse of Shadow Blade and squatted down. He also possessed a storage ring, its quality clearly superior to Chen Hejiao's. Lin Fan erased the spiritual imprint and probed it with his spiritual power. His eyes lit up instantly. The first thing that caught his eye was a mountain of credit point cards. A quick glance revealed at least 20 million. Then came the pills. All sorts of pills, healing pills, pills to restore vital energy, pills to detoxify, and even a bottle of youth-preserving pills, a priceless treasure that could delay aging. The cultivation techniques and secret manuals surprised Lin Fan even more. Shadow Codex, the core technique of the Shadow Society, a high-grade Xian level manual, containing methods for circulating true energy and assassination techniques. Blood Shadow Escape, a mid-grade Xian-level movement technique that allows for instant escape by burning one's essence blood, a life-saving divine skill. Blood Burning Secret Technique, this is the forbidden technique Shadow Blade ultimately used. It sacrifices lifespan to dramatically increase strength for a short period. Although the side effects are severe, it can be a lifesaver in critical moments. There is also a thin booklet called The True Explanation of Martial Arts. Lin Fan opened it and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This was actually Shadow Blade's handwritten notes, detailing his experience of breaking through from a martial artist to a martial master, as well as his cultivation insights at the martial master level. How to condense true essence, nourish the meridians, sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and break through to a higher realm. It's all written down clearly. For Lin Fan, who had just broken through to the martial master level, the value of this notebook far exceeded the sum of everything before it. Good stuff. Lin Fan carefully put it away. I'll study it slowly when I get back. He rummaged through the items again and found several spare Xian rank magical artifacts, a short sword, a pair of daggers, and a set of light armor. Although he doesn't need it, he can sell it for money. Finally, deep inside the storage ring, Lin Fan discovered a black token. The token is palm-sized, entirely black, with a dark red shadow character engraved on the front and a serial number on the back. Shadow Society Zhangzhou Branch Minister's Token. The holder can mobilize all resources of the Zhangzhou branch and is also a token for entering the Shadow Society headquarters. Lin Fan fiddled with the token, lost in thought. The Shadow Order headquarters may come in handy later. After collecting all the spoils, Lin Fan stood up and looked around. Amidst the ruins lay more than a dozen corpses scattered about. Chen Heijiao, Chen Feng, Yin Gren, 2 top assassins, and the apprentices he had previously dealt with silently. Not a single survivor was found. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Lin Fan walked around the ruins again, making sure there were no survivors or traces left, before turning to leave. The sky was just beginning to lighten, it was the darkest hour before dawn. Lin Fan activated the bone shrinking and shape changing technique, compressing his body back to its normal height of 1.9 meters, and changed into a clean set of clothes. He neatly folded his black night clothes and mask and put them into his storage ring. He moved through the morning mist like a ghost. The workers' new village was quiet, most families were still asleep. Lin Fan arrived at the foot of his building, but instead of taking the stairs, he lightly leaped up to the 5th floor balcony. The window was ajar, he had left it open before he left. Lin Fan gently pushed open the window and climbed inside. The room was pitch black, with only Silver Moon's icy blue eyes gleaming eerily in the darkness. It lay prone at the door of Lin Fan's room, its ears perked up, watching every possible intruder warily. Seeing Lin Fan enter, Silver Moon stood up and wagged its tail gently. Lin Fan walked over, squatted down, and reached out to stroke its head. "Are you all right?" he asked in a low voice. Silver Moon nuzzled his hand affectionately, letting out a low whimper, as if to say, "With me here, the mistress and the master are safe, not a single fly has been let in." Lin Fan nodded, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He stood up and listened intently. He could hear even breathing coming from his parents' bedroom. They were fast asleep and completely unaware that their son hadn't come home all night. Lin Fan quietly entered his room and closed the door. He took out the night clothes and mask from his storage ring, checked them over, and found them to be undamaged, without any bloodstains, and completely clean. I casually tucked it into a corner of the closet, mixing it with my regular clothes. After doing all this, Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took off his shoes and lay down on the bed. Outside the window, the sky was gradually brightening, and the first rays of morning light shone through the gap in the curtains. Lin Fan closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually became steady. After a night of continuous fighting, fierce battles with Shadow Blade, and cleaning up the aftermath. Even with his physique, he felt a bit tired. But more than anything, I felt relieved. Chen Hejiao was dead, and Yin Gren was dead too. From now on, anyone who posed a danger to him has been dealt with, and no one will dare to harm those around him anymore. Lin Fan's lips curled slightly upward as he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 70. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Lin Fan slept in, a rare occurrence for him. Last night's continuous fighting, the fierce battle with Shadow Blade, and the cleanup of the corpses, even with his physique, he felt a long-lost fatigue. Lying in bed now, listening to the faint chirping of birds outside the window, I feel completely relaxed. He opened his eyes, reached for his phone on the bedside table, and glanced at it. 9:30 a.m. It's the weekend. No wonder it's so quiet. Lin Fan stretched out a big yawn, his bones making a slight crackling sound. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. What happened last night was handled very cleanly. No trace was left. From this day forward, the name Chen Hejiao will be completely erased from Zhangzhou. He got up, got out of bed, and pushed open the door. In the living room, Lin's mother was busy in the kitchen. The sound of bubbling came from the pot. She was simmering pork rib soup. Mr. Lin sat on the sofa, holding today's newspaper in his hand, his reading glasses perched on his nose. Silver Moon lay at his feet. Hearing the noise, its ears perked up, its icy blue eyes looked at Lin Fan, and its tail wagged gently. "Son, you're awake." Lin's mother poked her head out. "Go brush your teeth and wash your face, breakfast will be ready soon." Lin Fan nodded and went into the bathroom. The cold water splashed on his face, chasing away the last trace of sleepiness. He looked at himself in the mirror. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, with well-defined muscles, his dark golden eyes were as calm as a deep pool. Who would have thought that such an ordinary-looking high school student had just wiped out a martial arts school and killed a martial arts master last night? Lin Fan smiled, dried his face, and walked out of the bathroom. Breakfast was already laid out on the table: millet porridge, fried dough sticks, boiled eggs, and several small dishes of pickled vegetables. Lin's mother was still bringing dishes to the table, while Lin's father was already seated, reading the newspaper and drinking porridge. Lin Fan sat down and picked up his chopsticks. Just then, an urgent news flash suddenly interrupted the morning news broadcast on television. "We have a breaking news report that we just received." The female anchor's voice was serious and grave. Early this morning, a major criminal case occurred at the Black Dragon Martial Arts School in the Dongcheng district of this city. Preliminary investigation revealed more than 10 bodies inside the martial arts school, including the school's owner, Chen Hejiao. The deaths were gruesome, suggesting a revenge killing. Police have cordoned off the scene, and the case is under further investigation. The scene shifts to the entrance of the Black Dragon Martial Arts School, which is now completely surrounded by yellow police tape. More than a dozen police cars are parked on the roadside, and uniformed police officers are going in and out. The onlookers stood at a distance, whispering and discussing amongst themselves. Lin's father put down the newspaper and looked up at the television. Black Dragon Martial Arts School. He frowned. That's one of the most prestigious martial arts schools in Zhangzhou. The headmaster, Chen Black Dragon, is supposedly a formidable figure. How come he suddenly? Lin's mother also put down the spatula and went to the living room doorway to watch TV, her eyes filled with shock. Oh dear, more than a dozen people died? That's too tragic. She patted her chest. What kind of deep-seated hatred could drive someone to kill them all? Lin's father shook his head and sighed. The affairs of the martial world should be left to the martial world. These matters between martial artists are too complex to explain. Lin's mother nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. We ordinary people should just live a peaceful and stable life. She turned to Lin Fan and said, "Son, be careful out there, and don't mess with those shady characters." Lin Fan was drinking his porridge when he heard this, so he looked up and gave a gentle smile. "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine." But in his heart he thought, "Mom, your son is that messy person." After dinner, Lin Fan helped clear the dishes, then sat on the sofa and watched TV with his parents for a while. Mr. Lin was still reading the newspaper, while Mrs. Lin was knitting a sweater, occasionally glancing up at the news on television. Looking at his parents' serene profiles, Lin Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. These were the people he wanted to protect. For them, he would do anything. "Dad, Mom," he suddenly said. They both looked at him at the same time. Lin Fan smiled, "Things are fine these next few days, you can go back to work as usual." Lin's mother was taken aback, "Really? Didn't you say we should stay home a few more days?" "It's all right," Lin Fan repeated, his tone calm yet resolute. "Go ahead and don't worry." Mr. Lin glanced at him and nodded thoughtfully. Although Mrs. Lin still had some doubts, she didn't ask any further questions. At 10 a.m., Lin Fan went out. He walked along the familiar street, the sun was warm, and pedestrians hurried by. Street vendors were calling out their wares, and the aroma of breakfast stalls filled the air. Everything seemed normal, as if nothing had happened last night. But Lin Fan knew that the real storm had only just begun. His plan for today was simple: dispose of the unusable materials and resources he had gathered from the wilderness and the Black Dragon Martial Arts School, and see if he could forge a better weapon for himself. Although the spiked club he used before was easy to use, it was only a low-grade Xian-level weapon. It was fine when he was a martial artist, but now that he was a martial master, it was too light. Moreover, it was only good for dealing with martial artists, and it was not enough against martial masters. "I need to get a better one," Lin Fan thought to himself as he walked. He first went to the most famous blacksmith shop street in Zhangzhou City. This street, located in the old district of Dongcheng District, is only 500 meters long, yet it is home to more than 20 blacksmith shops. From morning till late at night, the clanging of blacksmiths echoed incessantly as orders for all kinds of weapons, armor, and tools were shipped from here to the entire Zhangzhou region. Lin Fan stopped in front of the most impressive-looking shop. Above the shop's entrance hangs a faded plaque with the 4 large characters "Old Joe's Iron Shop" written in vigorous and powerful strokes. Several weapon racks were placed at the entrance, filled with gleaming swords, spears, and halberds. Lin Fan stepped inside. The shop was much more spacious inside than outside, with all sorts of weapons hanging on the 4 walls. In the very center was a huge forging furnace, the fire blazing brightly. A middle-aged man, shirtless, was sweating profusely in front of the furnace, rhythmically striking the red-hot iron blocks with a hammer. Clang! 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 Sparks flew with each tap. Lin Fan didn't disturb them, but simply watched quietly. About a minute later, the man stopped what he was doing, put the iron block back into the furnace, and then turned around. This was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. His arms were muscular and covered with burn scars. His eyes were sharp, you could tell he was someone who dealt with fire and iron year-round. "Young man, what do you want to fight?" Old Joe wiped his sweat and looked Lin Fan up and down. His gaze lingered on Lin Jian for a moment, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. This young man, though not tall or strong, possessed an aura that suggested he was no ordinary person. Lin Fan walked to the counter and got straight to the point, "I want to forge a spiked club." "A spiked club?" Old Joe raised an eyebrow. "How big is it? How heavy is it? What are your requirements?" "The heavier the better, the harder the better," Lin Fan said. "Ideally, it should be indestructible." Old Joe smiled. "Young man, your requirements are quite high." He shook his head. "The heavier and harder it is, the better the materials need to be. And good materials aren't cheap. I'll provide the materials myself, Lin Fan interrupted him. He took a bunch of things out of his storage ring and placed them on the counter. Old Joe's gaze fell on the materials, and then he froze. This is... His voice trembled slightly. On the counter, a dozen or so items were neatly arranged. 3 golden-winged rock feathers, made of 4th-tier material, gleaming with a faint golden luster. A piece of the golden armor heart, a peak 3rd-tier material from the golden armored bear, with a restrained, earthy yellow luster. Several ribs of the crimson flame python, made of tier 3 material, with faint flame patterns. And in the very center, there's a fist-sized, dark red bone fragment. That's the leg bone of a Kaienki, a 5th-tier beast king. Old Joe's breathing quickened. He reached out and carefully picked up the Kaienki bone, examining it closely. His fingers gently traced the surface of the bone, his eyes filled with fanaticism. This is the skeleton of a 5th-tier mutated beast. He looked up at Lin Fan, his voice trembling. Young man, where did you get all this? Chapter 71. Lin Fan smiled faintly, wilderness area. Old Joe was silent for a few seconds, and then his gaze towards Lin Fan was completely different. Could someone who can produce materials for a 5th-tier beast king be an ordinary person? This seemingly ordinary young man is definitely a hidden master. Old Joe's attitude immediately became respectful. Young man, no, sir, he rubbed his hands together, his face beaming, these materials you have are all top grade. Especially this 5th-tier beast bone, that's a treasure that money can't buy. Lin Fan nodded, can you fight? Yes. Of course. Old Joe patted his chest confidently. I'm not bragging, but when it comes to weapon forging on this street, if I admit I'm second, nobody dares to claim to be first. He paused, then rubbed his hands together somewhat awkwardly. However, sir, I have a request. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, speak. Old Joe hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the golden-winged rock's feather. My lord, could you leave me this feather? He asked cautiously. To tell you the truth, my greatest wish in this life is to forge a suitable weapon using 4th-tier materials. Unfortunately, 4th-tier materials are too expensive, I can't afford them. If you could give me this feather, I promise to use all my skills to forge you a top-tier spiked club. He paused, then added, and I won't charge you for labor. You provide the materials, and I'll make them for you free. Lin Fan looked at the feather, then at the longing in Old Joe's eyes. This feather was indeed dispensable to him. The golden-winged rock had 36 feathers, so losing one wouldn't make a difference. Okay. He nodded. Old Joe was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly, saying, Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. He was so excited that his face turned red. He walked to the forging table, picked up paper and pen, and began to draw a sketch. Sir, do you have any specific requirements for the spiked club? Length? Weight? Handle thickness? Should it have spikes? How long should the spikes be? Lin Fan thought for a moment, around 1.8 meters in length. The heavier the better, at least 500 jin, 250 kilograms. The spikes need to be long and sharp enough, preferably with armor-piercing properties. The handle needs to be thick, I have big hands. Old Joe listened and took notes, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Good. Good. These requirements are all fine. He raised his head. My lord, these materials are enough to forge a top-grade spiked club. I plan to use Kaienki bone as the main bone, golden armor heart as the core of the handle, crimson flame python bone for the spikes, and then mix in some Xian iron essence and stardust. He spoke at length, his eyes filled with fervor. Lin Fan listened quietly. Although he didn't understand most of the technical terms, he could sense that this old Joe was truly capable. How long will it take to finish? Old Joe thought for a moment, 1 week. Sir, please come back in a week to pick it up. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Lin Fan nodded, okay. He stood up, about to leave, when Old Joe called him back. Sir, wait a moment. Old Joe took out an exquisite wooden box from under the counter and handed it to Lin Fan with both hands. These are some small trinkets from my own collection. They're not worth much, just consider it a token of my gratitude for the feather you bestowed upon me. Lin Fan opened the wooden box. Inside lay a palm-sized metal piece, entirely silver-white, with fine patterns on it, resembling some kind of writing. Meteorite iron fragment, fragments of meteorite iron from outer space, which can be used to enhance weapons, increasing their sharpness and hardness. Nice one. Lin Fan accepted it and nodded, thank you. Old Joe, beaming, said, take care, sir. See you in a week. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Lin Fan went to another street, the street with the most famous auction houses in Zhangzhou City. This place is much more bustling than the blacksmith's shop area. The streets are wide, lined with luxuriously decorated shops on both sides. The most impressive building is the 5-story treasure pavilion in the center of the street. Zhubeoj is the largest auction house in Zhangzhou. It is said to have a background in the provincial capital. It holds a large-scale auction every month, with all kinds of rare treasures, martial arts manuals, and high-level weapons. Lin Fan entered the treasure pavilion. The hall was spacious and bright, decorated in a magnificent style. Several staff members in uniform were busy behind the counter. When they saw Lin Fan enter, a young girl immediately came forward to greet him. Hello sir, how can I help you? Lin Fan glanced around the hall, I'd like to auction some things. The girl smiled warmly, okay, sir, please come with me. Our appraiser will assess the value of your item. She led Lin Fan through the hall and into a separate reception room. Sitting in the room was an elderly man in his 50s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking down at something. Hearing the noise, he looked up and his gaze fell on Lin Fan. This gentleman wants to auction off his items, the girl said, and then left. The old man stood up and gestured for Lin Fan to sit down. My surname is Qian, and I am the chief appraiser at Zhubeoj. He adjusted his glasses. What would you like to auction, sir? Lin Fan didn't waste any words and directly took out a bunch of things from his storage ring and placed them on the coffee table. The dozen or so cultivation manuals were mostly yellow rank and low-grade profound rank materials looted from Chen Heijiao and the assassins. Dozens of bottles of pills for healing, restoring energy, and detoxifying were all useless to him. Several noble phantasms, short swords, daggers, and light armor, all of average quality. There were also some scattered materials, mutated beast bones, fur, scales, and items below the 3rd tier. Mr. Qian's gaze swept over these things, his expression remaining unchanged. They're all ordinary stuff, he said casually. The highest ranking cultivation technique is low-grade Qian level, the elixirs are all common varieties, and the magical artifacts are standard issue. All of this combined is estimated to be worth around 3 million. Lin Fan nodded, unsurprised. He certainly wouldn't put his truly valuable possessions up for auction. Okay, he said. That's all. Mr. Qian nodded and was about to call someone to register when his gaze suddenly fell on a small bottle in the corner of the coffee table. It was a transparent jade bottle containing a few drops of dark red liquid. Mr. Qian's pupils contracted slightly. He reached out and picked up the small bottle, bringing it closer to examine it carefully. This is... His voice trembled slightly. Mutant beast essence blood? At least 4th tier. Lin Fan glanced at it, it was a small bottle of golden winged rock essence blood that he had previously divided up. He had originally intended to save it for Yin Yu, but Yin Yu had already used the better Kaienki essence blood, so this bottle was left. The essence blood of a 4th tier golden winged rock. He said calmly. Old Jian's hand trembled slightly. He looked up, and the way he looked at Lin Fan had completely changed. Could someone capable of producing the essence blood of a fourth-tier mutated beast be an ordinary person? Sir, are you sure you want to auction this? His tone became respectful. Fourth-tier essence blood is a rare commodity. At an auction, it could fetch at least 5 million. Lin Fan thought for a moment, there's no point in keeping it, let's take a picture. Old Jian took a deep breath, solemnly placed the small bottle aside, and then looked at the other things on the coffee table, suddenly feeling somewhat bored. Compared to fourth-tier essence blood, these things can indeed only be considered ordinary goods. Chapter 72. Sir, we'll accept these items. He stood up. According to the rules, the auction will be held in 3 days. You can attend in person or entrust us to handle everything. The proceeds, after deducting handling fees, will be deposited into your account. Lin Fan nodded, okay. Mr. Qian personally handled the formalities for him and then handed him a black card with both hands. Sir, this is our Jubeo Pavilion VIP card. From now on, you will enjoy priority service when you come here. Lin Fan took the card and casually put it into his storage ring. It was already noon when he left the treasure pavilion. The sun was shining brightly, and the streets were bustling with traffic. Lin Fan stood at the doorway and took a deep breath. The weapon problem was solved. The unused resources were also dealt with. Next, we'll wait a week to collect the weapon, and then see what good stuff is at the auction in 3 days. As for the Black Dragon Martial Arts School, he glanced back in the direction of Jubeoj, a slight smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, at the Black Dragon Martial Arts School, the police tape was still in place, but the crowd of onlookers had dispersed. A dozen uniformed police officers were carefully searching the ruins, with some occasionally scanning the ground with testing equipment. A middle-aged man in a black trench coat stood in the center of the ruins of the inner hall, his brow furrowed. His name is Song Ming, and he is the deputy captain of the Zhangzhou City Criminal Investigation Brigade, specifically in charge of major cases. Standing next to him was a gaunt old man, a top detective sent from the provincial capital, who was said to have solved countless difficult cases. Captain Song. A young police officer ran over. We've used all the testing equipment, but found absolutely no useful traces. The killer's fingerprints, footprints, scent, nothing was left. Song Ming frowned even more deeply. What about the surveillance footage? We've checked all the nearby surveillance cameras. Another officer shook his head. The killer deliberately avoided all the cameras, leaving no footage whatsoever. Song Ming turned to the gaunt old man. Old Qin, what do you think? Old Qin squatted on the ground, carefully examining Shadow Blade's corpse. The corpse had a gaping hole in its chest, running from front to back. The edges of the wound were smooth, clearly indicating it had been pierced by a single punch. A martial master level expert, Elder Qin murmured. A punch through the chest, utterly powerless. The killer's strength, at least mid-level martial master, or even higher. He stood up and walked to Chen Hejiao's body. Chen Hejiao's death was different from Ying Ren's. He was strangled, with obvious finger marks on his neck. Moreover, it seemed he had been in a fierce fight before his death. Old Qin looked at Chen Feng's corpse again, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Interesting, he said. This Chen Hejiao was killed by his own nephew. Song Ming was taken aback. What? Old Qin pointed to the fingerprints on Chen Hejiao's neck. These fingerprints matched Chen Feng's hand size perfectly. Furthermore, judging from the marks at the scene, the two had engaged in a fierce struggle before their deaths. Then why did Chen Feng also die? He was killed by the murderer. Old Qin walked to Chen Feng's body. He was caught while fleeing, his neck was broken, and he died instantly. Song Ming remained silent for a few seconds. Mr. Qin, do you mean, the murderer made them kill each other? Old Qin nodded, then shook his head. That's not all. He pointed to the corpses of Shadow Blade and the other assassins. Look at how these people died, all killed with a single blow, clean and swift. But Chen Hejiao and Chen Feng died in such a complicated way. He raised his head, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. The murderer was seeking revenge. He and Chen Hejiao had a deep-seated, irreconcilable feud. He didn't just want to kill him, he wanted Chen Hejiao to suffer terribly before his death, to watch his own nephew, whom he had raised, kill him. This kind of pain was far more cruel than simply killing him. Song Ming gasped. Who is the murderer? Old Qin remained silent for a few seconds. Investigate who Chen Hejiao has recently made enemies with, he said. Such a deep-seated hatred can't have no backstory. Song Ming nodded and was about to give the order when a police officer ran over quickly. Team Leader Song. We found a Shadow Society token on Shadow Blade. These people seem to be Shadow Society assassins. Song Ming's expression changed. Shadow Society? That's the most mysterious and dangerous assassin organization in Zhangzhou. He strode over to Shadow Blade's corpse and, sure enough, found a black token in his pocket. The front was engraved with the character Shadow, and the back had a serial number. Shadow Blade, the head of the Zhangzhou branch of the Shadow Society, Song Ming murmured, even he's dead. Old Qin walked over, looked at Shadow Blade's corpse, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. This is no longer an ordinary murder case, he said. Report it. Let the higher UPS handle it. Song Ming nodded and took out his phone. A few minutes later, an order came from the provincial capital. The site has been sealed off, the investigation has been suspended, and the authorities are awaiting the arrival of personnel from higher authorities. Song Ming put away his phone, glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground, and then looked at the bustling street scene in the distance. Who is the murderer? He doesn't know. But he has a premonition that he might meet the perpetrator in the future. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Lin Fan walked through the campus of Zhangzhou No. 3 Middle School. He was tall and straight, and his height of 1.9 meters still stood out in the crowd. However, his classmates had gradually gotten used to this classmate who had suddenly grown taller. As he passed the playground, several members of the school team who were training saw him and stopped what they were doing, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Lin Fan ignored them and walked straight towards the teaching building. He saw the news about Black Dragon Martial Arts School yesterday. Before leaving home this morning, he saw a follow-up report on TV. The case is of a serious nature and has been transferred to a special task force in the provincial capital for handling. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. The morning classes passed quickly. After the third period, Lin Fan packed up his textbooks and was about to go to the gravity training room when he was stopped by a familiar figure. Zhang Qingzue stood at the classroom door, dressed in her school team uniform, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, a complex expression on her cool face. Lin Fan, come with me. Her voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and nodded. The two walked out of the teaching building one after the other, crossed the playground, and arrived at the school team's office building. Zhang Qingzue remained silent the entire way, and Lin Fan didn't ask any questions either. Until I entered the captain's office and closed the door. It was a small room, simply furnished with a desk, 2 chairs, and a bookshelf. On the wall hung a group photo of the Zhangzhou No. 3 middle school team and various certificates of merit. Zhang Qingzue sat down behind her desk, while Lin Fan leaned against the window with his arms crossed. Lin Fan. Zhang Qingzue raised her head, looking directly at him. I have a question for you, and you must answer me honestly. Lin Fan didn't say anything, but simply nodded slightly. Zhang Qingzue took a deep breath. Did you commit the massacre of the Black Dragon Martial Arts School? Her voice was soft, yet it carried an barely suppressed tension. Lin Fan looked at her. There was no fear or hostility in Zhang Qingzue's eyes, only a complex expression of shock at being confirmed, and a hint of disbelief. Lin Fan was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly nodded. Yes. Chapter 73. A single word, spoken lightly, yet it resounded like thunder in Zhang Qingzuo's ears. She was completely stunned. Although she had suspected it, hearing Lin Fan admit it firsthand still left her mind blank. Black Dragon Martial Arts School, Chen Black Dragon, more than a dozen lives. And then there was the corpse of Shadow Blade, the head of the Zhangzhou branch of the Shadow Society, which was found at the scene. He was a powerful martial arts master. That Shadow Blade. Zhang Qingzuo's voice trembled slightly. Was that you killed too? Lin Fan nodded again. Zhang Qingzuo gasped. She suddenly stood up, walked around the desk twice, then returned to her original position and stared at Lin Fan for a full 10 seconds. You. She opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Lin Fan remained leaning against the window, his expression calm. How did you do that? Zhang Qingzuo finally found her voice. Shadow Blade is a martial master. A veteran expert who has been at that level for many years. You. She suddenly stopped, her gaze sweeping over Lin Fan. Then she discovered something terrible. She could no longer sense Lin Fan's presence. It wasn't a concealment, nor a hiding of his aura, rather, it was as unfathomable as a deep pool. Previously, she could vaguely sense Lin Fan's cultivation level, although it was blurry, she at least had a general idea. Now, it was completely blank. Unless you've also broken through to the martial master level. Zhang Qingzuo's voice trembled. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. Yes. Zhang Qingzuo fell completely silent. She slowly sat back down in her chair, looking at the young man before her. A month ago, he was just an ordinary member of the school team, needing her to secretly take care of him. Half a month ago, he shocked the entire audience by defeating 5 opponents in a row at the Tianese City Exchange competition. A week ago, he and she went to the wilderness to train and killed countless mutated beasts. Now, he has reached the martial master realm and killed the Shadow Society's minister. And what about her? She exerted all her strength, training day and night after returning from the wilderness, and barely managed to break through from the 4th level of martial artist to the peak of the 5th level. The gap was widening, to the point that it made her somewhat desperate. But soon, Zhang Qingzuo took a deep breath, and the confusion in her eyes was gradually replaced by determination. She looked up at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, don't worry, she said solemnly, I won't tell anyone about this. Lin Fan looked at her, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Aren't you afraid? He asked. Zhang Qingzuo shook her head. What are you afraid of? She said. You're not going to kill me. Lin Fan smiled. Indeed, he wouldn't. Zhang Qingzuo treated him well from the beginning, lending him the overlord breathing technique, supporting him in the school team, going to the wilderness area with him for training, and even using her family's resources to help him gather intelligence. He remembered this kindness. Besides, Zhang Qingzuo continued, even if I told anyone, no one would believe me, right? Lin Fan nodded. In the world of high-level martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Without evidence or mere words, who would dare to easily provoke a powerful figure capable of killing a martial arts master? Even if some people believe it, a glint of wisdom flashed in Zhang Qingzuo's eyes, they wouldn't dare to easily harm you. No one would dare attack an 18-year-old martial arts master without absolute certainty. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. This analysis coincided with his own thoughts. Are you done talking? He asked. Zhang Qingzuo was taken aback, then shook her head. There's one more thing. She stood up, walked to Lin Fan, took a deep breath, and then solemnly bowed. Lin Fan, I'd like to ask you to teach me. Lin Fan frowned, teach you? Yes. Zhang Qingzuo straightened up, her eyes full of seriousness. I learned a lot when we went to the wilderness last time, and I even made a breakthrough when I came back. But I know I still have a long way to go. My martial arts skills aren't refined enough, my reaction speed isn't fast enough, and my predictions in battle are even worse. She looked at Lin Fan. Now that you're a martial arts master, can you train me? Lin Fan remained silent. Zhang Qingzue quickly added, of course I won't let you teach me for nothing. I remember you said you needed the insights and techniques required to reach the martial master realm. My family has a considerable collection of such items, including cultivation manuals left by our ancestors, as well as some martial arts techniques at the level of martial arts masters. She paused, a sly glint in her eyes. Besides, don't you want to know what realm is above martial master? I can help you find information about martial generals above martial master. Although my Zhang family has no powerful military generals, we have relevant records in our collection of ancient books. Lin Fan's heart stirred. Above martial master is martial general. That's the realm Shadow Blade briefly entered after burning his lifespan. Although he wasn't a true military general at that time, Lin Fan was deeply impressed by his power. If one can understand the mysteries of the martial arts realm in advance, it will surely be of great benefit to his future cultivation. Moreover, Zhang Qingzue was right, she had indeed helped him. Guiding her in cultivation was simply repaying a favor. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. Zhang Qingzue's eyes lit up. Shall we start now? She asked eagerly. Lin Fan glanced out the window, are you free now? Yes. Zhang Qingzue grabbed the sword from the table. Let's go to the training room. A dedicated training room for the school team. This is a spacious room with a specially designed floor and energy absorption arrays on all four walls. It is fully equipped with various training equipment, and there are several testing posts at the very back. Lin Fan stood in the center of the training room, and Zhang Qingzue stood opposite him with a sword in hand. Come on, Lin Fan said, attack with all your might, hold back. Zhang Qingzue took a deep breath and gripped the sword tightly in her hand. She knew how terrifying Lin Fan's defense was. He could even withstand attacks from martial arts masters, so her strength wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. Therefore, she can unleash her full power without any reservations. Watch out! Zhang Qingzue let out a low shout and sprang into action. The sword flashed like a rainbow, aiming straight for Lin Fan's throat. Lin Fan turned to the side, the tip of the sword grazing his clothes, narrowly missing him. Zhang Qingzue didn't stop, the second and third sword strikes followed immediately. The sword light flashed, like a torrential downpour. Lin Fan moved his feet, each step perfectly avoiding the sword's edge. His movements were fluid and effortless, as if he were strolling leisurely. Too slow, he said. Zhang Qingzue gritted her teeth and increased her speed once again. His swordsmanship became even more ferocious, each strike accompanied by the sound of air being cut. Lin Fan easily dodged the attacks. Your wrist was too stiff when you drew your sword, he commented. The flow of internal energy was uneven, resulting in inconsistent sword speed. Zhang Qingzue was startled and quickly composed herself. Your footwork is too chaotic, Lin Fan continued. When attacking, you only think about striking with your sword, neglecting to coordinate your movements. Zhang Qingzue tapped her feet repeatedly, trying to maintain her balance. Your prediction was terrible. Lin Fan dodged another sword strike by sidestepping. Your eyes were only on the tip of the sword, not my shoulder. The subtle movements of your shoulder are the real signals that determine the direction of your attack. Zhang Qingzue suddenly realized. She began to observe Lin Fan's shoulders and, sure enough, discovered that every time Lin Fan was about to dodge, his shoulders would turn slightly first. Her sword speed slowed down, but her accuracy began to improve. There's been progress, Lin Fan rarely offered a compliment, but it's not enough. He suddenly quickened his pace, his figure weaving through the sword light like a ghost. Zhang Qingzue tried her best, but she couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. 3 minutes later, she stopped, panting heavily, leaning on her sword. No. I can't. She said, her forehead covered in sweat. You're too fast. Lin Fan walked up to her. I see your problem, he said. Zhang Qingzue quickly looked up, listening attentively. First, your swordsmanship is too rigid. Lin Fan held up his first finger. Your sword moves are all based on routines, too rigid and lacking variation. In a real fight, the enemy won't follow your routines. Zhang Qingzue seemed lost in thought. Secondly, your use of true energy is too crude. You only know how to infuse true energy into the sword, but you don't understand how to control the speed and direction of its flow. This causes your sword to be sometimes powerful and sometimes weak, making it extremely unstable. Third, your movement technique is too weak. Your footwork is still at the beginner level of martial arts, completely unable to keep up with your sword. This means that when you encounter a fast opponent, you won't even have time to react. Fourth, slow reaction time. Your eyes see it, but your body can't react in time. This is a sign of a lack of real combat training. Zhang Qingzue nodded repeatedly, deeply moved. She had a vague feeling about these shortcomings, but no one had ever pointed them out so clearly. Chapter 74. Then how can I improve? She asked eagerly. Lin Fan thought for a moment. In terms of swordsmanship, you can try to break away from the established patterns, he said. Don't memorize the moves by rote, but understand the essence of each move: thrust, slash, parry, cut. Then combine them and adapt to your opponent's reactions. The application of true energy requires long-term practice, there are no shortcuts. Spend 1 hour each day specifically practicing the flow of true energy to gradually develop muscle memory. Movement techniques. I can teach you a set of footwork techniques. Lin Fan took out a booklet from his storage ring and tossed it to Zhang Qingzue. Zhang Qingzue caught it and saw that it was a low-grade Xian level skill called Stone Cracking Leg. I got this from Chen Heijiao. Although its grade isn't high, only low-grade Xian, Lin Fan said, the leg techniques and footwork principles are the same. You can practice it first. Zhang Qingzue treasured it and carefully put it away. Reaction speed. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, that can only be improved through actual combat. You can come to me once a week from now on, and I'll spar with you. Zhang Qingzue's eyes lit up, really? Lin Fan nodded. Thank you. Zhang Qingzue bowed deeply to him. Don't worry, I'll have someone deliver what I promised to you tonight. Lin Fan waved his hand, turned around and walked towards the door. As he reached the door, he stopped and said without turning around. Remember to take the stuff to the gravity training room. I'll be there for the next few days. After saying that, he pushed open the door and went out. Zhang Qingzue watched his figure disappear and let out a long breath. She looked down at the stone-splitting leg in her hand, and recalled Lin Fan's ghostly movements just now, a complex emotion welling up in her heart. An 18-year-old martial arts master. Easily killed Shadow Blade. Could readily see and point out his own shortcomings. What future holds for someone like this? Zhang Qingzue didn't know. But she knew that being able to become friends with him was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to her. Gravity training room. Lin Fan pushed open the door and entered, adjusting the gravity to 5 times the standard value. He sat cross-legged in the center of the training room and took out the true explanation of martial arts that he had taken from Shadow Blade from his storage ring. It was a thin booklet, the paper yellowed and the edges worn, clearly having been read many times. Lin Fan turned to the first page. It contained a preface handwritten by Shadow Blade. Having journeyed into the world of martial arts for 23 years, I deeply understand its profound mysteries. Now, I record all that I have learned and realized in this book, so that future generations may avoid the pitfalls of detours. Lin Fan flipped through the pages one by one. Shadow Blade's notes were very detailed, from how to stabilize one's martial arts realm, to how to condense true essence, how to nourish the meridians, and how to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Every step was described in detail. What interested Lin Fan the most was the last chapter, Speculation on Military Generals. Above the martial master is the martial general, Shadow Blade wrote. Legend has it that martial generals possess true essence condensed to a tangible form, capable of releasing it to form Yuan Gang, integrating offense and defense. They can also begin to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, imbuing every move with the might of the universe. However, I was hampered by my limited aptitude and was never able to reach this realm. I briefly broke through using a secret technique, only then realizing the profound mysteries of a martial general. At that moment, the world was beneath my feet, and everything could be used at my disposal. Lin Fan was engrossed in watching. A military general. To be able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, what kind of realm would that be? He closed the book, shut his eyes, and replayed the battle with Shadow Blade in his mind. At that time, Shadow Blade burned his lifespan, briefly stepping into the realm of martial general. When that palm struck, Lin Fan felt unprecedented pressure. The world seemed to freeze at that moment. But that's all. His dragon scale defense still held up. His physical body is truly terrifying now. A military general. Lin Fan murmured to himself, I really want to meet him. He opened his eyes, a burning fighting spirit flashing in his dark golden pupils. Continue to cultivate and become stronger. Until one day, you truly stand at the pinnacle of this world. Outside the window, the sun is setting. In the gravity training room, the figure sitting cross-legged was like a silent mountain. Night had fallen, but the lights in the gravity training room were still on. Lin Fan sat cross-legged in the center of the training room, the surrounding gravity adjusted to 10 times the standard value. He closed his eyes, and his inner energy flowed slowly within his body, like a surging river. After a full day of training, he had read through the true explanation of martial masters he obtained from Shadow Blade, and his understanding of the martial master realm had deepened. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Lin Fan opened his eyes, his dark golden pupils flashing briefly in the light. Come in. The door opened, and Zhang Qingzhu appeared in the doorway. She was holding an exquisite wooden box in her hands, and her face showed a hint of solemnity. Lin Fan, I've brought you what I promised. She walked into the training room and placed the wooden box in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan opened the wooden box, inside which were several ancient books and scrolls neatly stacked. These are the martial arts realm insights collected by my Zhang family over generations. I copied them down one by one, Zhang Qingzhu said, pointing to the thick book at the top. This book, The Essentials of Martial Arts, was written by my great-grandfather. He was a peak martial master, only one step away from becoming a martial general. It details all his experiences in breaking through to martial master status, stabilizing his realm, and cultivating martial arts techniques. She then pointed to several thinner booklets. These are collections of insights from other martial arts masters gathered by our family. Although not as detailed as those written by my great-grandfather, they still contain many unique perspectives. Lin Fan opened The Essentials of Martial Arts, his eyes scanning a few lines, a look of satisfaction flashing in them. It is indeed more systematic and detailed than Shadow Blade's true explanation of martial arts. Shadow Blade's notes lean more towards personal experience, while this one is like a textbook, progressing step by step from theory to practice. There are also martial arts techniques. Zhang Qingzhu pointed to the lower level of the wooden box. Here are 5 high-grade Xian-level martial arts techniques, all suitable for martial arts masters. There are fist techniques, palm techniques, and movement techniques. You can choose whichever you like to practice. Lin Fan nodded. In truth, martial arts techniques at the martial master level were no longer of much use to him. He continued reading. At the very bottom was a yellowed animal hide scroll. Zhang Qingzhu's expression became even more serious. This is the information about the martial general realm. She lowered her voice. Martial General is a higher realm than Martial Master. In the entire Zhangzhou province, there are no more than 10 publicly known martial generals. Although my Zhang family has never produced a military general, my ancestor once obtained a fragment of an ancient book by chance, which recorded some information about the levels of military generals. Lin Fan unfurled the animal hide scroll. The writing on it was ancient and simple, yet clearly legible. Martial arts realms are divided into 3 levels: condensing qi, controlling qi, and harmonizing with the Dao. Condensed qi realm, true essence is condensed to a substantial state and can be released to form Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang combines offense and defense, it is difficult to be harmed by swords and blades, and its energy precedes the movement of fists and feet. Qi control realm, true essence resonates with the initial spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing one to draw upon external spiritual energy for one's own use. Every move and stance possesses the power of heaven and earth, far surpassing that of a martial arts master. Harmony realm, true essence merges with the laws of heaven and earth, with every gesture, one can trigger small-scale celestial phenomena. Only upon reaching this realm can one be considered a true powerhouse. Lin Fan watched intently. Condensing qi, controlling qi, merging with the Dao. 3 realms, each world apart. He recalled his battle with Shadow Blade. After burning through his lifespan, Shadow Blade briefly entered the rudimentary stage of the condensing qi realm. When that palm struck, he did indeed feel the presence of Yuan Gang, an energy that was more condensed and more domineering than true essence. Chapter 75. Interesting, Lin Fan murmured. He continued reading, and the scroll also recorded some profound mysteries of the martial arts realm. How to condense Yuan Qi, how to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how to break through bottlenecks. Although it is only a fragment, its value is immeasurable. It provides me with a path to break through to the martial general level, even though I am currently only at the initial stage of martial master. Lin Fan closed the scroll and looked at Zhang Qingzu. Very good, he said. I'm very satisfied with these things. Zhang Qingzu breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her face. That's good. She paused, then added, by the way, I practiced your stone-splitting leg technique, and it really works. Although it's only a low-grade Xian level technique, it's perfect for my current stage. Lin Fan nodded, practice slowly. You can ask me if you don't understand anything. Zhang Qingzu's eyes lit up, really? That's wonderful. Zhang Qingzu exclaimed, her face beaming. Then I won't disturb your cultivation any longer, I'll head back now. She turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and turned back. Lin Fan, that Black Dragon Martial Arts School matter, are you really sure you've cleaned it up? Lin Fan glanced at her. Zhang Qingzu quickly waved her hand, I'm not doubting you, I'm just reminding you. They'll definitely send people from the provincial capital to investigate, so, be careful. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. Rest assured. Zhang Qingzu nodded, pushed open the door, and left. The training room fell silent again. Lin Fan looked down at the ancient books in the wooden box, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. He had expected that the provincial capital would send people to investigate. But so what? Without evidence, without clues, what can they do to him? As for the Shadow Society headquarters, a cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. One comes, one is killed. Two come, two are killed. He closed his eyes again and continued his cultivation. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, 2 black SUVs slowly came to a stop in front of the Zhangzhou City Criminal Investigation Brigade. The car door opened, and 5 people got out. The leader was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and sharp eyes like a hawk. He was wearing a black trench coat with a silver badge pinned to his chest, the insignia of the Provincial Capital Special Investigation Bureau. His name is Zhou Zhengyang, Deputy Director of the Special Investigation Department of the Provincial Capital, and a martial arts expert at the first level of the condensation realm. Behind him were 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom were his subordinates, with the lowest cultivation level being the initial stage of martial master. Director Zhou. A tall, thin young man stepped forward, pointing to the criminal investigation team building not far away. This is the Zhangzhou Criminal Investigation Team. Zhou Zhengyang nodded and strode into the building. 10 minutes later, he was already sitting in the conference room of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, with a pile of case files about the Black Dragon Martial Arts School in front of him. Director Zhou, this is all the information we have so far. Song Ming stood respectfully to the side. The murderer was extremely cautious, leaving no trace whatsoever. Surveillance footage, fingerprints, scent, everything is blank. Zhou Zhengyang flipped through the case files, his brows furrowing slightly. Where is Shadowblade's corpse? The forensic team has already performed an autopsy. Zhou Zhengyang stood up, take me to see. Inside the forensic room, Shadowblade's body lay on the autopsy table, the bloody hole in his chest a horrifying sight. Zhou Zhengyang bent down to examine the wound carefully, gently pressing the edges of the wound with his fingers. A punch through the chest. He straightened up, a serious look flashing in his eyes. The smooth edges of the wound indicate that the assailant's punch was extremely fast and the power extremely concentrated. To achieve this, one must be at least a high-level martial artist, or even a martial general. And he pointed to Shadowblade's expression, look at his expression, not fear, not anger, but resentment. This shows that before he died, he realized he was no match for him, but had no chance to escape. Song Ming chimed in, Zhou Chu, do you mean, the killer is much stronger than Shadowblade? It wasn't just strong, Zhou Zhengyang shook his head, it was a complete crushing defeat. Shadowblade is a big shot in Zhangzhou, but there are no more than 5 people in the entire city who could kill him like that. He paused, then looked at Song Ming, have you investigated Chen Hejiao's interpersonal relationships? Song Ming quickly handed over a document. It's been investigated. Chen Hejiao has been operating in Zhangzhou for many years and has many enemies. But the one he has most deep-seated grudge against recently is a student named Lin Fan. Zhou Zhengyang took the documents and began to look through them. Lin Fan, a 17-year-old senior high school student at Zhangzhou No. 3 High School. A month ago, he was at the 3rd level of martial apprentice, now he is suspected to be at least the 8th level of martial artist. In the Tianese City Exchange competition, he defeated Zhou Tianhao of Tianese Martial Arts High School by defeating 5 opponents single-handedly. Later, during the encirclement and attack by the Black Dragon Martial Arts School, he turned the tables and killed Chen Hejiao, resulting in Chen Hejiao's arms being crippled. He looked up, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. From martial apprentice to martial master level 6 in a month? This Lin Fan is interesting. Song Ming nodded, yes, his growth rate is indeed astonishing. Furthermore, according to our investigation, after Chen Hejiao's arms were crippled, he hired the Shadow Society to assassinate Lin Fan. The Shadow Society sent 4 silver-ranked and 3 gold-ranked assassins, all of whom failed. Then what? Then, not long after, the Black Dragon Martial Arts School was wiped out, Song Ming said. Therefore, Lin Fan is highly suspicious. Zhou Zhengyang was silent for a few seconds. Where is Lin Fan now? At school. We've investigated his whereabouts, he's been staying at school these past few days, either in class or training in the gravity training room. Zhou Zhengyang closed the documents. Let's go, let's meet this Lin Fan. Zhangzhou No. 3 Middle School, Principal's Office. Principal Li was grading documents when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Please come in. The door opened, and Zhou Zhengyang walked in with 3 subordinates. Principal Li was taken aback and quickly stood up. Who are you? Zhou Zhengyang took out his identification and placed it on the table. Special Investigation Department of the Provincial Capital, Zhou Zhengyang. His voice was steady and powerful. Principal Li, we need a student from your school named Lin Fan to cooperate with our investigation. Principal Li's expression changed slightly. Lin Fan? What happened to him? This involves a major case. Zhou Zhengyang didn't elaborate. Principal Li, please cooperate. Principal Li was silent for a few seconds, then pressed the phone button on the table. Mr. Yang, could you please go to the gravity training room and call Lin Fan to come to my office? After hanging up the phone, he looked at Zhou Zhengyang and said carefully, Director Zhou, Lin Fan is one of our school's most outstanding students, excelling in both character and academics. He even led the school to win the city-level exchange competition. I wonder what case he's involved in. Zhou Zhengyang did not answer, but simply said, cooperating with the investigation is the duty of every citizen. Principal Li was secretly worried, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. 5 minutes later, the door was pushed open again. Lin Fan walked in. His 1.9-meter frame seemed to fill the entire doorway when he stood there. He was wearing a simple school uniform, but his calm and composed demeanor made Zhou Zhengyang's gaze slightly sharpen. What a fine young man! Principal Li quickly introduced, Lin Fan, these are comrades from the Special Investigation Department of the Provincial Capital. They want to ask you about some things. Zhou Zhengyang sized up Lin Fan and extended his hand. Lin Fan, please have a seat. Lin Fan sat down on the sofa, his expression calm. Zhou Zhengyang and his 3 subordinates also took their seats. The tall, thin young man quietly took out a palm-sized device from his pocket and placed it under the table. That's the latest type of lie detector, it can sense the heartbeat, breathing, and mental fluctuations of the person being questioned to determine whether they are lying. Another woman wearing glasses closed her eyes slightly, and an invisible spiritual force quietly emanated from her. She possesses a talent for reading minds, although she can only perceive superficial thoughts, it is enough to determine whether a person is guilty. Lin Fan noticed all these subtle movements. He smiled slightly, but didn't pay them any mind. Psychic detection detected. Block. A system notification sounded in my mind. Shield. Zhou Zhengyang spoke first, Lin Fan, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Zhengyang, Deputy Director of the Special Investigation Division of the Provincial Capital. These are my colleagues. Lin Fan nodded, hello, Director Zhou. We're here today to find out some things, Zhou Zhengyang said, staring into Lin Fan's eyes. You've heard about the Black Dragon Martial Arts School massacre, haven't you? I've heard about it, Lin Fan said calmly. It was on the news. Do you have a grudge against Chen Hejiao? Yes, Lin Fan said without hesitation, he sent men to ambush me in Tianese City. I fought back in self-defense and crippled both of his arms. Chapter 76. Zhou Zhenjiang's eyes flashed with surprise. This answer was too decisive, he had thought Lin Fan would hesitate. And then? After that, he kept trying to kill me. Lin Fan shrugged. I heard he hired people from the Shadow Society, but I was lucky and managed to escape. Zhou Zhengyang stared at him and continued, where were you the night the Black Dragon Martial Arts School was wiped out? I trained in the gravity training room, Lin Fan said. I trained until dawn, then went back to my dorm to sleep. Can anyone prove this? There are entry and exit records in the training room, and surveillance cameras in the dormitory building, Lin Fan said calmly. You can check. Zhou Zhengyang gestured to the tall, thin young man. The young man immediately took out his phone and began searching. Half a minute later, he raised his head and nodded slightly. Director Zhou, the training room's entry and exit records show that Lin Fan entered at 6 p.m. that evening and left at 1 a.m. The dormitory building's surveillance cameras also captured him returning to his dormitory at 1:15 a.m. and not leaving again. Zhou Zhengyang frowned slightly. A perfect alibi. He looked at the woman wearing glasses. The woman shook her head slightly, her mind-reading ability detected nothing. The boy's spirit was as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest fluctuation. The lie detector also failed to detect anything. Zhou Zhengyang remained silent for a few seconds. Lin Fan, Chen Hejiao hired the Shadow Society to kill you, Shadow Blade personally took action, and then Shadow Blade died. Don't you think that's too much of a coincidence? Lin Fan smiled. Director Zhou, do you suspect I killed Shadow Blade? He neither denied nor admitted it, but simply smiled and asked in return. Zhou Zhengyang stared at him. Can you do it? Lin Fan met Zhou Zhenjiang's gaze, his eyes calm as still water. Director Zhou, I'm just a student. A 6th-level martial artist. Shadow Blade is a martial master. Can I kill him? He paused, then his smile deepened. You flatter me too much. Zhou Zhengyang remained silent. He truly couldn't believe that a 17-year-old student could kill a Shadow Blade at the martial master level. Just how monstrous his talent must be. How terrifying his combat power. Are there such people in the entire Zhangzhou province? Perhaps there are, but it's absolutely impossible for them to appear in a child from an ordinary working-class family. Zhou Zhengyang stood up. Lin Fan, sorry to bother you, he said. Things haven't been peaceful lately, so be careful. The Shadow Clan won't let this go easily. Regardless of whether you killed Shadow Blade or not, they'll hold you accountable. Lin Fan also stood up. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Zhou. Zhou Zhengyang glanced at him and left with his subordinates. Principal Li quickly saw him out. Only Lin Fan remained in the office. He stood by the window, watching the black SUVs slowly drive out of the school gate below, a faint smile curving his lips. Lie detectors? Mind reading? In his eyes, they're all jokes. As for the Shadow Society headquarters, a cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Come on. Send as many as you want, kill them all. 10 minutes later, Principal Li returned to his office. Seeing Lin Fan still standing by the window, he quickly went over to him. Lin Fan, are you all right? Lin Fan turned around and smiled, it's nothing. Principal Li breathed a sigh of relief and patted him on the shoulder. That's good. Don't take what Director Zhou said to heart. You're the pride of our school, I believe in you. Lin Fan nodded. By the way, Principal Li lowered his voice, you really need to be careful with the Shadow Society. Those people act recklessly and don't follow the rules. Perhaps, you could take leave and go home to avoid them for a while. No need. Lin Fan shook his head. I know what I'm doing. Principal Li looked at his calm face and sighed inwardly. This child is becoming increasingly unpredictable. All right, he said. Be careful. By the way, the wilderness trials start in a week. How are your preparations going? Good. If you need anything, just let us know. The school will definitely help if it can. Lin Fan nodded, thank you, Principal. Principal Li smiled and patted him on the shoulder, all right, go on. Cultivate your skills well and bring honor to our school. Lin Fan walked out of the principal's office and along the familiar corridor toward the gravity training room. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a long shadow on him. He walked slowly, each step steady. The Shadow Society and the Provincial Capital Investigation Bureau? None of that matters. What matters is strength. If you're strong enough, all schemes and tricks are futile. Lin Fan pushed open the door to the gravity training room and went inside. The door closed slowly behind him. In the center of the training room, he sat cross-legged, opened the wooden box Zhang Qingzu had brought, and took out the book Essentials of Martial Arts. He took a deep breath and began to flip through the pages. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Inside the gravity training room, the air seemed to freeze. 10 times the force of gravity. If other students saw this number, they would be utterly astonished. An ordinary martial artist is considered quite good if they can move normally under 3 times gravity. 5 times gravity is enough to make it difficult for martial artists below the 7th level to move an inch. 10 times the gravity is a realm that only martial arts masters can challenge. Even a novice martial arts master would find it difficult to breathe and slow down their movements if they entered it. If someone below the level of a martial arts master enters, they will at least be pressed to the floor, or at worst, crushed. However, at this moment, the figure sitting cross-legged in the center of the training room remained as still as a mountain. Lin Fan did not activate the bone shrinking and shape-changing technique. He returned to his original body shape. 2.5 meters is his current height in his complete form. After a week of secluded cultivation, without deliberately suppressing his physique, his body swelled up again. His broad shoulders looked like they could support a mountain, and his muscles were like cast iron. Sitting there cross-legged, he truly resembled a small mountain. His bare upper body was covered with fine dragon scale patterns, which shimmered with a faint bluish-black luster under the light. That was the natural manifestation of the azure dragon form in its normal state. As the level of imitation improved, his control over the dragon transformation became more and more exquisite, and he could now summon partial dragon transformations at any time. At this moment, Lin Fan closed his eyes, his breathing long and deep. Within the body, qi and blood surge like a mighty river, and true essence flows wildly through the meridians. Over the course of a week, he repeatedly studied the essentials of martial arts that Zhang Qingzu had given him, and combined it with Yin Gren's true explanation of martial arts, which gave him a deeper understanding of the realms of martial arts masters. The martial arts master realm is divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Initial stage, true essence is initially formed, and can be released to injure enemies. Intermediate level, true essence is condensed and can be attached to weapons or fists and feet to greatly enhance their power. At the advanced stage, true essence and physical body are deeply integrated, the physique begins to be transformed, and lifespan is extended. At his peak, with his true essence perfected, he had touched the threshold of condensing qi, preparing to break through to the martial general level. Meanwhile, he was breaking through to the middle stage of martial master. Within his body, the surging qi and blood were mobilized by the overlord body breathing method, like angry dragons rampaging through his meridians. Each impact broadens the meridians, each impact refines the true essence. But the barriers to overcome were more formidable than imagined. Lin Fan frowned slightly. He could sense that the resources he needed to break through were far beyond what ordinary people required. For an ordinary martial artist, progressing from the beginner to the intermediate level might simply require sufficient accumulation of experience, it will happen naturally. But he couldn't. His physique was too strong, his physical body too terrifying. Each time he advanced, the energy he needed was several times, even 10 times, that of others. The resources brought back from the wilderness, the golden-winged rock's crystal core, the Kaienki's essence blood, and countless 3rd and 2nd tier crystal cores have all been completely consumed. However, if given enough resources, he could directly break through to the level of a military general. No wonder they say scholars are poor and warriors are rich, Lin Fan thought to himself. Even if an ordinary person has talent, without the support of resources, they won't go far. Chapter 77. But this was not the time for lamentation. He took a deep breath and retrieved the last item he had kept hidden away from his storage ring. The small vial of dark red blood contained the essence of the Kaienki, its last drop. This was something he had saved for himself, intending to use it when attempting to advance to a higher level. But now it seems he'll need to use it to break through to the intermediate level. Lin Fan tilted his head back and swallowed the drop of blood. Boom! A violent burst of energy exploded instantly. The intense collision within Lin Fan's body was followed by a rapid fusion. It's like adding fuel to the fire, pushing the already surging blood and energy to their limits. The meridians are tearing, yet healing. The vital energy is boiling, yet condensing. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and frantically circulated the overlord body breathing technique. Give me a breakthrough. A deep, rumbling sound emanated from within. The sound was like ancient war drums, or like thunder. The floor of the 10 times gravity training room trembled slightly at that moment. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from his dark golden pupils, as if they were tangible, leaving faint traces in the air. He opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of stale air. The turbid air shot out like a streak of red silk, and with a whoosh, it punched a fist-sized hole in the wall 3 meters away. Smoke filled the air, and gravel fell in a soft patter. Lin Fan slowly stood up. Crackling and popping. His entire skeleton cracked and popped like popping beans. His muscles stretched, and his bones resonated. His 2.5 meter frame appeared even more imposing at that moment. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. True energy surged through his meridians, at least twice as concentrated as before his breakthrough. Every inch of his muscle was filled with explosive power. It felt as if he could punch through a mountain. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the intermediate martial master level. Detected that the host broke through using the essence blood of the Kaienki, resulting in a further increase in physical strength and a true essence refinement level far exceeding that of other members of the same level. Kaido template imitation accuracy increased, 30.5% 32.8%. Armament haki mastery increased, proficiency 22% proficiency 28%. Observation haki mastery increased, proficiency 18% proficiency 24%. Mastery of Conqueror's haki increased, proficiency 28% proficiency 35%. Current projected energy, 15,200 points. Lin Fan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The feeling of becoming stronger was truly exhilarating. The feeling of power surging within you, growing stronger with each passing second, is irresistible. He looked down at his hands, then at the hole in the wall that had been punched through in one go. Mid-level martial master. In just over a month, he went from the 4th level of martial apprentice to the mid-level martial master. Such speed is unbelievable. Cool. Lin Fan uttered this single word, then turned and walked towards the corner of the training room. There stood a brand new testing platform, a high-grade Xian-level device, specially designed for martial artists. He clenched his fist, his true energy surging, an armament haki coiled around it. A punch was thrown. Boom! The numbers on the test track jumped wildly. 50,000, 60,000, 70,000. Snap! The screen shattered, and the numbers froze on the screen. 100,000. The entire test pile exploded with a deafening roar. Lin Fan withdrew his fist, looked at the shards scattered on the ground, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. You should know that a mid-level martial artist's punch is only 78,000 jin, while his punch is 100,000 jin. If he unleashes his full power, combined with his Azure Dragon form and armament haki, then his power will likely surge even further. He stretched his limbs and his gaze fell on the clock on the wall. It was already noon. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Today is the day I promised Lao Zhou. His spiked club should be finished by now. Lin Fan quickly put on his clothes, activated the bone shrinking and shape changing technique, and compressed his body back to 1.9 meters tall. Although he was still taller than the average person, at least he wouldn't be too conspicuous. Stepping out of the training room, the sunlight was blinding. Lin Fan took a deep breath, feeling the long-lost sunshine and breeze. It's been a week. I stayed indoors for a whole week, practicing in the gravity training room. When hungry, he ate the dry rations he had brought. When tired, he took a short nap. All his time was spent studying the cultivation techniques and trying to break through to a higher realm. Now that he'd successfully broken through, it was time to relax. He rubbed his stomach. He was hungry, he'd go to the cafeteria to grab something. The cafeteria at Zhengzhou No. 3 Middle School is currently experiencing its lunch rush. Lin Fan carried his tray and walked towards the food serving window. "Auntie, 10 servings of rice, 5 servings of braised pork, 5 servings of spare ribs, and 10 eggs, please." The cafeteria lady's hand trembled slightly as she looked up at the 1.9-meter tall student in front of her, her eyes filled with shock. "Hey, classmate, are you eating alone?" "Right." The aunt swallowed hard, but still gave him the call. Lin Fan, carrying a full plate of food, found a corner seat and sat down. Then he began to eat. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. The rice vanished like a whirlwind, and the meat and vegetables disappeared at a visible rate. He chewed quickly, but his movements were unhurried, as if he were simply having a normal meal. 10 minutes later, more than 20 empty bowls and plates had already piled up in front of Lin Fan. He burped and rubbed his stomach. 7/10 full, he murmured. "That's about right." When I looked up, I found that a group of people had gathered around me. Dozens of students stood there, staring at him in disbelief, as if he were a monster. Holy crap, how much did he eat? More than 20 bowls of rice. More than a dozen plates of vegetables. Is that even a human's appetite? That's Lin Fan. It's that Lin Fan. I heard he's the strongest in our school, but I never imagined his appetite was so terrifying. Are all martial artists this good eaters? If I practiced martial arts, my family would be eaten out of house and home. Lin Fan stood up expressionlessly, carrying the empty plate towards the recycling area. As they passed the group of students, they automatically made way for them. Lin Fan didn't look to the side and left directly. Behind me, a buzz of discussion arose. But he didn't care, only the weak would. Martial arts training is extremely taxing, so it's normal for them to be able to eat. It would be abnormal if they couldn't eat. Half an hour later, Lin Fan stood at the entrance of Old Joe's blacksmith shop. The same faded plaque, the same weapon racks overflowing with weapons. But today, the shop was noticeably busier than last time, with several apprentices busily going in and out. As soon as Lin Fan stepped inside, a young apprentice immediately came to greet him. "Hello sir, how can I help you?" "I'm looking for Master Joe," Lin Fan said. "I'm here to pick up the weapon I ordered earlier." The apprentice's eyes lit up. "You must be Mr. Lin? Master Joe instructed me to invite you directly into the inner courtyard. Please follow me." He led Lin Fan through the shop to the inner courtyard at the back. This was a spacious courtyard, filled with various semi-finished weapons and materials. In the very center was a huge forging platform, with a roaring fire and several blacksmiths busy at work. The apprentice asked Lin Fan to wait a moment, then quickly walked into a room. A few minutes later, Old Joe came running out with a big smile on his face. "Mr. Lin! You've arrived!" He greeted him warmly. "Please come in, please come in." Lin Fan followed him into a reception room. As soon as he sat down, Old Joe eagerly said, "Mr. Lin, I've finished forging your weapon. And I'm not bragging, but this is my proudest creation." He shouted outside, "Bring the things in." Several apprentices entered in response, carrying a weapon covered with a red cloth, and walked in with difficulty. Lin Fan's gaze was instantly drawn to it. Although the weapon was covered by a red cloth, you could tell how heavy it was just by looking at how the apprentices were carrying it, sweating profusely and struggling to move. "Put it here," Old Joe instructed. The apprentices carefully placed the weapon on the ground, making a dull thud that caused the ground to tremble slightly. Old Joe stepped forward and yanked off the red cloth. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. It was a rod about 1.8 meters long, with a shaft as thick as an adult's arm, and a dark bluish-black color. The spiked club was covered with menacing spikes, each as thick as an index finger, incredibly sharp, and gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The head of the mace is twice as thick as the shaft, and it is octagonal, with all 8 facets covered with sharp spikes, resembling a giant hedgehog. The mace's end is slightly thinner, engraved with anti-slip patterns, and the handle is wrapped with a layer of dark red leather, made of mutated animal hide, which is anti-slip and sweat absorbent. The spiked club stood there silently, exuding a fierce and domineering aura. Chapter 78. Lin Fan stood up and walked to the spiked club. He reached out and grasped the handle. With a forceful pull, the spiked club flew out of his hand. So heavy, Lin Fan thought to himself. He held the spiked club in one hand and swung it lightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The baton sliced through the air with a low whistling sound. With a casual wave of the hand, there is a sound of air being cut through. If it were swung with full force, its power would be unimaginable. Lin Fan became more and more satisfied as he looked at it. He gripped the stick with both hands, assumed a stance, and then began to swing it. The spiked club seemed to come alive in his hands, sweeping horizontally, slashing vertically, striking diagonally, and thrusting. Every move was powerful and every strike was heavy and forceful. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sticks flew wildly, tearing the air apart with a whooshing sound. Old Joe and his apprentices watched in stunned silence. They knew how heavy that spiked club was, a full 800 pounds. An 800-pound weapon, in this young man's hands, was as light as a feather, wielded with incredible speed and power. What kind of monster is this? Lin Fan put away his baton and stood up, looking at old Joe. Very good, he said. I'm very satisfied. Host detected using a spiked club as a weapon, highly consistent with Kaido's fighting style. Imitation accuracy improved, 32.8%, 33.5%. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Such a good thing? It seems he could look for related items in the future. Old Joe beamed, I'm glad Mr. Lin is satisfied. I used every trick in the book to forge this spiked club. Look at this staff. It uses your 5th-tier Kyanki bone as the main bone, mixed with fragments of meteorite iron. Its hardness is absolutely unparalleled. These spikes are made of crimson flame python bone, incredibly sharp, with top-notch armor-piercing capabilities. He proceeded to give his presentation in great detail. And this handle, I've embedded that golden heart inside. It automatically nourishes your chi and blood. Long-term use is also beneficial for cultivation. I inscribed a few simple formations on the surface of the staff, one for solid and the other for sharp. Although they aren't as exquisite as those inscribed by a true formation master, they're better than nothing. Lin Fan listened and nodded inwardly. This old Joe is definitely got some skills. Mr. Lin, old Joe said, rubbing his hands together sheepishly, why don't we go to the training ground and test the weapon's power? To be honest, I'd also like to know just how powerful my most prized creation really is. Lin Fan nodded, okay. The training ground was located deep in the backyard of the blacksmith's shop, an open space of about 300 square meters. The ground was paved with thick bluestone, and various testing equipment, stone weights, wooden figures, and iron stakes were placed around it. Mr. Lin, please feel free to try. Old Joe pointed to the specially made iron stakes in the center of the arena. Those are specially used by me to test the power of weapons. They are made of refined steel. Ordinary Xian rank weapons will at most leave a mark when they hit them. Lin Fan, carrying a spiked club, walked to the center of the arena. He took a deep breath, gripped the bat with both hands, and then brought it down. Boom! The spiked club slammed into the iron stake. The iron stake shattered instantly, as if made of paper. Fragments flew everywhere, some several meters away. Old Joe and his apprentice's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This. Old Joe's lips trembled, that's 10 centimeters thick of refined steel. Lin Fan didn't stop. He turned around and looked at another iron stake. Sweep with the spiked club. Clang! The second iron stake snapped in half. The upper part flew out and embedded itself in the wall 10 meters away. Then, turning around, there was the third iron stake. Vertical split. Boom. The iron stake was split in two from top to bottom. 3 blows, 3 iron stakes, all useless. Lin Fan put away his bat and looked at Old Joe. That's fine. Old Joe was completely stunned. After a long while, he finally came to his senses, his face flushed with excitement. A divine weapon. This is a true divine weapon, he murmured. I, Old Joe, have been a blacksmith my whole life, and I've never forged a weapon of this caliber. He looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with gratitude. Mr. Lin, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. To have forged such a weapon makes my life worthwhile. Lin Fan nodded. He took out the golden winged rock feather from his storage ring and handed it to Old Joe. I promised. Old Joe accepted it with both hands, as if holding a rare treasure. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. He bowed repeatedly. Mr. Lin, if you ever need anything built in the future, just come to me. I, Old Joe, won't take a single penny. Lin Fan, carrying a spiked club, walked out of the blacksmith shop. In the sunlight, the spikes on the mace gleamed coldly. He waved his hand a few times, feeling its heavy weight. 800 caddies. Perfect. Next, it's time to go to the auction. Lin Fan put away the spiked club and headed towards the treasure pavilion. The items I consigned for auction a week ago should have been decided by now. Who knows, maybe I'll find something good. The sun was shining brightly. Lin Fan, carrying his newly acquired spiked club, walked happily toward the treasure pavilion. He casually lifted an 800-pound weapon in his hand, as if it were nothing at all. Passers-by turned their heads to look at the young man carrying the monstrous club, their eyes filled with horror. Lin Fan didn't pay any attention. When he reached the entrance of the treasure pavilion, he put the spiked club into his storage ring. Jubeo Pavilion was exceptionally lively today. The gate was filled with all kinds of luxury vehicles, and well-dressed people were constantly going in and out. 2 rows of guards in uniform stood at the entrance, each exuding a powerful aura, at least at the 5th level of martial arts. As soon as Lin Fan stepped through the gate, a young maid in a cheongsam immediately came to greet him. Hello sir, are you here to attend the auction? Lin Fan nodded. The maid smiled warmly, Sir, please follow me. The auction is about to begin. She led Lin Fan through the hall to a tightly closed door. Pushing the door open, a cacophony of noise rushed out. This is a spacious hall, large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Directly in front of us was a raised platform covered with a red carpet, upon which sat an exquisite auction table. The audience consisted of rows of seats, and about 70 to 80% of them were already occupied. There are second floors on both sides of the hall, divided into individual private rooms, covered by beaded curtains, through which one can vaguely see the figures inside. The maid led Lin Fan to a private room on the second floor. Sir, this is your VIP seat, she said with a smile. There are dedicated staff in the box, please feel free to press the bell if you need anything. Lin Fan entered the private room. The space wasn't large, but it was decorated elegantly. There was a comfortable sofa and a coffee table with tea and snacks on it. Directly in front is a floor-to-ceiling window, from which the auction stage can be clearly seen, but from the outside, it is impossible to see inside. Lin Fan sat down on the sofa, his gaze sweeping across the lobby downstairs. There were quite a few people there. There were family scions dressed in fine clothes, martial arts masters with composed demeanor, wealthy merchants with their entourages, and others shrouded in black robes, clearly not wanting to reveal their identities. Bite. A clear, crisp bell rang. The hall gradually quieted down. On the auction stage, a woman in a red cheongsam gracefully walked out. She was tall and slender with a beautiful face. Her long hair was styled in an updo, revealing her long, elegant neck. A professional smile played on her lips as her gaze swept across the room, exuding a powerful aura. Distinguished guests, welcome to this month's auction at Jubaoj. Her clear and melodious voice resonated throughout the hall via amplification. I am today's auctioneer, Hongxiu. Enough with the small talk, let's get straight to the point. She clapped her hands gently. A maid carried a tray covered with a red cloth onto the stage and placed it on the auction table. Chapter 79. Hongxiu lifted the red cloth, revealing a yellowed ancient book. The first item up for auction is the Mystic Ice Palm, a mid-grade mystic level martial art. This palm technique is powered by icy true energy. When mastered, it can condense energy into ice, injuring opponents invisibly. Starting bid, 500,000 credits. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone in the hall held up a sign. 550,000. 600,000. 650,000. The price climbed steadily and finally sold for 900,000. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, watching with great interest. Next, one item after another was brought out for auction. There were cultivation manuals, weapons and treasures, medicinal ingredients, and rare and precious items. Each item attracted fierce bidding from the crowd, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. On the stage, a maidservant held a transparent jade bottle. Inside the bottle were a few drops of dark red liquid, which gleamed eerily under the lamplight. That was something he sold at an auction, the essence blood of a fourth-tier mutated beast. Hongxiu's voice rang out, item number 43, 3 drops of fourth-tier mutated beast essence blood. The preciousness of fourth-tier essence blood is self-evident. This essence blood can be used for cultivation, alchemy, and feeding battle pets. Its uses are wide-ranging. Starting bid, 3 million credits. A gasp of surprise rippled through the hall. Fourth-tier essence blood. That's a rare find. 3 million? Worth the price. 3.5 million. 4 million. 4.5 million. Prices skyrocketed. Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. In the end, the 3 drops of essence blood were sold for 6.8 million, significantly higher than the expected 5 million. The auction continued. Lin Fan also bid several times. He won a bottle of beauty-enhancing pills, intending to give it to his mother. A piece of protective soft armor, low-grade Xian level, lightweight and practical. I'll buy it for my father's self-defense. A rare refining material. I'll keep it for future use. A few fragmentary ancient books about the realms of military generals, though not as detailed as the volume Zhang Qingzue gave them, are better than nothing. Lin Fan didn't feel bad at all, since the money was all contributed by Chen Hejiao and Yin Gren. Time passed, and the auction was drawing to a close. Hongxiu cleared her throat, her voice suddenly rising. Distinguished guests, next up is the grand finale of this auction. The atmosphere in the room instantly became heavy. Lin Fan also sat up straight. He had noticed long ago that from the start of the auction until now, the powerful families and influential figures downstairs hadn't made a move. They were waiting for this last item to be auctioned. Hongxiu clapped her hands. 4 burly men carried a huge box onto the stage, the box covered with a black cloth. Hongxiu walked to the box, placed her hand on the black cloth, and scanned the entire room with her gaze. Before revealing the item, please allow me to keep you in suspense, she smiled. This piece is a rare artifact unearthed from ancient ruins. Its effects, for some of you present, are priceless. Someone in the audience couldn't help but shout, Miss Hongxiu, stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us what it is. Hongxiu smiled slightly and suddenly lifted the black cloth. Fragments of the remains of the ancient mythical beast Suan Wu. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. Inside the box lay a palm-sized fragment of bone. The bone was dark brown, its surface covered with fine lines, and it faintly shimmered with light. Even from this distance, Lin Fan could sense the terrifying energy contained within. Fragment of Suanwu remains, fragment of the remains of the ancient divine beast Suanwu, containing pure water and earth energy. It can be used for cultivation, weapon forging, and comprehending the laws of nature. It has remarkable effects on those cultivating water or earth attribute techniques, and is also of great benefit to those possessing the bloodline of a divine beast. Lin Fan's heart raced. Suanwu is one of the 4 ancient mythical beasts. An existence on par with the Azure Dragon. His Azure Dragon bloodline belongs to the same divine beast category as the Black Tortoise. If he could obtain this relic and comprehend the laws contained within it, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to his cultivation. Hongxiu's voice rang out, fragments of the Suanwu remains, starting bid, 50 million credits. Alternatively, exchange with treasures of equal value. Highest bidder wins. 55 million, someone downstairs immediately shouted out a bid. 60 million. 65 million. 70 million. Prices have skyrocketed. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse in his heart. He glanced at his assets, 8 million from Chen Hejiao, 20 million from Yin Gren, plus 6,800,000 from the auction of his essence blood, totaling less than 35 million. It wasn't even enough to cover the starting bid. Moreover, even if he had enough money, he wouldn't dare to film it. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. With so many powerful families and influential figures eyeing these remains, whoever bids for them will become the target of everyone's ire. Lin Fan leaned back on the sofa, watching quietly. The bidding has become extremely fierce. 80 million. 85 million. 90 million. 95 million. The price has exceeded 100 million. Below the stage, 2 people who were clearly representatives of a large family were fiercely bidding. One was an elderly man with white hair and a deep aura, at least a high-level martial artist. Several guards stood beside him, each one eyeing him menacingly. The other was a middle-aged man, dressed in fine clothes, with a menacing look on his face. Behind him stood an old man in black, his eyes closed in meditation, but the faint aura emanating from him caused those around him to instinctively avoid him. 120 million, the white-haired old man gritted his teeth. 130 million, the middle-aged man sneered. Old man Wang, can your Wang family come up with that much money? The white-haired old man's face was ashen. You surnamed son, do you really want to oppose the Wang family? So what if we oppose you? The middle-aged man retorted defiantly. This set of remains, my son family is determined to have. Hongxiu's voice rang out at the opportune moment, gentlemen, please verify your credentials first. A moment later, both of them passed the verification process. Bidding continues. 150 million. 160 million. 180 million. Ultimately, the price settled at 180 million. The middle-aged man won. The white-haired old man's face turned ashen, and he stormed off. With a decisive blow, Hongxiu declared, "Congratulations to the Sun family for acquiring the fragments of the Suanwu's remains." The audience erupted in applause, but how much of it was genuine remains to be seen. Lin Fan looked at the middle-aged man, a slight smile playing on his lips. He knew the real show was just beginning. After the auction ended, the auction house sent someone to deliver the beauty pills and armor that Lin Fan had purchased, along with the money from the sale of the blood essence of the 4th-tier mutated beast that he had entrusted to the auction house. After putting the items and money into his storage ring, Lin Fan didn't rush to leave. He sat in the private room, his observation haki quietly spreading out and enveloping the entire auction house. The middle-aged man from the Sun family was making the handover with the auction house representatives. His guards stood watch closely around him. But Lin Fan noticed that the middle-aged man did not retrieve the Suanwu remains himself, but sent an attendant instead. A switcheroo. Lin Fan understood. Sure enough, a moment later, a man dressed as a servant quietly left through the back door, his arms bulging, clearly hiding something. At the same time, the middle-aged man, accompanied by guards, swaggered out of the front door, attracting a group of people who gave chase. Lin Fan used his observation haki to lock onto the follower and silently followed him. The streets were teeming with people. The attendant walked quickly, glancing back frequently. He deliberately chose to take the narrow alleys, winding his way through the streets, clearly trying to shake off any potential pursuers. But he didn't know that someone was always following him 50 meters behind, like a ghost. Lin Fan's observation haki not only allows him to lock onto targets, but also to sense the emotional fluctuations of everyone around him. At this moment, he sensed that, besides himself, at least 5 other auras were also tracking this follower. Everyone wants to be the one who catches the cicada's wing. Lin Fan sneered inwardly. The attendant walked into a quiet alley. Suddenly, he stopped. 3 people blocked the way ahead. Leading the group was the white-haired old man, the representative of the Wang family. "Young man, hand over the item, and I'll spare your life," the white-haired old man said calmly. The attendant's expression changed, and he turned to run. But 2 more people appeared behind him, attacking from both sides. You dare to make a move in Zhangzhou City," the follower said in a trembling voice. The white-haired old man smiled. "Zhangzhou City? This is outside the city walls." Chapter 80. The attendant was taken aback, only then realizing that he had unknowingly left the city. "Hand over the remains of Suan Yu, and I'll spare your life." The white-haired old man stepped forward, unleashing the full power of a mid-level martial master. The attendant, his face ashen, trembled as he took a wooden box from his robes. But at that moment... Wait! 3 more figures rushed out from the shadows. "Old man Wang, these remains don't belong to your Wang family." The leader was a bald, burly man with bulging muscles and a violent aura. The white-haired old man's face darkened. "You blood wolf mercenary group dare to meddle. So what if I get involved?" the bald, burly man sneered. "Whoever gets these remains keeps them." Taking advantage of their standoff, the attendant turned and ran. But after only a few steps, he was forced back by a force. 2 more people have appeared. Haha, how could Black Wind's stronghold miss such a lively event? In an instant, 4 or 5 groups of people gathered in the alley, confronting each other, and the atmosphere was tense. The attendants were surrounded, trembling with fear. The white-haired old man said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, this standoff isn't a solution. How about this?" He looked at the crowd. "Let's compete fairly. Whoever gets the remains first gets them. No one else is allowed to interfere, how about it?" The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Good. Agreed." The words had barely left his lips when everyone moved simultaneously. Their target, the wooden box in the follower's hand. Bang! The attendant was sent flying by a single blow, the wooden box slipping from his grasp and landing on the ground. 4 or 5 groups of people pounced on the box. A chaotic battle breaks out. Fists and feet clashed, true energy surged. Chaos erupted in the alley. "Get out of my way! This is mine! You're asking for it!" Ah! Screams, curses, and the clash of weapons rose and fell in waves. Lin Fan stood in the shadows at the far end of the alley, silently watching all of this. With his observation haki fully activated, every move of everyone involved in the chaotic battle was clearly displayed in his mind. In the chaos, the white-haired old man grabbed the wooden box. But the next second, he was punched in the back by the bald giant. The wooden box slipped from their grasp again. It flew high into the air and landed at the edge of the crowd. All eyes were on the wooden box. Just as the box was about to hit the ground, a figure appeared there like a ghost. It really was Lin Fan. He grabbed the wooden box and put it into his storage ring. The alleyway fell silent instantly. Everyone stared blankly at the young man who had suddenly appeared. "Who are you? Hand over the item," the white-haired old man shouted sternly. Lin Fan did not answer. He slowly took out the spiked club from his storage ring. With an 800-pound weapon in hand, a fierce aura instantly spread out. "Boy, hand over the remains." The bald, burly man grinned maliciously as he lunged forward. Lin Fan didn't even glance at him. He casually swung his spiked club. Bang! The bald, burly man flew backward like a tattered sack, crashing into a wall and then falling silent. The entire hall was deathly silent. The white-haired old man's pupils suddenly contracted. A martial arts master. This young man is also a martial artist. And that power is definitely not at the beginner level. "Everyone, attack together. This kid doesn't play by the rules," he shouted. The remaining men exchanged glances and simultaneously pounced on Lin Fan. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. Too slow. He moved, swinging his spiked club horizontally. Bang! 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 3 people were sent flying backwards. Chop it vertically again. Boom! 2 people crashed into the ground. In a flash, he appeared before the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man's face turned deathly pale as he unleashed a powerful palm strike. Lin Fan neither dodged nor evaded, letting the palm strike his chest. Bang! Seeing Lin Fan unharmed, the white-haired old man was stunned. "What kind of strange thing is this?" Lin Fan looked at him, a flash of disdain in his eyes. Then, he gently pushed the spiked club forward. Bang! The white-haired old man also flew out. 3 seconds. 7 people, all wiped out. Lin Fan put away his spiked club, didn't even glance at the people lying on the ground groaning, and turned to leave. As he walked out of the alley, he glanced back. In the darkness, the screams of those people faded into the distance. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly, he had obtained the Suanwu remains. And without spending a single penny. Under the cover of night, Lin Fan quietly returned home. The moment he pushed open the door, the lights in the living room and the familiar figures of his parents melted away the murderous aura he had accumulated in the wilderness and at the Black Dragon Martial Arts School. "Son's back." Lin's mother, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, immediately stood up upon hearing the noise. "Why are you so late today? Have you eaten?" Mr. Lin also put down his newspaper, took off his reading glasses, and looked over. Lin Fan smiled and walked over to sit down next to his mother. "I've already eaten," he said. "Mom, I brought you some things today." He took out 2 exquisite boxes from his storage ring and placed them on the coffee table. Lin's mother leaned closer curiously. "What is it? Why are you being so mysterious?" Lin Fan first opened the smaller box, inside which was a pure white pill that emitted a faint fragrance. "This is a beauty-enhancing pill," Lin Fan said. "Mom, take it before bed tonight for best results. It can regulate your body, slow down aging, and make you look much younger." Lin's mother's eyes lit up, but then she hesitated. "Son, this thing must be expensive, right? Where did you get the money?" Lin Fan opened another box, inside which was a soft armor as thin as a cicada's wing, with a soft texture and a faint metallic sheen. "This is a protective soft armor, low-grade Xian rank." Lin Fan picked up the armor and handed it to his father. "Dad, wear this when you go out from now on. It's lightweight and won't get in the way, but it can block attacks from martial artists." Lin's father took the soft armor. It felt light and soft to the touch, almost weightless. He examined it with some surprise, his eyes full of doubt. "Son, these things." He looked up, staring directly at Lin Fan. "Tell me honestly, where did these things come from? Did you do something illegal?" Lin's mother also looked at him nervously. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart. This is what parents are like, their first reaction isn't surprise, but worry that their son has gone astray. Dad, Mom, don't worry, he said earnestly. These things were all obtained through legitimate channels. Didn't I represent the school in the city-level exchange competition a while ago? We won the championship, and the school gave us a prize. We happened to come across these items at an auction, so we bought them for you. This was a reason he had already come up with. The prize money for the champion of the exchange competition wasn't that much, but the parents didn't understand the world of martial arts, so that explanation was enough. Mr. and Mrs. Lin exchanged a glance, a look of relief flashing in their eyes. Good, good. Lin's father patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Our son has made something of himself, he knows how to respect his parents. Lin's mother's eyes also reddened slightly as she held Lin Fan's hand. Son, you've grown up. After finishing dinner, Lin Fan returned to his room. He closed the door, and the world fell silent. He took out the palm-sized fragment of the Suanwu bone from his storage ring. The bones were dark brown, with fine lines covering their surface, and a faint shimmering light emanated from them. Holding it in your hand, you can feel the immense energy it contains. Lin Fan looked at it over and over, but didn't react. Blood Oath. He recalled a scene from a novel from his past life. Chapter 81. He bit his fingertip, and a drop of golden blood fell onto the remains. The blood was absorbed instantly. Immediately afterwards, the fragments of Suanwu's remains burst forth with dazzling light. The light was dark brown, yet tinged with a faint gold, illuminating the entire room. Lin Fan could clearly feel a strange connection being established between him and the remains. It creates a resonance, like the resonance of blood ties. Host blood recognition detected, connection established with Suanwu bone fragments. Fragment of Suanwu's remains, already bound to a master, can be stored and nurtured within the body. Effects: 1. Increases cultivation speed by 30%, 2. Improves mental clarity and comprehension, 3. Slowly transforms the physique, enhancing affinity with water and earth elements, 4. Allows comprehension of fragments of the Suanwu law contained within. Lin Fan's heart stirred. Take it into his body? With a slight thought, the fragment of the Suanwu bone actually transformed into a beam of light and entered his chest. Lin Fan looked down and saw a faint, intertwined tortoise and snake pattern on his chest, barely visible. The next moment, he sensed a change. The whole world seemed different. The air became clearer, and he could sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth floating in the air, and see them floating like fireflies. His mind became clearer than ever before. Some points that he couldn't understand in his previous cultivation were now clear as if the clouds had parted and the sun was shining. Even more remarkably, the speed at which his internal energy circulated had noticeably increased, by about 30%. Lin Fan sat down cross-legged and tried to circulate the overlord body breathing technique. The vital energy surged like a mighty river, circulating wildly through the meridians. Each cycle was nearly twice as fast as the last. Moreover, the feeling was no longer simply about cultivation, but rather as if it were resonating with something. In harmony with the laws of heaven and earth, and with the azure dragon bloodline dormant within his own body. Half an hour later, Lin Fan opened his eyes. He was astonished to find that the effects of this half hour of cultivation were equivalent to a normal hour. Good stuff, he murmured, a look of surprise in his eyes. But then he frowned slightly. Referring to the Overlord's breathing technique. This low-grade Xian-level cultivation technique, borrowed from Zhang Qingzu, once helped him advance rapidly in his martial arts realm. But now, as he breaks through to the intermediate level of martial master, this breathing technique is starting to feel somewhat inadequate. The speed, efficiency, and depth of his true essence circulation gradually failed to keep up with his needs. I need a higher level breathing technique, Lin Fan thought to himself. Earthly rank or celestial rank? He remembered what teacher Yang had said, if he needed any help, he could go to her. Principal Li had also said that he could contact him if he needed anything. I'll ask them tomorrow. Lin Fan closed his eyes again and, with the aid of the Suanwu remains, entered a state of deep cultivation. The tortoise and snake pattern on his chest glowed faintly, echoing the patterns within his body. Nothing more was said that night. The next morning, Lin Fan was awakened by a scream. Ah! It was her mother's voice. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes and dashed out of the room. Then he froze. In the living room, Lin's mother stood in front of the mirror, covering her face with her hands, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin's father circled her several times, muttering, "She looks younger, really younger." Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling both amused and exasperated. "Mom, you scared me so early this morning." Lin's mother turned around, and Lin Fan was also taken aback. "You really look younger now." His face, which originally indicated he was in his 50s, now looked no more than his early 30s. Her skin became fair and delicate, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes faded to almost invisible, and even her hair became jet black and shiny. "Son! This beauty pill of yours is amazing." Lin's mother excitedly grabbed Lin Fan's hand. "Your mother feels 20 years younger all of a sudden." Lin's father, standing to the side, said sourly, "You've grown young, I'm still an old man." Lin Fan smiled, "Dad, you look much more energetic in your soft armor." Lin's father looked down at the soft armor he was wearing, it did fit him well and didn't hinder his movement. All right, you two are both beautiful." He waved his hand. "Go brush your teeth, wash your face, and eat breakfast." After breakfast, Lin Fan went to school. Walking down the familiar streets, the sun was warm, and pedestrians hurried by. Everything was the same as usual. But Lin Fan knew things were different now. The Suanwu remains within him were slowly transforming his physique. He could feel that his perception of the surrounding environment had become more acute, and his affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had increased. When I arrived at the classroom, morning reading had already begun. Lin Fan had just sat down when a head popped up next to him. "Brother Fan! Brother Fan!" It was Wang Hao, his desk mate and best friend. "Fan Ji, what have you been up to lately?" Wang Hao asked curiously. "I haven't seen you in several classes." "I asked the teacher, and they said you've been in seclusion, cultivating." "Yes, I'm cultivating." Lin Fan nodded. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up, "Awesome. Brother Fan, you're my idol. By the way, how's your cultivation going? Have you made any breakthroughs?" Lin Fan smiled but didn't answer. Breakthrough? He was already a mid-level martial master. It would scare you to death if I told you. "By the way," Lin Fan asked, "is Teacher Yang at school today?" Wang Hao nodded, "Yes, she's here. I saw her go to the office when I first arrived." Lin Fan stood up, "I need to see the teacher about something." Teacher's office. Ms. Yang was grading homework when she heard a knock on the door and looked up. "Lin Fan." She smiled. "Come in." Lin Fan sat down opposite her. Teacher Yang looked at him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. After just a few days, this student's demeanor has changed again. He's become more composed and reserved, like a silent volcano. "What problem did you encounter?" she asked. Lin Fan considered for a moment before speaking. "Teacher, I'd like to ask about higher-level breathing techniques." Teacher Yang was taken aback. "A higher grade? Isn't your overlord body breathing technique a low-grade Xian-level technique? That's already quite good for a martial artist." "I know," Lin Fan interrupted her, "but I don't really need it anymore." Teacher Yang's pupils contracted slightly. "Not very useful? What do you mean?" Lin Fan didn't hide anything. "Teacher, I've broken through to the martial master level." "What?" Teacher Yang suddenly stood up, almost knocking over her chair. She stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief. You say that again. I've broken through to the martial master level, Lin Fan repeated. The initial stage. Teacher Yang opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She stood there blankly for a few seconds, then slowly sat down, taking several deep breaths to finally calm herself down. Lin Fan, do you know what you're saying? Her voice trembled slightly. You're only 18. There are only a handful of 18-year-old martial arts masters in the entire Zhangzhou province. Even the direct descendants of those powerful families, showered with resources from a young age, might not be able to break through to martial arts master before the age of 20. You're from an ordinary working-class family, how come? She couldn't finish her sentence. Lin Fan looked at her quietly. Teacher, you just need to tell me where I can find higher-level breathing techniques. Teacher Yang remained silent for a long while before speaking. Breathing techniques are incredibly precious, each one is extremely valuable. Those above the Xian rank are the foundation of major powers and families, and are not easily passed on to outsiders. That overlord breathing technique you had before, wasn't it that Zhang Qingzue secretly took it from home and lent it to you? Lin Fan nodded. Teacher, we don't have any here. Teacher Yang shook her head. I'm just an ordinary teacher, how could I possibly have such a thing? Lin Fan was somewhat disappointed. However, Teacher Yang changed the subject, you can go see the principal. Lin Fan looked up. The principal has worked in the Zhangzhou education system for decades and has a wide network of connections, Teacher Yang said. Moreover, he values you highly. When the special task force from the provincial capital came last time, he was the one who spoke up for you. If you ask him for help, he should try to find a way. Lin Fan stood up. Thank you, teacher. Wait. Teacher Yang called out to him, speaking earnestly, Lin Fan, remember, regardless of whether the principal can help you obtain the breathing technique, you must perform well in the upcoming elite trial competition. That's your chance to gain recognition in the provincial capital, and also your chance to obtain more resources. Lin Fan nodded, I understand. Chapter 82. Principal's Office. Principal Li was processing documents when he saw Lin Fan enter, and he quickly put down his pen. Lin Fan? Please have a seat. He greeted him warmly. Did you need something? Lin Fan sat down opposite him and got straight to the point. Principal, I need a higher level breathing technique. Principal Li was taken aback. Breathing techniques? Isn't your overlord body breathing technique pretty good? I remember it was a low-grade Xian level technique. It's not enough, Lin Fan said. I've broken through to the martial master level. Principal Li's hand trembled, and he almost knocked over the teacup. You've broken through to martial master. His eyes widened. When did this happen? A few days ago. Principal Li remained silent for a long while, then let out a long sigh. Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, you really are. He shook his head and smiled wryly, in all my years as principal, I've never seen a student like you. He stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to Lin Fan. I can help you figure out the breathing technique, he said, but you have to agree to one condition. Lin Fan nodded, please go ahead. Principal Li turned around and looked at him intently. You need to get a good ranking in the upcoming wilderness trial. Ideally, top 3, if possible, aim for first place. I know this is a high bar, but since you're already a martial master, you have the ability. He paused, you need to understand that this trial isn't just a competition, but also an opportunity for major powers in the provincial capital to select talent. If you can stand out in this trial, your future path will be much easier. Lin Fan nodded, I agree. Principal Li smiled. Okay. He walked back to his desk, picked up the phone, and said, I'll contact a few old friends and see if I can get you a suitable breathing technique. It might take a few days, so please be patient. Thank you, Principal. Don't thank me. Principal Li waved his hand. I'm only willing to help because you have the potential. I wouldn't even bother with someone else. Lin Fan smiled, stood up, and prepared to leave. As he reached the door, he turned back and asked, Principal, does Zhang Qingzhu also possess higher-level breathing techniques? Principal Li thought for a moment. Although the Zhang family is a prominent clan, their strength lies primarily in swordsmanship, their breathing techniques may not be that advanced. The Overlord breathing technique they gave you is probably the best in their line, but you can ask them too, since that girl treats you well. Lin Fan nodded, pushed open the door, and left. Inside the classroom, Lin Fan had just sat down when Wang Hao approached him again. Fan Ji, how did it go? What did the teacher say? It's nothing, Lin Fan said casually. Wang Hao didn't ask any further questions, just chuckled and said, Brother Fan, are you free tonight? Want to go get some barbecue? My treat. Lin Fan glanced at him. This classmate has been kind to him ever since he came from another world. Although he sometimes talks a lot, he's a very sincere person. Let's do it another day, he said. I need to prepare for my trials soon. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up. Great. Keep it up, Fan Ji. If you get first place, I'll treat you to barbecue for a month. Lin Fan smiled. The sunlight streamed in through the window, warm and bright. He closed his eyes, sensing the fragments of Sun Wu's remains within his body. As for whether the Sun family, who stole the fragments of Sun Wu's remains, will find anything. Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. So what if they found out? One comes, one is killed. Two come, two are killed. Meanwhile, at a luxurious mansion in Zhangzhou, a middle-aged man sat in a grand chair, his face ashen. Sun Dihei, the head of the Sun family. The representative of the Sun family, who had bid 180 million for the Sun Wu remains at the auction, was now kneeling before him, trembling with fear. Useless trash! Sun Dihei slammed his hand on the table, shattering the fine mahogany surface. Something worth 180 million, you just lost it like that. Master, spare me! Master, spare me! The man kowtowed repeatedly. That thief was too strong. Old man Wang from the Wang family, the bald man from the Blood Wolf mercenary group, and several other groups were all defeated by him in one move. I was no match for him at all. A cold glint flashed in Sun Dihei's eyes. What did that person look like? What weapon did they use? Tall, very young, around 1.9 meters tall, and wielding a huge spiked club. Sun Dihei narrowed his eyes. A spiked club? When did Zhangzhou produce a young master who wields a spiked club? He waved his hand, get out of here. Draw a portrait of that person. Search the entire city. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. Yes. Yes. The man scrambled away. Sun Dihei stood by the window, looking at the night outside, his eyes filled with malice. No matter who you are, you dare to steal from the Sun family. I'll make you pay the price. Sunlight streamed through the skylight in the training room, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Lin Fan stood in the center of the training room, looking at Zhang Qingzhu, who was panting heavily across from him. A week later, her progress was visible to the naked eye. Her footwork was more agile, her swordsmanship more fierce, and most importantly, her desperate spirit made Lin Fan nod slightly in approval. Let's take a break, Lin Fan said. Zhang Qingzhu leaned on her sword, panting heavily, sweat streaming down her face. But her eyes were full of excitement. Under Lin Fan's guidance this week, she felt her strength had improved significantly. Lin Fan, thank you, she said sincerely. Lin Fan waved his hand, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, I have a question for you. Zhang Qingzhu looked up, what is it? That Overlord body breathing technique book you gave me before, Lin Fan looked at her. Do you have any higher level breathing techniques? Zhang Qingzhu was stunned. A higher grade? She blinked. Lin Fan, that overlord body breathing technique is already a closely guarded secret of my Zhang family, it's extremely precious. My Zhang family truly doesn't possess any breathing techniques of a higher grade. She suddenly realized something and stared wide-eyed at Lin Fan. Wait, why are you asking this? Have you already reached the pinnacle of your cultivation? Lin Fan nodded. Zhang Qingzhu gasped. Impossible, she exclaimed. That's a low-grade Xian-level breathing technique. Even with your exceptional talent, you couldn't possibly have mastered it so quickly. And you're asking about higher-grade breathing techniques, does that mean your cultivation level is already? She didn't finish speaking, but the shock in her eyes said it all. Lin Fan did not deny it. Yes, he said, my current breathing technique can't keep up with my training speed. Zhang Qingzhu opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She stood there blankly for several seconds before giving a bitter smile. Lin Fan, you're a monster, she murmured. An 18-year-old martial artist, and still breaking through. I haven't even reached the 6th level of martial arts yet. Lin Fan did not respond. However, Zhang Qingzhu took a deep breath to calm herself. Since you've asked the principal, you should have an answer soon. Although my Zhang family doesn't possess higher-level breathing techniques, I know where they are. For example, the major powers in the provincial capital, or the library at Fenjian University. Once you go there, you'll naturally have opportunities. Lin Fan nodded, thank you. He turned to leave. Lin Fan. Zhang Qingzhu called out to him. Lin Fan turned around. Zhang Qingzhu looked at him earnestly, good luck in the elite wilderness trial. With your strength, you'll definitely surprise those geniuses from the provincial capital. Lin Fan smiled slightly and pushed open the door to leave. Chapter 83. As Lin Fan walked out of the school gate, he looked at the sky. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was shining brightly. He was already planning his next move. His cultivation resources were exhausted, and there was less than a week left until the elite trial in the wilderness. During this time, he needed to gather another batch of resources to prepare for the trial. The best solution would be to go back to the wilderness area. But this time, he planned to try a different approach. The Revenant. Lin Fan murmured. I've always been curious about the profession of wilderness hunter, but I've never had the time to look into it more deeply. Now's the perfect time to register an identity, it'll make entering and leaving the wilderness area much easier in the future. Having made up his mind, he headed towards the Zhangzhou City Wilderness Hunter headquarters. The Wild Hunters headquarters is located on the edge of the eastern district of Zhangzhou City, near the city wall. The further you go, the wider the streets become, and the fewer pedestrians there are. Instead, you see warriors wearing leather armor and carrying weapons. Lin Fan walked down the street, his 1.9-meter height still standing out among the martial artists. Many passers-by would glance at him a few times, but no one would approach him to speak. On the edge of a wilderness area, it's basic common sense not to provoke strangers. 20 minutes later, a magnificent building came into view. The Wilderness Hunters headquarters. This is a massive building covering nearly 10,000 square meters, constructed entirely of bluish-gray boulders, standing 5 stories high, and exuding an imposing presence. Above the main entrance hangs a huge plaque with the 6 large characters Wilderness Hunter Headquarters written in vigorous strokes, faintly emanating true energy fluctuations. The entrance was bustling with people coming and going, a lively scene indeed. Groups carrying huge packs hurried in and out. A lone traveler covered in blood sat on the steps bandaging his wounds, a man who looked like a merchant haggled with a hunter at the door, and several young people who were obviously newcomers hesitated at the door. Lin Fan stepped through the gate. Instantly, a cacophony of noise washed over him. The hall is over 1,000 square meters and 3 stories high, with a huge circular counter in the center, where a dozen or so staff members are busy working. The surrounding walls were covered with huge light screens, which displayed various missions and bounties. Mission: hunt down the Tier 3 mutated beast, the armored rhinoceros, and obtain its horn. Reward: 800,000 credits. Time limit: 3 days. Bounty: buying 100 crystal cores of the Tier 2 mutated beast, Gale Wolf. Price: 50,000 credits per core. Mission: escort a caravan to a neighboring city. Requires 3 warriors at least level 7. Reward: 500,000 credits. Time limit: 5 days. Bounty: blood essence of a Tier 4 mutated beast, price negotiable. Under the light screen, a large crowd gathered. There were old hunters in leather armor with weathered faces, middle-aged warriors carrying great swords with imposing presence, young people taking on missions in groups, and lone wolves. The air was filled with various smells: sweat, blood, medicine, and the unique scent of vegetation found in the wilderness. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the hall, finally landing on the counter directly in front of him. There was a pretty young girl in a uniform greeting guests. Lin Fan walked over. The girl had just seen off a burly man when she looked up and saw Lin Fan, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. This young man is very tall, and his demeanor is unusually calm for his age. "Hello sir," she said with a professional smile, "how can I help you? Do you need me to post a task or offer a bounty?" "I want to register as a wilderness hunter," Lin Fan said. The girl paused for a moment, then her smile deepened. "Is this your first time visiting, sir?" she said. "Then let me give you a brief introduction." She took a booklet from under the counter and handed it to Lin Fan. Wilderness hunters, as the name suggests, are warriors who operate in wilderness areas. They can act alone or in teams. Their main tasks include hunting mutated beasts, gathering resources, exploring ruins, escorting caravans, and so on. Once you become a wilderness hunter, you can accept missions issued by headquarters and earn rewards for completing them. You can also hunt freely and sell your catch to headquarters or private merchants. Hunter ranks, from lowest to highest, are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. Each rank corresponds to different privileges and benefits. For example, bronze hunters can only accept missions of D rank or lower, while gold hunters can accept A rank missions and enjoy preferential treatment provided by headquarters. Lin Fan flipped through the booklet, which listed all the rules in detail. "How does one become a hunter?" The girl smiled and said, 3 conditions need to be met. First, your cultivation level must reach at least the 5th level of martial arts. Second, you must pass the ability test. Third, you must complete a newbie mission. Lin Fan nodded, "I can test it now." The girl looked at him, hesitantly, "Sir, the test is not free, it costs 100,000 credits per test. And if you fail the test, the fee is non-refundable." Lin Fan took out a prepaid card from his storage ring and placed it on the counter. "Go ahead and swipe." The girl paused for a moment, took the card, operated it briefly, and then respectfully handed it back. "Please wait a moment, sir, while I call the tester for you." She picked up the walkie-talkie and said a few words. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man came out. He was wearing grey overalls, was burly, and had a hideous scar on his face. He was clearly a veteran who had spent many years in the wilderness. His gaze fell on Lin Fan, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "Young man, come with me." Lin Fan followed him through the hall and into a corridor. On both sides of the corridor were rows of closed doors, each marked with a different number. The tester said as he walked, "My name is Lao Zhao, and I'm the tester here. The test will consist of several parts: strength, speed, reaction time, and true energy intensity. You can only proceed to the next stage if you pass all of them." Lin Fan nodded. Old Zhao pushed open a door, revealing a spacious room fully equipped with all sorts of testing equipment. Several staff members stood nearby, recording data. First, let's test strength. Old Zhao pointed to a huge testing stake, a full force punch. Lin Fan walked up to the test stake. This is a mid-grade Xian level test subject, similar to the one at school. He clenched his fist and casually threw a punch. Bang! The numbers on the test stakes were jumping wildly. 15,000, 20,000, 25,000. The final value was 31,280. Old Zhao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 30,000. His voice trembled. That's power only a martial master can unleash. The staff members looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. Lin Fan withdrew his fist, his expression unchanged. Old Zhao took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Okay, next we'll test the speed. He pointed to a track, run from this end to that end, sprint with all your might. Lin Fan did as instructed. In a flash, he covered 10 meters in 0.3 seconds. Old Zhao was already numb. Next up was a perfect score on the reaction test. The true essence strength test showed the test specimen's readings were off the charts. Old Zhao looked at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. Young brother, what is your cultivation level? He couldn't help but ask. Lin Fan smiled faintly, martial arts master. Old Zhao gasped. A martial arts master. Such a young martial arts master. He'd been a tester for 20 years and had never seen one before. No wonder. He murmured, young man, no, sir, you passed all the tests, A&D. A record-breaking pass. Lin Fan nodded, and what's next? Old Zhao quickly said, next are the newbie tasks. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the task list. He strode out of the room and returned a few minutes later with a tablet. Sir, you can choose a suitable mission based on your abilities. Completing one will officially make you a wilderness hunter. Lin Fan took the tablet and started looking at it. The missions are diverse, varying in difficulty. Some involve hunting first-tier mutated beasts, with rewards of tens of thousands. Others involve gathering second-tier spiritual herbs, with rewards of hundreds of thousands. Still others involve exploring unknown areas, with rewards of hundreds of thousands but extremely high risks. Lin Fan scrolled down the list and finally stopped at a task. Newcomer recommended mission, go to the C9 wilderness area, hunt down the tier 3 mutated beast Crimson Flame Tiger, and bring back its crystal core. Reward, 1.2 million credits. Time limit, 3 days. A third-tier mutated beast. For him now, that's indeed very simple. This is it, Lin Fan said. Old Zhao glanced at the task, then at Lin Fan, and his lips twitched. A third-tier mutated beast is nothing to a martial artist. But this task was originally intended for outstanding newcomers at the 7th or 8th level of martial arts, and now it's been accepted by a martial artist. Chapter 84. Sir, are you sure? He asked, confirming. Lin Fan nodded. Zhao said nothing more and operated the tablet. The mission has been accepted, sir. You need to complete it within 3 days and bring back the Crimson Tiger's crystal core as proof. Good luck. Lin Fan put away the tablet and turned to leave. After leaving the Wilderness Hunters' headquarters, Lin Fan went straight home. He pushed open the door and whistled. Silver Moon. From the corner, a silver-white figure darted out like lightning and crashed headfirst into Lin Fan's arms. Awoo! Silver Moon excitedly rubbed against Lin Fan's face, its tail wagging like a windmill. Lin Fan held it and examined it closely. In just 1 week, Silver Moon had grown even bigger. Its shoulder height is nearly 1.5 meters, its body length exceeds 3 meters, its silvery white fur is as smooth as silk, and the tuft of golden hair on its forehead is even more dazzling. What's most astonishing is its aura peak of the 2nd tier. No, it has already broken through to the 3rd tier. Lin Fan reached out, his true essence flowing through him. Silver Moon, Moon Shadow Wolf. Level, Beginner Tier 3. Bloodline, Golden Winged Rock Essence Blood fully absorbed, Kaienki Essence Blood being digested, 10% progress. Abilities, 1 Moonlight Power, Combat Power increased by 50% under Moonlight, 2. Shadow Escape, can blend into shadows and conceal one's presence, 3. Wind and Thunder Wings, New Awakening, a gift from the Golden Winged Rock bloodline, allows for brief gliding, 4. Wolf King's Intimidation, exhibits absolute suppression against low-ranking wolves, 5. Enhanced Sense of Smell, can track targets within 100 miles. Status, Healthy, Evolving. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Early Stage 3. Furthermore, he awakened a new ability, Wind and Thunder Wings, which allows him to glide. As for the enhanced sense of smell, that's exactly what he needs right now. Well done. Lin Fan ruffled Yin Yu's hair. Come on, let's go somewhere. Silver Moon let out an excited low growl. Lin Fan told his parents he was going out for a bit and would be back tomorrow. Lin's mother gave him a few words of advice to be careful, while Lin's father simply nodded, but the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. After leaving home, Lin Fan led Yin Yu toward the city gate. At the city gate, the checks remained strict. When the soldiers saw Lin Fan approaching with a huge silver wolf, they instinctively gripped their weapons tighter. Halt! Shouted a soldier who appeared to be a captain. What's with this wolf? Lin Fan took out his ID and student ID. My battle pet is registered. The captain took the documents, examined them, and then scanned Silver Moon with his detection tool. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he waved for them to pass. The wilderness area has been rather unsafe lately, be careful, he warned. Lin Fan nodded and led Yin Yu out of the city gate. In this world, countless wilderness areas have appeared after the revival of spiritual energy. Some wilderness areas are relatively safe, with only some low-level mutated beasts, making them suitable for newcomers to train. Some wilderness areas are extremely dangerous, inhabited by terrifying beings of the 4th, 5th, or even higher ranks, entering them is almost certain death. The C7 area that Lin Fan went to before was considered a medium to high danger zone after all, it was guarded by the 5th tier Beast King, Kaienki. The C9 area we're going to today is one level lower than the C7 area, with the highest level being only 4th tier mutated beasts. For Lin Fan right now, it's indeed safe. Lin Fan rode on the back of Silver Moon, the two of them galloping across the wilderness. Silver Moon was incredibly fast, even faster than Lin Fan could run. The wind whistled past his ears, and the surrounding scenery rushed by. Half an hour later, the entrance to Sector C9 appeared before them. Lin Fan jumped off Silver Moon's back and patted its head. Can we find the Crimson Tiger? Silver Moon raised its head, its nose twitching a few times. Then it looked in one direction and let out a low growl. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. Walk. A man and a wolf disappeared into the depths of the wilderness. Lin Fan rode on the back of Silver Moon, the two of them swiftly traversing the mountains and forests of District C9. Silver Moon moved with incredible speed, its four hooves flying as it traversed the rugged terrain as if it were flat ground. The wind howled, and the surrounding scenery rushed past. Along the way, every now and then, some ignorant mutated beasts would suddenly appear. Tier 1 Ironhide Boar, Tier 2 Gale Wolf, Tier 3 Unicorn Python. Lin Fan didn't even bother to get down, with a casual punch, the mutated beast's brains splattered out, and they collapsed dead. Yunyu kept her eyes straight ahead and continued on her way. Its sense of smell had locked onto its target, and the scent was becoming increasingly clear. Half an hour later, Silver Moon suddenly slowed down and let out a low growl. Lin Fan jumped off its back and stood on the edge of a high ground, looking down. Before them lay a vast, flat mountain plain, sparsely covered with vegetation. And in the center of the plain, a pack of crimson flame tigers was clearly lurking. A quick glance revealed at least 50 or 60 heads. They lay down or stood, chased and played, or licked their fur, forming a complete group. Their bright red fur shone like burning flames in the sunlight, making them particularly eye-catching. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the center of the clan. There stood a crimson flame tiger of exceptionally large size, more than a size larger than its peers. It lay on a blue stone, eyes closed in meditation, with faint flame patterns flowing around its body. A fourth-tier mutated beast? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. No. The tiger's aura faintly exuded a sense of oppression beyond the fourth rank. Although it was still very weak, it was definitely there. It was the threshold of the fifth rank. He just broke through to the fifth rank not long ago, Lin Fan judged in his mind. Moreover, this Tiger King is quite different from the other crimson flame tigers. It has a golden line on its forehead that faintly forms the character, King, and golden light flashes between its eyes. Target detected, Crimson Flame Tiger King, mutated bloodline, early stage of 5th rank. Possesses a faint bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast Crimson Flame Golden Lion, and its strength far surpasses that of an ordinary 5th rank beast. Lin Fan's heart stirred. Bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast? No wonder it can lead such a large group. His eyes searched the tribe and soon found his target. An ordinary Tier 3 Crimson Flame Tiger was lying next to a rock, basking in the sun. The mission objective was right in front of him, but Lin Fan didn't rush to make a move. He assessed the situation. Once he took action, it would inevitably alarm the entire tribe. Among those 50 or 60 Crimson Flame Tigers, there were 4th-tier Tiger Kings, 7 or 8 3rd-tier Tigers, and the rest were 2nd-tier or 1st-tier Tigers. If he only kills one Tier 3 beast and then runs away, the Tiger King won't be able to catch him at his speed. But doing that felt a bit stifling. Just as he hesitated, a system notification sounded in his mind. Trigger Quest, the demise of the Crimson Tiger Clan. Mission objective, annihilate the entire Crimson Flame Tiger Clan in front of you, including the Tiger King and all its members. Task rewards, significantly increased imitation accuracy, unlocked the Overlord technique, unlocked Dragon Man form, unlocked Vatra Thunder Bagua, Rising Dragon Thunder Bagua, and Drunken Dragon Thunder Bagua. Failure penalty, none. Lin Fan was taken aback. Annihilated? He looked down at the group of 50 or 60 Crimson Flame Tigers, and then at the Tiger King who faintly exuded the aura of a 5th-tier being. In the past, he might have weighed the pros and cons and considered tactics. But now he's laughing. He claims to be the successor to Kaido's template and the strongest creature. When do we need to be timid and hesitant? Why not just push forward head-on and wipe them all out? The moment Lin Fan understood this, he felt something resonating within his body. That is Kaido's fighting spirit, the pride of a conqueror, and the confidence to crush everything. A deep resonance between the host's fighting spirit and Kaido's template has been detected. Imitation accuracy improved, 33.5% 34.2%. Chapter 85. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. Silver Moon. He didn't turn his head. Silver Moon growled and pricked up its ears. Go hide over there. Lin Fan pointed to a large rock in the distance. The battle that follows is not for you to participate in. Silver Moon hesitated. It wanted to fight alongside its master. But it also knew that it was only at the initial stage of the 3rd rank, and facing 50 or 60 Crimson Flame Tigers, including a 5th-rank Tiger King, it really couldn't help and would only be a hindrance. Awoo! Silver Moon nuzzled Lin Fan's hand timidly, then turned and ran towards the boulder, crouching behind it with only half its head showing, its icy blue eyes fixed intently on them. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and looked down. He no longer concealed his aura. The aura of a mid-level martial artist erupted suddenly. He took the spiked club out of his storage ring and held it in his hand. Lin Fan spotted his target and leaped down from the high ground, his 2.5 meter tall body crashing down like a meteorite. Boom! The ground trembled, and dust billowed into the sky. The moment he landed, he stepped right on that third-tier Crimson Flame Tiger. The Crimson Tiger didn't even have time to scream before it was trampled into a pile of minced meat. Lin Fan bent down, casually took out its crystal core, and put it into his storage ring. The assessment task was completed, but this was just the beginning. The surrounding Crimson Tigers finally reacted. They froze for a second, then simultaneously unleashed a deafening roar. Roar! More than a dozen Crimson Flame Tigers pounced on Lin Fan in an instant. Lin Fan didn't even look, and swung his spiked club horizontally. Bang bang bang! The three-headed Crimson Flame Tiger was sent flying like a tattered sack, crashing into the pack and knocking down several of them. The remaining tigers pounced on him, tearing at him with their sharp claws. Clang clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Dragon scale patterns quietly appeared on Lin Fan's skin. Those attacks didn't even leave a white mark. Too weak. Lin Fan said calmly, swinging his spiked club again. With each strike, a Crimson Tiger is doomed. Its skull is smashed, its body is broken in half, or its internal organs are shattered. In just 10 seconds, more than a dozen Crimson Tigers were wiped out. Tiger corpses littered the ground, and blood stained the earth red. In the distance, a deafening roar resounded. The Tiger King pounced from mid-air. Its massive body resembled a burning flame, its claws wreathed in scorching fire energy, aiming straight for Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan advanced instead of retreating. Armament haki swirled around his spiked club, turning it pitch black, while Conqueror's haki erupted simultaneously. Thunderous 8 trigrams. With a powerful strike, the Tiger King's claws clashed with the spiked club. Boom! The shockwave exploded, cracking the ground. The Tiger King was forced back 10 meters, and after landing, it took 3 steps back, its claws trembling slightly. Lin Fan, however, remained completely still. It looked down at its paw, there was a bloody scratch on it. This human injured it with a single blow. The Tiger King raised its head, a look of seriousness flashing in its eyes. Human, it spoke, its voice deep and thunderous, why have you come to my Crimson Flame Tiger clan's territory to kill my people? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. You can talk. The Tiger King snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes. I am already at the 5th rank, having refined the transverse bone in my throat, so naturally I can speak. Don't compare me to those low-level mutated beasts. It stared at Lin Fan and questioned him again, answer me, why did you kill my people? Lin Fan laughed. His laugh contained mockery, amusement, and raw killing intent. Do humans need a reason to kill mutated beasts? The Tiger King's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this. When you kill us humans, don't you just kill us whenever you want? Lin Fan stepped forward. I'm here today for no particular reason other than to kill a Tier 3 Crimson Flame Tiger. He raised his spiked club, pointing it directly at the Tiger King. I'd also like to have a fight with you all. The Tiger King was stunned. It has lived for hundreds of years and has seen countless humans. Some came to hunt mutated beasts, some to steal resources, and some to explore ruins. But it has never seen one before. Is this human specifically looking for strong opponents to fight? Are they crazy? It looked around at the corpses of its people scattered on the ground, at the gruesome deaths of its kin, and its rage flared instantly. Arrogant brat! The Tiger King roared to the heavens. Roar! The roar shook the heavens and echoed throughout the entire plain. From all directions, all the Crimson Flame Tigers simultaneously raised their heads. They dropped everything they were holding and surged towards this side in a frenzy. From above, it looks like a red tide converging from all directions. 50, 60, 70 all the Crimson Flame Tigers have come out in full force. The Tiger King looked down at Lin Fan from its high position, a cruel glint in its eyes. Human, didn't you want to fight a strong opponent? Then let you hit me as hard as you want. Let's see if you can take it. The beast tide is coming. Lin Fan looked at the surging crimson flame tigers from all sides, at their ferocious fangs and sharp claws, and at the triumphant gleam in the Tiger King's eyes. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he laughed. His laughter grew increasingly unrestrained. Ha ha ha. Okay. Let me see. He took a deep breath, and the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, azure dragon, erupted with a roar. Dark blue dragon scales surged wildly from its body, covering its arms, chest, and entire body. Its pupils transformed into upright golden dragon eyes. Dragon scales covering the entire surface. The Tiger King's pupils constricted upon seeing this. This is dragon scales. You have dragon blood. Lin Fan did not answer. He opened his mouth, his dragon muzzle wide, and blazing white dragon flames gathered deep in his throat before erupting forth. Roar! Dragon flames descended like heavenly fire, sweeping away the beast tide. The dozen or so crimson flame tigers at the forefront were instantly engulfed by the dragon flames. They didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to charred skeletons scattered all over the ground. Wherever the dragon flames passed, not a blade of grass grew, and everything turned to ash. The beast tide paused for a moment, but Lin Fan's attack did not stop. He propelled himself forward with both legs, charging into the horde of beasts like a cannonball. The spiked club swept horizontally, slashed vertically, and smashed diagonally. With each blow, a crimson flame tiger was sure to perish. The spiked club, wreathed in armament haki, combined with the terrifying power of the dragon scales covering it, is simply a killing machine. Blood splattered, and screams filled the air. A flash of shock and rage crossed the Tiger King's eyes. It let out a low growl, and with a swift movement, pounced on Lin Fan from the side. Claws wreathed in flames aimed straight for Lin Fan's back. Lin Fan didn't even turn his head. His observation haki had already anticipated its movements. Just as the Tiger King's claws were about to touch his back, Lin Fan dodged to the side, and the Tiger King's claws missed. At the same time, Lin Fan swung his staff backhand. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The spiked club, wreathed in dragon flames and black lightning bursting with armament haki, slammed into the Tiger King's abdomen. Bang! The Tiger King was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the horde of beasts. Boom! The ground trembled. More than a dozen crimson tigers were smashed into a bloody pulp. The Tiger King struggled to its feet, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. It looked down at the wound on its abdomen, its scales were shattered, and its skin was torn open. This human is too strong. But it didn't have time to think further, because Lin Fan had already charged into the beast tide. The spiked club flew, each strike killing a crimson flame tiger. Those second and first tier crimson flame tigers were like paper before him. Even those at the third tier could barely withstand 1 or 2 attacks before dying just as quickly. The Tiger King roared, "Scatter! Don't engage him in a direct confrontation." The crimson flame tiger pack immediately dispersed, forming an encirclement. "Waste him," the Tiger King ordered. "Take turns attacking, don't let him rest." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan laughed even more wildly. "A war of attrition, ha ha ha." He flashed forward, lunging at the nearest crimson flame tiger. He smashed it to pieces with one blow, then turned and struck again. He was like a tireless killing machine, frantically slaughtering the surrounding crimson flame tigers. The corpses of the crimson flame tigers piled up like a mountain, and the Tiger King could no longer bear to look. It let out a low growl and pounced on Lin Fan once more. Chapter 86. This time, it didn't engage in a direct confrontation, instead, it used its speed advantage to strike and retreat. While dealing with the other crimson flame tigers, Lin Fan also had to guard against the Tiger King's sneak attack, and he finally began to feel the pressure. But in his eyes, the fighting spirit burned even brighter. Good! He roared to the sky. That's more satisfying. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's figure began to change. The dragon's body swelled. Its limbs transformed into dragon claws. Its tail burst forth. Its horns gleamed, and its scales were densely packed. A 10-meter-long dragon body soared into the air. Azure dragon form. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens. Conqueror's haki erupted simultaneously. An invisible pressure descended as if it were a tangible force. The entire plain was filled with a tremor of fear from all the Crimson Flame Tigers. First and second tier Crimson Flame Tigers immediately collapsed to the ground, shivering uncontrollably. Even those at the third and fourth tiers are slow to move and their combat power is greatly reduced. Even the Tiger King felt his body sink. This is... The Tiger King's eyes widened in disbelief. Azure Dragon! How could you possibly transform into an Azure Dragon? Lin Fan did not answer. His dragon eyes locked onto the Tiger King, his dragon snout slightly open. Did you enjoy the sneak attack just now? Tiger King's hair stood on end. It turned and ran. But Lin Fan was faster. With a flick of his dragon body, he caught up in an instant. The dragon's claws shot out and grabbed the Tiger King. Then it slammed him hard into the ground. Boom! The ground exploded, and smoke and dust billowed into the sky. The Tiger King was slammed into the ground, creating a giant crater 30 meters in diameter. The surrounding Crimson Flame Tigers swarmed around, standing in front of the Tiger King. Lin Fan Long narrowed his eyes slightly. His dragon tail swept across. Bang! 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 More than a dozen Crimson Flame Tigers were swept away. A series of dragon claw strikes. Another dozen or so were killed. The Tiger King struggled to his feet from the pit, covered in blood and in a sorry state. It looked at Lin Fan, at this monster that was slaughtering its people, and a resolute glint flashed in its eyes. All tribesmen, heed my command. The remaining Crimson Flame Tigers raised their heads simultaneously. Sacrifice your bloodline. Help me slay the enemy. The Tiger King roared to the sky, and a strange crimson light appeared around its body. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Flame Tiger's eyes flashed with a tragic light, but they pounced on the Tiger King without hesitation. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. They pounced on the Tiger King, their bodies transforming into crimson light and merging into its body. The Tiger King's aura began to surge wildly. 5th rank, intermediate. 5th tier, high level. Peak of the 5th tier. Boom. 6th rank. Its size doubled, its body was wreathed in crimson flames, and its eyes were bloodshot. Humans! The Tiger King roared, its voice like that of a vengeful ghost. You destroyed my people, you slaughtered my tribe. Today, it's either you or me who dies. Lin Fan hovered in the air, looking down at the 6th tier giant tiger below. He felt threatened, more so than by the Kaienki he had faced before. But Lin Fan laughed. He laughed even more wildly. That's more like it. That's more exciting. The dragon swooped down, and the Tiger King roared as it charged forward. Boom! The two behemoths collided once more. This time, however, it wasn't a crushing defeat. Evenly matched. Claws against claws. Fangs against fangs. Dragon fire against blood fire. It struck from the ground to the sky, and crashed into the mountains and forests. Mountains crumbled, the earth split, and trees turned to ash. The Tiger King's claws tore through the dragon's scales. Lin Fan's dragon claws pierced through the tiger's body. Golden blood, dark red blood, stained the earth. Man and tiger fought from noon until dusk. The sun was setting in the west, and the horizon was stained with blood. Both Lin Fan and Tiger King were covered in wounds. But the fighting spirit in Lin Fan's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Because he discovered that he was getting stronger the more he played. Armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki are all improving. Control over the Azure Dragon form is becoming increasingly effortless. Finally, after yet another collision, the Tiger King revealed a weakness. Lin Fan's observation haki clearly detected that momentary opening. The dragon's body suddenly coiled around the Tiger King, tightly binding it. The Tiger King struggled frantically, but Lin Fan's dragon body remained as still as an iron clamp. Roar! The Tiger King let out a piercing scream. Lin Fan didn't give it a chance. His dragon claws pressed down on the tiger's head, and his dragon snout pressed against its ear. "You're a good opponent. I will never forget this battle." Then dragon flames erupted. Simultaneously, the dragon claws, wreathed in armament haki, unleashed their power. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Fiery prison-shattering strike. A double blow struck the Tiger King's head simultaneously. Bang! The Tiger King's head exploded. Its massive body crashed to the ground. Lin Fan released the dragon's body and landed. He looked down at the Tiger King's corpse. This enemy deserves respect. Congratulations, host, for defeating the Tier 6 mutated beast, Crimson Flame Tiger King, sacrifice enhancement. Hidden quest completed, the demise of the Crimson Tiger clan. Imitation accuracy improved, 34.2% 40.5%. Armament haki mastery, proficiency 28% mastery 5%. Observation haki mastery, proficiency 24% mastery 3%. Mastery of Conqueror's haki, proficiency 35% mastery 10%. Unlock new abilities. Conqueror's haki entanglement, allows Conqueror's haki to be wrapped around an attack, multiplying its power. Dragon human form, a combat form that is half human and half dragon, combining human agility with dragon power. Vajrabhairava Thunder Bagua, an advanced version of Thunder Bagua, with 3 times the power. Rising Dragon Thunder 8 trigrams, a rising dragon strike from below, specifically designed to counter aerial enemies. Drunken Dragon Thunder Bagua, using the power of alcohol to enhance battle spirit, attacks become even more ferocious. Lin Fan stood still, feeling the earth-shattering changes within his body. Power. Limitless power. He felt that he could punch through mountains and stomp the earth with a single kick. He lamented that the sky had no handle, and the earth had no ring. But he quickly calmed down. This is merely an illusion caused by a sudden surge in power. True power is never blinded by strength. Lin Fan took a deep breath and looked around. The scene was one of utter devastation. The ground was plowed into countless furrows, large swaths of forest were burned, and the corpses of crimson tigers were everywhere. Those crimson flame tigers sacrificed to the Tiger King were reduced to shriveled, withered skins. Lin Fan put the spiked club into his storage ring, then looked around at the many corpses of crimson flame tigers. There should be many crystal cores, materials, and several spiritual herbs guarded by the tiger pack. "Silver Moon, you can come out now," Lin Fan called out. In the distance, the silver moon burst out from behind the boulder and crashed into his arms. It trembled all over, its eyes filled with worry and lingering fear. Lin Fan rubbed its head. "It's all right now." He looked up at the sky. The setting sun was like blood. The last rays of the setting sun fell upon the ravaged battlefield, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of blood and burning. Lin Fan stood beside the Tiger King's corpse, looking at the crimson flame tiger carcasses scattered all around him, and let out a long breath. This battle was exhilarating, but also incredibly brutal. The entire Crimson Flame Tiger clan, consisting of 50 or 60 mutated beasts, including a Tiger King who reached the 6th rank after a sacrifice, perished here. Lin Fan stretched his muscles and bones, feeling the new power he had gained within his body. The gains from mastering the 3 advanced Thunderous 8 trigrams techniques, the Overlord's Entanglement, the dragon human form, and the dragon human form were even greater than he had imagined. But right now, there's something more important to do. Silver Moon. In the distance, Silver Moon ran over from behind the boulder where she was hiding, her icy blue eyes filled with excitement and admiration. Having witnessed the entire earth-shattering battle, its awe of its master has deepened even further. Lin Fan pointed to the tiger carcasses scattered on the ground. Take out all the crystal cores of these crimson flame tigers. Silver Moon tilted her head, seemingly understanding her master's meaning. It ran to the nearest crimson flame tiger carcass, used its sharp claws to crack open its skull, and pulled out a fiery red crystal core, placing it at Lin Fan's feet. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. The two, one human and one wolf, began to divide the work. Silver Moon was responsible for breaking open the skull and extracting the core, while Lin Fan was responsible for collecting it. Third order, fourth order, second order, and first order crystal cores were extracted and piled into a small heap. Half an hour later, all the crystal cores of the Crimson Flame Tigers had been collected. Chapter 87. Lin Fan counted them. There were 23 first-order crystal cores, 17 second-order crystal cores, 9 third-order crystal cores, and 3 fourth-order crystal cores. Including the crystal core of the third-tier mission target, this haul was quite substantial. But the most precious thing was still the Tiger King. Lin Fan walked up to the Tiger King's corpse. The enormous mutated beast lay quietly on the ground, its head smashed open, but the materials on its body were still priceless. He took out the dagger and began to remove it. First, there's the crystal core. Inside the Tiger King's head, a fist-sized crystal core floats silently. It's deep red, with golden patterns flowing across its surface, and flames can be faintly seen dancing within it. 7th tier Crimson Flame Tiger King Crystal Core contains pure fire attribute energy and fragments of the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast Crimson Flame Golden Lion, usable for cultivation, weapon forging, and comprehending the laws of fire. Lin Fan carefully put it away. Next came the essence blood. He cut open the Tiger King's chest and took out a clump of golden red blood floating around its heart. There were more than a dozen drops, each radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. 13 drops of rank 7 Crimson Flame Tiger King's essence blood, contains the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, usable for cultivation, alchemy, and feeding battle pets. Then came the bones, fangs, claws, fur. Lin Fan didn't let anything usable slip by. An hour later, all that remained of the Tiger King was a clean skeleton and a body full of flesh. Lin Fan looked at the tiger meat, which weighed at least 1,000 pounds, and patted his belly. My stomach rumbled. He then realized that he hadn't eaten anything for a full day and night since he set off yesterday. Coupled with the devastating battle just now, the hunger surged like a tidal wave. Looking up at the sky, the sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and night had fallen. I won't go back tonight because it's dark, Lin Fan muttered to himself. I'll leave tomorrow. He looked around and found a spot near the stream, deciding to camp there for the night. The stream was crystal clear, and moonlight shone on its surface, creating a shimmering effect. Lin Fan took off his tattered clothes and jumped naked into the water. Splash! The cool stream water washed over his body, carrying away the blood and exhaustion. He sank into the water, letting the current wash over every inch of his skin. A moment later, he surfaced and let out a long breath. Cool. The battle was exhilarating, but also exhausting. The dragon scales were covered in tiger blood, some of which had dried and congealed, requiring vigorous scrubbing. Lin Fan took out the clean clothes he had prepared from his storage ring and placed them on the shore, then carefully washed his body. Half an hour later, he went ashore and changed into clean clothes. Back at the camp, Lin Fan began preparing dinner. He took out the dagger he had brought back from the wilderness from his storage ring and walked to the Tiger King's corpse. The enormous tiger's body had already been dismembered, but the mountain of tiger meat was still piled up there. Lin Fan selected the tenderest hind leg meat, cut off 2 large pieces, each weighing 20 or 30 pounds. Then he gathered some dry firewood, piled it up, and lit it with his fire attribute true essence. A campfire was lit, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Lin Fan whittled several thick wooden sticks, skewered the tiger meat, and roasted it over the fire. Flames licked at the chunks of meat, sizzling as they did so. Oil dripped down, exploding in the fire and sending tiny sparks flying. As time passed, the surface of the meat began to change color, from bright red to golden yellow, and then to dark brown. A rich aroma of meat gradually wafted out, filling the entire camp. Silver Moon, who was lying nearby, perked up her ears and started twitching her nose as soon as she smelled the fragrance. It stood up, walked to Lin Fan's side, and stared longingly at the roasting meat on the fire, its mouth watering. Lin Fan glanced at it and smiled. "Are you hungry?" Silver Moon nodded frantically, its tail wagging like a windmill. It instinctively sensed that the meat would be of immense benefit to it. It was the flesh and blood of a 7th-tier mutated beast, containing an essence far exceeding anything it usually ate. Lin Fan continued to flip the grilled meat, unhurriedly. "Don't rush, it's not fully cooked yet," he said. "You're too greedy and won't chew properly. This piece of meat will keep you digesting for a while." Although Silver Moon couldn't understand, it knew from its owner's attitude that it couldn't eat yet. So it could only lie down beside the meat, staring longingly at it, drooling all over the floor. After roasting for another half-hour, the meat was finally cooked. The outer skin is golden brown and crispy, while the inside is tender and juicy, with the fat seeping between the meat fibers, giving it an enticing sheen. Lin Fan tore off a piece and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up in that instant. "It's so delicious. The meat melts in your mouth, its rich aroma exploding within. Even more amazingly, the moment it enters your stomach, it transforms into a warm current, quickly absorbed by your body. The feeling was like drinking a bowl of highly nourishing medicinal soup, warm and comforting, spreading from the stomach to every part of the body." Lin Fan could clearly feel that his physical strength was rapidly recovering, and even his true essence was slightly increasing. "Nice one." He stopped being polite and started eating heartily. Silver Moon paced anxiously beside her, making constant woof-woof sounds. Lin Fan tore off a large piece, weighing at least 10 kilograms, and threw it to it. "Next." Silver Moon leaped up, precisely snatched the piece of meat in its mouth, then lay down on the ground and began to tear at it frantically. It ate voraciously, devouring the meat in a flash. It looked as if it wanted to swallow the whole piece whole. Lin Fan smiled and continued eating. A man and a wolf feasted by the campfire. Lin Fan had an astonishing appetite. He quickly devoured a 30-pound piece of tiger meat. He then cut off 2 more pieces and continued roasting. On Silver Moon's side, the dozen or so pounds of meat were quickly gone. After finishing, it looked longingly at Lin Fan. "No." Lin Fan shook his head. "This is the meat of a 7th-tier mutated beast, you won't be able to digest too much." Although reluctant, Silver Moon dared not disobey its master's command. It lay down, licking its paws, savoring the delicious treat it had just eaten. Lin Fan ate 2 more pieces and finally felt full. This was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. As his imitation skills improved and his strength increased, his appetite grew larger and larger. "It's almost impossible to get a full meal at school or at home. I usually only eat until I'm about 60 to 70% full, barely enough to stave off hunger. Now, I can finally eat to my heart's content." As he ate, he sighed, "It's a pity there's no wine." The mention of alcohol stirred something within Lin Fan. He thought of Kaido. That emperor always carried a sake bottle with him, and he would always take a few sips before a battle. Among the skills he had just acquired was Drunken Dragon Thunder Bagua, which required the aid of alcohol to unleash its full power. "I'll have to find a good wine jug and some fine wine when I get back," Lin Fan muttered to himself. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Fan cut the remaining tiger meat into chunks and stored it in his storage ring. It weighed over 1,000 pounds, enough to feed him for a long time. He turned to look at Silver Moon. He was stunned by what he saw. Silver Moon lay on the ground, her body undergoing visible changes. Chapter 88. It had grown larger, and its silvery white fur was thicker, faintly shimmering with a golden sheen. What's most astonishing is its aura. Originally at the early stage of the 3rd rank, it's now skyrocketing. 3rd tier intermediate level. High level tier 3. Peak of tier 3. Finally, it stopped just one step away from the 4th level. Silver Moon stood up unsteadily, took a couple of steps, and then collapsed to the ground as if she were drunk. Ugh! It made a dazed sound and struggled to get up, but its limbs were weak and it couldn't muster any strength. Lin Fan walked over to check its condition. Silver Moon, Moon Shadow Wolf. Level, Peak Tier 3, Evolving. Status, Bloodline deeply integrated, a large influx of energy, requires slumber to digest. Lin Fan smiled. I told you not to eat too much. He shook his head. Now look what happened, you're stuffed. Silver Moon looked at him groggily, let out another soft woof, then closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Fan ignored it. He stood up, picked up his spiked club, and walked towards a clearing in the distance. He hadn't even had a chance to properly test his newly acquired ability yet. Under the moonlight, Lin Fan stood in the center of the open space. He closed his eyes, feeling the power surging within him. The first is the Conqueror's Haki Entanglement. He raised his right hand, slowly clenching his fist. Conqueror's Haki surged forth like a tide, but instead of spreading, it was forcibly compressed and wrapped around his fist. Boom! An invisible ripple appeared on the surface of his fist. The ripples were not the jet black of armament Haki, but the dark gold characteristic of Conqueror's Haki, like burning flames, distorting the surrounding air. Lin Fan threw a punch. It had no target, it was just a blank swing. Bang! The air exploded. An invisible shockwave shot out from the fist, striking a boulder 10 meters away. Boom! The boulder exploded. Debris flew everywhere. Lin Fan looked at his fist, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The power of Conqueror's Haki far surpasses that of ordinary armament Haki. Moreover, the unique intimidating effect of Conqueror's Haki is also added to the attack. Next up is the dragon human form. With a thought, Lin Fan unleashed the power of the Azure Dragon. His body began to change. He was no longer in the complete form of a Azure Dragon, but rather in a half-human, half-dragon form. His height skyrocketed to 3 meters. His entire body was covered in bluish-black dragon scales, but he still maintained a human-like silhouette. Its hands transformed into dragon claws, and a thick dragon tail extended from its back. Dragon horns adorned its forehead, and its eyes became golden vertical pupils. Lin Fan looked down at his dragon claw. Power, boundless power. He clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within him. In his dragon human form, he retains the agility of a human while possessing the terrifying power and defense of a dragon. Moreover, the speed at which his true essence circulates is at least 50% faster than in his human form. This is the true form of combat, Lin Fan muttered to himself. Next is the great power Thunder Bagua. Lin Fan took out the spiked club and held it with both hands. Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki swirled around it simultaneously. A halo of dark gold and pitch black light appeared on the surface of the spiked club. He swung his bat. Boom! The power of this strike was more than 3 times greater than the previous thunderous 8 trigrams. The air was torn apart, creating visible ripples. The wind from the strike carved a deep trench into the ground. A small hill 100 meters away was shaved in half by the wind. Lin Fan put away his bat, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Next is the rising dragon thunder 8 trigrams. He leaped into the air, soaring dozens of meters high, then swooped down, his spiked club swung upwards from below. Another blow. Its power is equally terrifying. The final dragon's roar and 8 trigrams. Lin Fan looked at the spiked club in his hand, feeling somewhat regretful. This move requires the stimulation of alcohol, but since we don't have any alcohol right now, we can't try it for the time being. I'll definitely have to get some good wine when I get back, he muttered. After testing all his skills, Lin Fan returned to the campfire. Silver Moon was still asleep, its body twitching occasionally, clearly undergoing deep evolution. Lin Fan sat down beside it, leaning against its soft body, using Silver Moon as a pillow. The night wind blew, and the campfire crackled. Lin Fan looked up at the sky, it was filled with stars. Today's battle had been incredibly rewarding. But he knew this was just the beginning. The 7th tier Tiger King was nothing compared to what he would face in the future, and he would challenge even stronger opponents. He wanted to become even stronger. As he thought about it, drowsiness crept in. Lin Fan did not cultivate, instead, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. This is a sense of relaxation I haven't felt in a long time. No need to worry about danger, no need to worry about being ambushed. Within a radius of 100 miles, no mutated beast dared to approach. The lingering aura of the Tiger King on his body, coupled with the killing intent accumulated from slaughtering countless mutated beasts, was enough to make any creature flee in terror. It truly made all beasts flee in terror and all tribes fall silent. The next morning, sunlight shone on Lin Fan's face. He was awakened by a wet sensation. Opening his eyes, he saw Yunyu lying on top of him, licking his face with her tongue. Awoo! When Yunyu saw that he was awake, she exclaimed excitedly and then hopped and skipped around him. His energetic appearance was completely different from the drunken guy he was last night. Lin Fan sat up and rubbed his eyes. He looked at Yunyu. And then he froze. Yunyu had grown even larger. Now his shoulder height is nearly 1.8 meters and his body length exceeds 4 meters, making him look like a small elephant when he stands there. Its silvery white fur grew even thicker, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The tuft of golden hair on its forehead had turned pure gold, faintly forming the character, King. What's most amazing is its scent. 4th tier. From the peak of the 3rd tier to the 4th tier, just one step away, it was crossed in a single night. Lin Fan checked its status. Silver Moon, Moon Shadow Wolf. Level, Beginner Tier 4. Bloodline, fusion of multiple high-level bloodlines, greatly enhancing potential. New awakened abilities, 1 initial fusion with the Crimson Flame Tiger King bloodline, gaining flame control. 2 increased size, significantly enhanced strength and defense. 3 bloodline potential increased to level 7 or higher. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. 7th tier potential. The wolf cub that was found in the wilderness has grown to the point where it can stand on its own. Not bad. He patted Silver Moon's head. Silver Moon rubbed against him excitedly, its tail wagging rapidly. Lin Fan took out the leftover tiger meat from last night from his storage ring, roasted some more, and shared it with Yunyu. After eating and drinking his fill, he mounted Silver Moon. I'm leaving, going home. With a long howl, Silver Moon unleashed its power and shot off like an arrow released from a bow. On the way back, Lin Fan did not make a move. He wanted to let Yunyu test his new ability. A 2nd tier mutated beast darted out, and Silver Moon pounced on it, killing it with a single claw strike. 3 tier 3 Gale Wolves attacked, but Silver Moon fought them all alone, killing 2 and scaring the other away. A 4th tier armored rhinoceros blocked her path, but Silver Moon was not afraid and pounced on it to engage in combat. Lin Fan jumped off the back of the Silver Moon and stood to the side, arms crossed. Superior. Chapter 89. Silver Moon received its master's command, and a fierce glint flashed in its eyes. It circled the armored rhinoceros, searching for an opening. The armored rhinoceros was covered in thick scales, providing incredible defense, but it was relatively slow. Using its speed advantage, Silver Moon constantly moved and attacked. Claws tore, fangs tore, and wind blades to cut, but the armored rhinoceros's defense was too thick, and these attacks could only leave shallow wounds. Enraged, the armored rhinoceros whirled around and charged at the Silver Moon with its single horn. Silver Moon dodged to the side, simultaneously spewing out a burst of flame. The flames struck the armored rhinoceros, finally burning through one of its scales. Silver Moon seized the opportunity, pounced, and bit into the piece of flesh that was not protected by scales. Roar! The armored rhinoceros let out a piercing scream and struggled frantically. But Silver Moon refused to let go, its four claws gripping the ground tightly. Even after being dragged for more than 10 meters, it still wouldn't loosen its grip. Finally, the armored rhinoceros, having lost too much blood, collapsed to the ground. Silver Moon released its grip, stood on its back, and let out a long roar to the sky. A woo! The howl contained excitement, pride, and a hint of the Wolf King's majesty. Lin Fan walked over and patted its head. Well done! He casually took out the crystal core of the armored rhinoceros and put it in his pocket. Silver Moon nuzzled his hand, its eyes full of anticipation. Next time, it would fight alongside its master. The journey was smooth and unimpeded. An hour later, the man and the wolf arrived at the gate of Zhangzhou City. From afar, the soldiers at the city gate spotted them. A giant silver wolf, over 4 meters long, carrying a giant man over 2 meters tall on its back. The sight was truly awe-inspiring. Enemy attack! High-level mutated beasts are attacking. Be on guard! Be on guard! Chaos erupted instantly at the city gate. Soldiers raised their weapons, set up their magical artifacts, and aimed them at the Silver Moon. Lin Fan sighed helplessly. He made Silver Moon stop, then jumped off its back and raised his hands high. Misunderstanding. I am human. He strode forward and stood before the soldiers. A sharp-eyed soldier recognized him. The young man's physique was striking, and he was also someone I vaguely remembered from just leaving the city. It's you? That Lin Fan? Lin Fan nodded. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. An officer-looking man walked over. He was the same one who had seen Lin Fan before. You little rascal, he said, half laughing, half crying, you scare people to death every time you show up. Hurry up and come over for the test. After undergoing a series of tests, Lin Fan and Silver Moon were confirmed to be human and battle pet, and were then allowed to pass. The officer patted him on the shoulder and whispered, Brother, could you shrink this thing a bit before we go into town next time? It's terrifying. Lin Fan smiled but didn't say anything. Once inside the city, he had Silver Moon use her innate ability to shrink her size to that of an ordinary wolfhound. Silver Moon reluctantly complied. The two of them, one human and one wolf, headed towards the Wilderness Hunter's headquarters. The Wilderness Hunter headquarters was still bustling with people. As Lin Fan walked in, the receptionist recognized him immediately. Mr. Lin. She stood up in surprise. You're back so soon? Lin Fan nodded. The young woman quickly replied, Please wait a moment, I'll call the person in charge right away. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man who was in charge of assessing him strode out. When he saw Lin Fan, surprise flashed in his eyes. Is it finished? Lin Fan took out the third-tier Crimson Flame Tiger crystal core from his storage ring and placed it on the counter. The person in charge picked up the crystal core, examined it carefully, and nodded. It is indeed the core of a Crimson Flame Tiger, Tier 3. He looked up at Lin Fan. The mission was completed very well. Come with me. He led Lin Fan through the hall to a private office. Sit. The two sat down. The person in charge took a silver badge from the drawer and solemnly handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, congratulations! From today onwards, you are an official member of the Wilderness Hunters Association. Lin Fan accepted the badge. The badge is circular, with a roaring beast engraved on the front and its number JZ07421 on the back. Bronze Hunter, the foreman said. This is the lowest rank, but it's the starting point for all hunters. He paused, then continued, once you become a hunter, there are a few things you need to know. First, hunter ranks are divided into 5 levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. Leveling up requires completing enough quests and accumulating enough points. Secondly, the Hunter Association has its own internal system. He took out a specially designed phone and handed it to Lin Fan. This is a hunter-specific phone with the association's app installed. You can use it to accept missions, check bounties, and exchange resources. Hunter points are the guild's internal currency. They can be earned by completing missions or exchanged for mutated beast cores. Points can be redeemed in the in-app shop for various resources, cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, elixirs, materials, and treasures, everything you could want. Lin Fan took the phone and casually flipped through it. The app has a simple interface and comprehensive functions. The store is full of a wide variety of items, including materials from Tier 1 to Tier 5, and even some fragments of Tier 1 cultivation techniques. Oh, right, the person in charge suddenly remembered something. As a newcomer, you have a perk. Every new hunter can redeem 1 treasure for free in the shop, as a welcome gift from the guild. He pointed to a special icon on his phone. It's right here, you choose. Lin Fan clicked on the icon. Inside were dozens of items, ranging from elixirs to weapons, from materials to secret manuals, everything imaginable. Lin Fan looked around, then his gaze suddenly landed on an item. It was a tattered animal hide scroll with several ancient characters written on it, fragment of the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Hell Technique, a low-grade earth-rank body refining technique. Legend has it that upon mastery, one can possess the power of a dragon and elephant, capable of suppressing hell. This is an incomplete version, only recording the first 2 levels of cultivation. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. What he lacks most right now is a higher level breathing technique and body refining cultivation method. Although this dragon elephant suppressing prison technique is an incomplete version, its earth rank lower grade is a whole major realm higher than his overlord body breathing technique. Moreover, the body refining techniques suited his needs perfectly. He clicked redeem. Redeem successful, 0 points deducted, newcomer bonus. The person in charge glanced at it and was slightly surprised. Dragon elephant suppressing prison technique? Good eye. Although it's an incomplete piece, it's still priced at 500,000 points in the shop, which most newbies can't afford. You certainly know how to pick. Lin Fan put away his phone and stood up. Thank you. The person in charge stood up and extended his hand. Welcome to the Wilderness Hunters. Please feel free to contact us anytime if you need anything. Lin Fan shook hands with him, then turned and left. Stepping out of the Revenant Hunters' headquarters, the sun was shining brightly. Lin Fan looked down at the silver badge in his hand, then at the Tiger King crystal core and the incomplete dragon elephant suppressing prison technique in his storage ring, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This trip was incredibly fruitful. Next, I need to focus on training and prepare for the upcoming Elite Wilderness Trial. He patted Silver Moon's head. Let's go home. Chapter 90. Time flies, and a week has passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the gravity training room, the gravity was set to 15 times. At that level, an ordinary martial artist would probably have difficulty even standing. But Lin Fan sat cross-legged there, his expression calm, his breathing long and even, as if he were in an ordinary environment. He slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in his dark golden pupils. A week of secluded training allowed him to fully digest the gains from his trip to the wilderness. His control over the dragon human form has become more refined, his mastery of the Overlord's entanglement technique has become more proficient, and he has also mastered the 3 advanced thunderous 8 trigrams techniques. Most importantly, his cultivation has improved again. He has reached the peak of the mid-level martial master, just one step away from the high level. System. Lin Fan's mind stirred. Host, Lin Fan. Template, Kaido of the Beasts, imitation accuracy 40.5%. Martial arts realm, peak intermediate martial master. Core abilities, Conqueror's Haki, mastery 10%, armament Haki, mastery 5%, observation Haki, mastery 3%, entanglement, Dragon Man form, Azure Dragon form, Yamato Thunder Bagua, Rising Dragon Thunder Bagua, Drunken Dragon Thunder Bagua. Current projected energy, 18,200 points. Lin Fan looked at the panel, a slight smile playing on his lips. Below the rank of military general, he dared to say that no one could defeat him in a single blow. He was even confident of defeating a novice military general. In his previous battle against the 6th tier Tiger King, although the opponent had forcibly increased its power through sacrifice, it had indeed reached the combat strength of a general. And he won. It's almost time. Lin Fan glanced at the clock on the wall and stood up. Today is the day I promised the principal, that advanced breathing technique should have arrived by now. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the training room. Lin Fan, came Teacher Yang's voice from outside the door. Lin Fan opened the door, and Teacher Yang stood in the doorway with a smile on her face. The principal asked me to come and get you, he said he needs to speak with you. Lin Fan nodded. Just as he expected. The two walked side by side on campus, sunlight filtering through the trees, casting dappled shadows. Teacher Yang turned her head to look at Lin Fan, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. This student has changed so much. In just over a month, she went from an ordinary student to someone whose depths she could no longer perceive. His calm and composed demeanor made even her, a teacher, feel a sense of pressure. Lin Fan, she began, how's your cultivation been lately? Have you encountered any difficulties? Lin Fan shook his head, it's all right. Teacher Yang smiled and said, you're always so sparing with your words. But that's all right, a martial artist should be composed. She paused, then continued, the principal went to great lengths to help you apply for the breathing technique. I heard he used a lot of connections and favors. You should definitely take advantage of this opportunity. Lin Fan nodded, I know. Teacher Yang looked at him with satisfaction. This student, though not talkative, was quite perceptive. The door to the principal's office opened, and Lin Fan walked in. The principal was sitting behind his desk, and standing next to him was a middle-aged man who was the dean of students. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, the principal's face immediately broke into a smile. Lin Fan is here? Please have a seat. Lin Fan sat down on the sofa, but his gaze fell on the desk. There lay an ancient scroll. The scroll was dark gold in color, with intricate patterns flowing across its surface, faintly radiating a subtle sense of power. That is the special carrier that supports the breathing technique. Each advanced breathing technique is the culmination of countless hours of hard work by predecessors, making it incredibly precious. Ordinary forces simply cannot access it, let alone possess it. The principal picked up the scroll and solemnly walked up to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, his voice unusually serious, this is the high-level breathing technique you requested, a low-grade earth rank technique called 9 Revolutions Dragon Roar Technique. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. Lower earth rank. Even higher than he had expected. For this breathing method, the principal continued, I used all my connections in the provincial capital, begged and pleaded, used up a lot of favors, and even spent some of my own money. The normal process would normally take at least 3 months, but I managed to expedite it all. He handed the scroll to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, don't let me down. Lin Fan took the scroll, it was warm to the touch, and he could feel the energy contained within it. He stood up and looked at the principal solemnly. Don't worry, principal, I will definitely keep my promise. The principal smiled with satisfaction. Okay. I'm relieved to hear that. He turned to the head of student affairs, his face beaming with pride. Old Chen, did you see that? This is Lin Fan from our school. Excellent in both character and academics, he brings honor to the school, and he even knows how to be grateful. A student like that is hard to find even with a lantern. The head of student affairs nodded quickly. Yes, yes, Lin Fan is indeed outstanding. He looked at Lin Fan, his face beaming with a smile. Lin Fan, if you need anything at school in the future, just come to me. As long as you don't break the rules, I'll definitely help you. Lin Fan nodded and then said, there are 2 things I need to trouble you with, Director. The head of student affairs was taken aback, then laughed and said, go on, go on. First, the Wilderness Elite Trials are about to begin, and I need to devote myself entirely to training, so I might not be able to attend classes regularly, Lin Fan said. Therefore, I would like to ask the director to help me coordinate so that I can skip the following classes. The head of academic affairs nodded quickly. No problem, no problem. It's the right thing to do. I'll inform all the teachers immediately. Secondly, Lin Fan continued, I need a gravity training room for my own use until the trial begins. The head of academic affairs looked at the principal. The principal waved his hand dismissively. Granted. From today onwards, Gravity Training Room number 3 is yours to use alone until the trial ends. I will have someone spread the word that no one is allowed to disturb you. Lin Fan nodded. Thank you, Principal. The principal looked at him with satisfaction, then turned to Teacher Yang. Teacher Yang, I'll need your help soon to explain the situation to the other teachers and students, to prevent any rumors from spreading. Teacher Yang nodded. Yes, Principal. Seeing that the matter was settled, Lin Fan said, Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now to practice my breathing technique. The principal quickly said, Go, and cultivate diligently. Lin Fan turned and left. Teacher Yang also said, Principal, I'm leaving too. Lin Fan walked briskly down the corridor. Teacher Yang followed beside him, giving him advice. Lin Fan, don't rush when practicing breathing techniques. Advanced breathing techniques are different from basic ones, a slight mistake could damage your meridians. You must proceed gradually and steadily. Lin Fan nodded. Don't worry, teacher, I know what I'm doing. Teacher Yang looked at him, hesitated, and finally just sighed. All right, you can go now. I need to go and inform the other teachers too. The two separated. The door to the gravity training room closed, and the world fell silent. Lin Fan sat down cross-legged and unrolled the dark gold scroll. 9 Revolutions Dragon Roar Technique, a low-grade earth-rank breathing technique, rumored to have been created by an ancient powerhouse observing the breath of a true dragon. It consists of 9 revolutions, each revolution representing a new level. Upon mastery, one can possess the power of a dragon's roar, capable of awe-inspiring the mind and strengthening the physical body. Chapter 91. Lin Fan carefully studied the breathing technique, including its cultivation methods, precautions, and taboos, all presented before him. The practice of advanced breathing techniques is indeed much more complex than that of lower-level ones. It involves not only the circulation of qi and blood, but also the application of mental power. If one is not careful, one may suffer from qi deviation at best, or even have all the meridians severed at worst. But Lin Fan did not hesitate. He closed his eyes and began his first cultivation session, following the method recorded on the scroll. His spiritual energy sank into his body, guiding his qi and blood to circulate along a specific route. That route was intricate and complex, more than 10 times more complex than the overlord body breathing technique. Qi and blood flowed slowly through his meridians, like a small river. Then, Lin Fan began to try cultivating Dragon's Roar. That is the core of the 9 Revolutions Dragon Roar technique. Through a special breathing rhythm, it creates resonance within the body, generating sound waves similar to a dragon's roar, which vibrate the physical body and strengthen muscles and bones. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and began to circulate the incantation. Within his body, the flow of qi and blood suddenly accelerated, and a deep hum emanated from within, like the breath of an ancient behemoth. Lin Fan frowned slightly. He succeeded on his first try? He continued operating it, and the hum grew clearer and louder. Finally, the entire gravity training chamber began to tremble slightly. The first stage of the 9 Revolutions Dragon Roar technique has been successfully completed. A system notification sounded. Lin Fan opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. It was a success? He knew that practicing advanced breathing techniques was risky. Many people had to try dozens or even hundreds of times before they could even get the hang of it. But he succeeded on his first try. It must be because my mental strength is strong enough, Lin Fan muttered to himself. The transmigrator's mental strength was already powerful, and with the cultivation he had undergone during this period, his mental strength far surpassed that of others of the same level. Naturally, cultivating this breathing technique, which required the assistance of mental strength, was twice as effective with half the effort. Lin Fan continued practicing the breathing technique, feeling its effects. After a moment, he concluded that this breathing technique was at least 5 times more effective than the Overlord body breathing technique. The speed of blood and qi circulation, the efficiency of true essence condensation, and the extent of physical body strengthening are all comprehensively improved. Moreover, as he practiced his breathing technique, he could feel a power subtly brewing within his body. That was the dragon's roar power, which could be unleashed in battle to intimidate and shock the enemy. Good stuff. Lin Fan finished his work with satisfaction. He checked the time, it was still early. He remembered that when he returned from the wilderness, he had wanted to buy a good wine jug. The Dragon of Wine and Thunderous 8 trigrams requires the aid of alcohol to unleash its full power. And a good wine pot is naturally indispensable. Let's go out for a walk. Lin Fan left the school and arrived at the most bustling commercial street in Zhangzhou City. The street was lined with shops selling weapons, elixirs, general merchandise, antiques. It was bustling with activity. Lin Fan didn't go to those luxuriously decorated stores, but instead chose to browse the roadside stalls. The truly good things are often hidden in inconspicuous places. He walked along, looking at dozens of stalls. There were quite a few wine jugs, but he wasn't satisfied with any of them. Some were too small to hold much wine, some were too ugly to be interesting to look at, and some were so broken and tattered that they were unusable. Lin Fan realized that an ordinary wine flask was useless to him, and just as he was about to move to another place, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Deep within my body, a powerful throbbing surged within me. It was longing. Like a hungry person smelling the aroma of meat, or a thirsty person seeing a clear spring. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he followed the sensation. A roadside stall was piled high with all sorts of random things. Worn-out books, rusty knives, broken utensils, and amidst that pile of junk, a palm-sized object emanates a faint allure. The object was dark blue-green, covered in rust and grime, making it impossible to discern its original appearance. However, judging from its outline, it resembled a small pot. Lin Fan walked over without making a sound. The stall owner was a thin man in his 50s with darting, quick-witted eyes. He was clearly a shrewd businessman. "Boss, how much are these?" Lin Fan squatted down and casually looked through the items on the stall. The stall owner's eyes lit up. "Young man, you have a good eye. These are all good stuff. Some are family heirlooms, and some are treasures I found in the wilderness." Lin Fan sneered inwardly. An heirloom? Found in the wilderness? He glanced at them and saw that there wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy, let alone any remaining true essence, on those things. They were clearly just a pile of junk. But he remained outwardly calm, casually picking up a few useless items and pretending to be selecting something. Then, he picked up the small pot. The moment he held it, that desire intensified. Lin Fan was startled, but remained outwardly calm, placing the small pot together with the other items. "Boss, how much are these?" The stall owner's eyes lit up, and he held up 5 fingers, "This number." Lin Fan frowned, 50,000? That's too expensive. "Young man, this is a family heirloom," the stall owner said earnestly. "Look at the craftsmanship, the material 50,000 is already a bargain." Lin Fan shook his head, "Too expensive, 10,000 at most." After some haggling, the two finally settled on a price of 15,000. Just as Lin Fan was about to pay, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Wait a minute." Several people walked over quickly. Leading the group was a young man in his early 20s, dressed in fine clothes and holding a folding fan. Behind him were 4 burly men who appeared to be servants, each exuding a powerful aura. The young man walked up to the stall, his gaze falling on the small teapot in Lin Fan's hand. "I'll take this." Lin Fan glanced at him, said nothing, and continued to take money from his storage ring. The young master's face darkened. "Didn't you hear me?" he raised his voice. "I want this." "Put it down." Lin Fan still ignored him. He handed the money to the stall owner, then put the items into his storage ring. The young master was furious. "You're asking for it." He waved his hand. "Get him. Snatch what's in this kid's hands." The 4 servants immediately pounced on Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't even glance at it. He simply waved his hand dismissively. Bang! An invisible shockwave exploded out. The 4 servants were sent flying like tattered sacks, crashing heavily into the wall and creating 4 human-shaped dents. Blood gushed out, and they immediately lost consciousness. The street fell silent instantly. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, watching this scene in disbelief. 4 martial arts masters at the 6th level were sent flying with a single slap. The young man was also stunned. But he quickly realized what was happening and, instead of being afraid, became even more arrogant. "You! Do you know who I am?" He pointed at Lin Fan, his voice laced with bravado. "Dare to touch my people, believe me or not, I'll make you disappear from Zhangzhou." Lin Fan finally turned his head and looked at him. That gaze was calm as still water, yet it sent a chill down the young man's spine. The next second, Lin Fan vanished from his spot. The young man only felt a blur before his eyes, and then a hand grabbed his neck and lifted him up. He was horrified to discover that he was 3 feet off the ground, and the face in front of him was looking down at him. You let me go." He struggled, his face flushed red. "Do you know who my father is? You'd better let me go right now and hand over the things. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble." Seeing this, the stall owner quickly came over to smooth things over. "Young master, this item has already been sold to this young man, and the money has been received. It's his now," he said to the young man. "You're too late. Why don't you take a look at something else?" The young master glared at him. "Who do you think you are? You dare to speak to me?" He then looked at Lin Fan and continued to threaten, "I advise you to let me go right now. Otherwise, when my father arrives, you'll be in big trouble." Lin Fan looked at him, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Why are there always these idiots? Thinking they can do whatever they want just because they have some connections? He applied slight pressure. The young man immediately gasped for breath, his face turning from flushed to a deep purplish red. People nearby exclaimed, "Young man, don't be impulsive. You'll get arrested for murder in the city. Yet, it's not worth wasting your time on someone like that." Chapter 92. Just as Lin Fan was about to strangle him, a gust of wind suddenly came from the side. "Stop it, kid! A middle-aged man rushed over and slapped Lin Fan with his palm. Lin Fan sensed the aura of the newcomer, a high-level martial master. He didn't dodge. The palm struck him squarely on the back. Bang! Lin Fan remained completely still. The middle-aged man felt as if he had been struck on titanium alloy, the recoil made his arm go numb. He backed away in terror, looking at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. Who are you? Lin Fan turned around and looked at him. High-level martial master, he said casually. That's far too weak. Lin Fan casually slapped him across the face. Bang! The middle-aged man was struck as if by a giant hammer. He was sent flying backward, crashing through a wall and landing in the rubble, coughing up blood. He struggled to his feet, his face filled with terror. Who are you? I know all the famous experts in Zhangzhou, but I've never seen you before. Lin Fan did not answer. The middle-aged man looked at the young man he was choking, his face turning deathly pale. Do you know who he is? He's the second young master of the Sun family. If you dare touch him, the Sun family will not let you off. You and everyone around you will die. Lin Fan smiled. That smile contained mockery, amusement, and a hint of coldness. The Sun family. He recalled the events of the previous auction, specifically the Sun family who had contested the Suanwu remains at the auction. Now, the Sun family has come knocking on our door? I'll give you a chance, Lin Fan said. Call everyone you can. I'll be waiting here. He casually tossed the young master to the ground and plopped down on him. Ah! The young master let out a piercing scream, nearly losing his breath from the pressure. Seeing this, the middle-aged man dared not delay and staggered away. More and more people gathered on the street to watch. Some people whispered among themselves, some took out their phones to take pictures, and some watched the scene with schadenfreude. Lin Fan didn't care at all. He sat on the lap of the second young master of the Sun family, waiting listlessly. After sitting for a while, feeling bored, he looked down at the second young master of the Sun family beneath him. His cultivation level is at the 7th level of martial arts. However, his aura was weak and his true essence was loose, clearly indicating that he had artificially boosted his strength with resources. In a real fight, he probably wouldn't even be able to defeat a 5th-level martial artist. This kind of trash dares to act arrogantly outside? The cultivation he retains is only meant to harm others, so he's better off being crippled. Lin Fan shook his head. With a casual pat, his true energy surged into the body of the second young master of the Sun family. Pfft! The second young master of the Sun family shuddered, and then an aura dissipated from his body. His cultivation has been destroyed. Ah! The second young master of the Sun family woke up in pain, letting out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Too noisy! Lin Fan slapped him across the face. Smack! The second young master of the Sun family's face swelled up instantly, and he fainted again. Not long after, a group of people rushed over. The leader was a middle-aged man, burly and imposing, with a dignified face and a profound, unfathomable aura. Behind him followed a dozen or so men, each possessing considerable strength. It was none other than Sun Dihei, the head of the Sun family. Beside him was the middle-aged man who had been slapped away by Lin Fan. He was now covered in injuries and looked utterly disheveled. Sir, it's there. Sun Dihei's gaze fell on Lin Fan, his pupils contracting slightly. He couldn't sense the depth of this young man's character. There's only one explanation, this young man's abilities are no less than his. He took a deep breath, walked up to Lin Fan, clasped his hands in a fist and said, Young brother, could you please, for my sake, get off my son? Lin Fan looked up at him. A martial general. And a martial general at the Qi control realm. This is several levels stronger than the previous Tiger King who was enhanced through sacrifice. He stood up and looked at Sun Dihei. Want to save your son? Sure. He took out a spiked club. Defeat me, Sun Dihei's face darkened. He was a valiant general, a master of the Qi control realm, one of the strongest figures in Zhangzhou. How could he have been so looked down upon by a young man? Since you insist, young man, then I won't stand on ceremony. He drew his weapon, a pair of crimson gold short halberds, and his aura surged. The aura of a martial general at the Qi control realm erupted with a thunderous roar. The onlookers gasped and backed away, instantly clearing a space. Lin Fan advanced instead of retreating. Armament haki and Conqueror's haki swirled around the spiked club. Dominate and entangle. Thunderous 8 trigrams. A single strike is unleashed. Sun Dihei parries with his double halberds in a cross pattern. Clang! A deafening roar erupted as metal clashed. The shockwave swept across, shattering the windows of shops lining both sides of the street. Sun Dihei retreated 3 steps, each step leaving a deep footprint on the blue stone ground. He looked down at his twin halberds, which were covered in fine cracks. He then looked at Lin Fan, but the young man remained motionless, looking at him with a half-smile. Martial General at the Qi control realm? This level of strength isn't enough? I thought he was much more powerful. Sun Dihei's face turned ashen as he roared angrily. You arrogant brat! He charged forward again, wielding his twin halberds, his true energy surging. Each strike carried the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. Lin Fan neither dodged nor evaded, but met the attack head-on with the spiked club. Clang! 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 The two engaged in a frenzied battle in the middle of the street. Every collision was deafening, every collision sent shockwaves blasting out. No one dared to approach within 100 meters. Sun Dihei grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. This young man clearly only possesses the aura of a mid-level martial artist, yet his strength is ridiculously great. His attacks landed on his opponent, who didn't even flinch. But when the opponent's attacks struck him, he had to defend with all his might. Even more terrifying was the immense power of the opponent's martial arts. The dark golden energy swirling around that spiked club made even a mid-level martial general like him feel a chill run down his spine. What the hell is this thing? Even with his vast knowledge and experience, he couldn't recognize what that black gold energy was. He didn't know that it was an advanced application of Conqueror's haki, a technique that only those with top-tier Conqueror's haki could master. Who exactly is this young man? Lin Fan grew increasingly excited as the fight progressed. A martial general at the Qi control realm was indeed different. He's far stronger than that Tiger King who relied on sacrifices to level up. This is the kind of opponent he'd be willing to go all out against. Again, he roared, and pounced once more. The dark golden light on the spiked club grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, he seized an opening. Great Vajra Thunder 8 trigrams. One blow landed. This blow was more than twice as powerful as the previous one. Sun Dihei's expression changed drastically, and he blocked with all his might. Boom! He was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing through 5 walls before finally coming to a stop. Vomit! Sun Dihei coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain. Where did this monster come from? It could fight him even though it was above its level, but he couldn't even defeat it and was seriously injured. In the sky, a black lightning bolt ripped through the clouds, tearing the white clouds in two. That was Lin Fan releasing his Conqueror's haki. Lin Fan stood with his baton in hand, his fighting spirit soaring. He was about to pursue and take advantage of the enemy's weakness to kill him. Stop it right now! Chapter 93. Several figures descended from the sky. They were people from the Municipal Martial Arts Management Office. The man in the lead was a middle-aged man, none other than Section Chief Zhao, whom they had met once before. He saw Lin Fan and froze. It's you, kid. Lin Fan recognized him too. Section Chief Zhao. Section Chief Zhao looked at him, then at Sun Dihei who had just crawled out of the rubble in the distance, and then at the devastated streets, his face speechless. It's you again. Lin Fan put away his spiked club, spread his hands, and said, someone tried to steal my things and kill me. I acted in self-defense. Section Chief Zhao covered his face and took a deep breath. Take them all away. Lin Fan did not resist and let them take him away. Municipal Martial Arts Management Office. In the interrogation room, Section Chief Zhao sat opposite Lin Fan, his face full of helplessness. Tell me, what exactly happened? Lin Fan recounted what had happened. After listening, Section Chief Zhao went to question the second young master of the Sun family, the servant, Sun Dihei, and the surrounding witnesses. The conclusion was that the second young master of the Sun family was indeed the one who started the trouble. Section Chief Zhao rubbed his temples, his head throbbing. You brat, can't you just shut up for a second? It was you last time, and it's you again this time. Lin Fan said innocently, I didn't cause any trouble, trouble caused me. Section Chief Zhao. He took a deep breath to calm himself. All right, the responsibility for this matter mainly lies with the Sun family. But you went too far, kid. 4 servants were seriously injured, the second young master of the Sun family's cultivation was crippled, and Sun Dihei was severely injured. Do you know how powerful the Sun family is in Zhangzhou? Lin Fan said indifferently, they asked for it themselves, who can they blame? Section Chief Zhao shook his head and said no more. He had someone take a statement, then told Lin Fan, find a guarantor to pick you up. You can leave after paying the fine. Lin Fan thought for a moment, not wanting his parents to worry, so he called Zhang Qingzu. While waiting, Sun Dihei brought in the second young master of the Sun family. The second young master of the Sun family has woken up, but his eyes are glazed and drool is dripping from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that he has suffered a severe mental blow. A complex emotion flashed in Sun Dihei's eyes when he saw Lin Fan. He walked up to Lin Fan and bowed respectfully. Young man, it was my son's fault for being blind and offending you. I apologize to you here. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He thought Sun Dihei would say something harsh, but to his surprise, he apologized directly. Sun Dihei continued, young man, name your price. How much money and resources do you want to spare my son? He paused, then added, I guarantee that from now on, no one from the Sun family will ever appear before you again, much less provoke you. Lin Fan looked at the middle-aged man who was bowing his head and admitting his mistake, and quickly understood. They were afraid. Afraid that this monster would cause trouble for the Sun family in the future. After all, everyone knows how terrifying the potential of a martial artist who can defeat a mid-level general is. Unless you can kill them with one blow, no one dares to provoke them. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Give me 10 million credits, plus cultivation resources worth 30 million. That'll settle this matter. Sun Dihei's expression changed. This is outrageous. But he gritted his teeth and nodded, okay. Leave your contact information, and the item will be delivered to you within 3 days. Lin Fan exchanged contact information. Sun Dihei left with his son. As he left, he glanced back at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with apprehension. Zhang Qingzu rushed over. After paying the fine and completing the formalities, she led Lin Fan out of the management office. Lin Fan, she couldn't help but ask, what have you done now? Lin Fan briefly recounted what had happened. Zhang Qingzu remained silent after hearing this. The Sun family patriarch, a martial general at the Qi control realm, was sent flying by Lin Fan's blow. She took a deep breath, and the look in her eyes as she looked at Lin Fan was more than just shock. You're a monster. Lin Fan smiled. Thank you very much this time. Consider it a favor I owe you. Zhang Qingzu shook her head, no need, you've helped me more. Besides, you're a member of my school team, it's only right. Lin Fan nodded and said no more. As the sun set, their shadows stretched long. Lin Fan and Zhang Qingzu walked out of the Municipal Martial Arts Management Office side by side. The streets were sparsely populated, and the street lights cast a dim, yellowish glow. After walking for a while, Zhang Qingzu was about to say goodbye when Lin Fan suddenly asked, "By the way, do you know where I can buy a wine flask that looks like a treasure?" Zhang Qingzu was taken aback. "A wine gourd treasure?" Lin Fan nodded. "I need a wine gourd for my cultivation recently, but I've looked around the surrounding markets and haven't found one I like." Zhang Qingzu laughed upon hearing this. "It's normal, it's perfectly normal that you can't find it. Generally, people rarely bother to specially craft treasures like wine jugs, an ordinary wine jug is sufficient. If you want to buy this kind of treasure, you might need to go to a place called the Treasure Pavilion." Treasure Pavilion? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Zhang Qingzu nodded and began to explain in detail. Jubeo Pavilion was founded by the largest chamber of commerce in Jiangzhou. Its founder is Shen Wanjun, Jiangzhou's richest man, whose net worth is said to be in the billions. Jubeo Pavilion is located at the foot of Quivai Mountain in the East District, a gathering place for Jiangzhou's wealthy, and generally unknown to the public. She paused, then continued. The Treasure Pavilion only caters to people with status and background, either from prominent families or wealthy individuals with assets exceeding 10 million. I went there once with my family before, and that's how I found out about this place. If you'd like to go, I can take you in, but you'll owe me a favor." Lin Fan thought for a moment. Instead of searching aimlessly like a headless fly, he decided to ask Zhang Qingzu for help. He nodded slightly. "Okay, consider it a favor I owe you. If you need anything in the future, I can lend a hand." Zhang Qingzu smiled and said, "Then it's settled. But it's getting late today, let's go tomorrow, see you at the school gate then." Lin Fan glanced at the sky, it was indeed nearing dusk. He then said, "All right." The two made a promise and then went their separate ways. When Lin Fan returned home, his mother had already prepared dinner. After eating, he took a shower and went back to his room. The door closed, and the world fell silent. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, not in a hurry to study the mysterious little pot, but first took out a tattered animal skin scroll from his storage ring. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Hell Technique, Fragment a low-grade earth-rank body refining technique. Legend has it that upon mastery, one can possess the power of a dragon and elephant, capable of suppressing hell. This fragment only records the first 2 levels of cultivation. This is a body refining technique I redeemed using newbie perks at the Wilderness Hunter headquarters, but I haven't had a chance to practice it yet. I happen to have some time tonight. Lin Fan unrolled the scroll and began to study it carefully. This technique is divided into 2 levels. The first level is the initial cry of the dragon and elephant, the second level is the resonance of the dragon and elephant. After successfully cultivating the first level, one can greatly enhance physical strength and defense, and at the same time obtain the prototype of dragon and elephant power, with every punch and kick possessing the might of a dragon and elephant. The second level goes a step further, allowing the physical body and true essence to resonate, integrating offense and defense, and doubling combat power. Excellent technique! A glint of light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He sat cross-legged and began his cultivation according to the method recorded on the scroll. Body refining techniques differ from breathing exercises, they focus more on the direct tempering of the physical body. They require the use of true energy as a guide, circulating it along specific routes through the flesh, bones, and tendons to continuously strengthen and refine the body. Lin Fan closed his eyes, and his true essence slowly circulated. Following the instructions of the cultivation method, the true essence began to permeate throughout the body's flesh and blood. It was a strange experience. The true essence was like countless tiny needles, piercing into every inch of muscle and every fiber, then slowly stirring and refining it. Pain. Intense pain. Muscles were torn and remodeled. But Lin Fan didn't even flinch. He'd experienced far worse pain, what was this little bit of pain compared to that? He continued to circulate his true energy, following the prescribed path of the cultivation technique. Once, twice, 3 times. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fan suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body. A warm sensation welled up from deep within my body, seeping into my flesh and blood. The muscles began to tremble slightly, emitting a low hum. The buzzing sound was like the breath of an ancient behemoth, or the tolling of a bell from an ancient temple deep in the mountains. Successfully cultivated the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique, Dragon Elephant's First Roar. A system notification sounded. Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. He could clearly feel that his physical body had become much stronger. His muscles were firmer, his bones were denser, and a faint golden sheen shimmered on his skin. He clenched his fist and threw a casual punch. Bang! The air exploded. A gust of wind from a punch shot out, striking the wall 3 meters away and leaving a deep fist mark. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. This punch was at least 30% more powerful than the previous one. Moreover, he could sense that the dragon elephant power within him was dormant and could be awakened at any time. Good. After finishing his practice of the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique, Lin Fan took out the mysterious little pot from his storage ring. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the small teapot. This is a palm-sized object, dark blue in color, covered with rust and dirt, making it impossible to discern its original appearance. The outline resembles a small pot, with a body, lid, and spout, but the lid is damaged and the body has several cracks. Lin Fan looked at it over and over, but couldn't see anything special about it. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, no remnant of true essence, it was just like a broken old pot. Does this mean we have to perform a blood oath ceremony again? Chapter 94. He recalled his previous experience with the remains of Suan Yu. He bit his fingertip, and a drop of golden blood fell onto the small pot. The blood was instantly absorbed, and the small pot shuddered violently. A dark blue light burst forth from the pot, illuminating the entire room. At the same time, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ancient artifact detected, the incomplete Drunken Dragon Pot. Drunken Dragon Pot, a treasure crafted by a powerful, alcohol-loving figure in ancient times. It can hold a vast quantity of fine wine and imbue the wine with special properties. With prolonged exposure to warming wine, it can gradually be repaired. Current status, severely damaged, only 10% functional remaining. Effects, 1 can hold a volume of wine up to 100 times its size. 2 The longer the wine is stored in the pot, the higher its quality. 3 When using the wine in the pot to perform the Wine Dragon Thunder 8 trigrams technique, its power is increased by 50%. Note, this vessel has established a connection with the host and can be stored and nurtured within the body. Before Lin Fan could react, the drunken dragon pot suddenly flew out of his hand, transforming into a streak of light that plunged directly into his chest. Not again! Lin Fan instinctively tried to grab it, but the light was too fast and disappeared from his body in an instant. The next moment, a strange sensation surged through my entire body. Like rain on a parched desert, like a hungry traveler enjoying a delicious meal, the feeling of having his longing satisfied came from the depths of his soul, so comforting that he almost groaned out loud. Immediately afterwards, a warm sensation spread from my chest to every part of my body. Wherever that warmth passed, the meridians trembled, the bones hummed, and the flesh rejoiced. Lin Fan could clearly feel that every cell in his body was being tempered by this power. Impurities are squeezed out. The meridians have been widened. Muscles and bones are strengthened. The feeling was like being reforged in a furnace, every inch of skin, every bone, every meridian undergoing a transformation. I don't know how much time passed, but the warmth dissipated. Lin Fan opened his eyes and found himself covered in a sticky mess, emitting a pungent stench. He looked down and saw that his skin was covered with a layer of black grime, greasy and utterly disgusting. This is impurity from my body. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. With his current physique, having undergone countless temperings, his body should theoretically be as pure as crystal. It's unexpected that he could still expel so many impurities. He stood up and stretched his limbs. Crackling. My bones cracked and popped like popping beans. An unprecedented feeling of ease washed over me. Lin Fan clenched his fist and lightly waved it at the air. The force of the punch was so strong it seemed to rip through the air. He carefully felt the power of the punch, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Previously, when I threw a punch, although the power was great, there were always some slight loss of control. Just like a punch thrown with all my might would always generate some unnecessary gusts of wind and waste some power. But things are different now. The punch was thrown with extremely concentrated power, without a single trace leaking out. If you want to use 1 unit of force, you use 1 unit, if you want to use 10 units of force, you use 10 units. This perfect control over his body gave him a feeling of being reborn. Nice one. Lin Fan couldn't help but admire it. He tried a few more times, and each time he was able to precisely control his strength. The occasional instances of overexerting force or insufficient strength that had occurred in previous battles would likely never happen again. He looked down into his body. With introspection, one can clearly see the drunken dragon pot quietly floating above the danchan, emitting a faint dark blue light. It seems to be asleep, or perhaps slowly absorbing something. Lin Fan tried to communicate with it, but there was no response. I originally thought I could use it to hold wine, but it's ignoring me. Looks like I'll have to go to Jubeo Pavilion to buy a wine pot tomorrow. Another guest. He shook his head and chuckled. He already had the remains of the black tortoise residing inside him, and now he also had the drunken dragon pot. Fortunately, the system had confirmed that they were harmless to him, otherwise, he wouldn't dare let these things of unknown origin remain in his body. Go take a shower first. Lin Fan got up and opened the door. Lin's mother was still watching TV in the living room when she saw him come out and smelled the stench. She almost fainted from the stench. Son! Why do you smell so bad? Lin Fan smiled awkwardly. The impurities expelled during cultivation can be easily removed with a shower. He strode into the bathroom and closed the door. Hot water washed down, washing away all the grime. As Lin Fan washed, he felt the changes within his body. Perfect control. This ability, though seemingly simple, is invaluable. The more precise the control over one's power, the more consistent one's performance in combat. The same amount of power, but with different levels of control, can produce vastly different levels of effectiveness. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Lin Fan returned to his room. He sat down cross-legged and continued to study the drunken dragon pot inside his body. The system message stated that this item needs to be warmed with alcohol to gradually repair itself. I'll go to Jubeo Pavilion tomorrow, and buy a wine jug and some good wine, Lin Fan muttered to himself. He recalled the compensation he had extorted from the Sun family. 10 million credits, plus cultivation resources worth 30 million. This windfall came at just the right time. Sure enough, robbery is still the fastest way to make money. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. He took out the list he had extorted from the Sun family and examined it carefully. 10 million credits will arrive in your account tomorrow. The cultivation resources amount to 30 million, including 50 third-tier crystal cores, 10 fourth-tier crystal cores, 1 fifth-tier crystal core, various spiritual herbs, and a bottle of fourth-tier essence blood. These things are enough for him to cultivate for a while. Lin Fan put the list away, took out the 9 revolutions dragon roar technique, and continued cultivating. In the stillness of the night, the sound of breathing was long and drawn out. Meanwhile, Jiangzhou's top private hospital. The atmosphere in the intensive care unit was somber. The second young master of the Sun family lay quietly on the hospital bed, his face pale and his breathing weak. Various medical instruments were connected to him, emitting a monotonous beep-beep sound. The bedside was surrounded by people. Sun Dehe stood at the very front, his face ashen. Standing beside him was a dignified and elegant middle-aged woman, Lu, the mother of the second young master of the Sun family. At this moment, her eyes were red and swollen, and her face was still streaked with tears. Dehe, Madame Lu choked back tears, how is our son? Sun Dehe did not answer, but looked at the dean standing to the side. The dean was an elderly man in his 60s, wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said cautiously, Master Sun, young Master Sunday, his condition is not very good. Liu's expression changed, what do you mean? The hospital director, forcing a smile, said, young Master Sun's physical condition is fine, but his mental state has suffered severe trauma. The energy that impacted his mind was extremely powerful, directly destroying a portion of his consciousness. In this situation, our hospital is powerless to help. Lu swayed and almost fell. Powerless, she shrieked. You're the best hospital in Zhangzhou. How can you be powerless? The dean gave a wry smile, Madam, please calm down. It's not that we don't want to treat him, but psychological trauma is inherently the most difficult area to heal. With current medical technology, only a highly skilled specialist in psychological treatment, combined with special medication, can offer any hope of awakening young Master Sunday. We truly cannot do it. Lu slumped into a chair and burst into tears. My son, why are you so unlucky? Sun Dehe took a deep breath and waved for the dean and the others to leave. Only the Sun family remained in the ward. A young man stepped forward, he was Sun Hao, the eldest son of Sun Dehe, the eldest son of the Sun family. Father, he said in a deep voice, our second brother's matter cannot be left like this. That Lin Fan must pay the price. Another middle-aged man chimed in, yes, Patriarch, when has our Sun family ever suffered such a loss? To be bullied by a mere commoner, how can we face anyone in Zhangzhou after this? Brother is right. I'll take some men and bring that kid here. That's enough. Sun Dehe gave a low shout, and everyone immediately fell silent. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said coldly, do you think I don't want to? Do you think I'm afraid of him? He paused, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. That kid is incredibly strange. He's only a mid-level martial master, yet he can overpower me, a mid-level martial general. You guys go? Going there is just suicide. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, daring not to utter another word. Madame Lu raised her head and cried out, what are we going to do? Are we just going to let our son lie here like this? You're a military general. What are you afraid of him for? Sun Dehe frowned, I didn't say I wouldn't care. Just as he was about to continue, one of his men strode in and whispered a few words in his ear. A glint flashed in Sun Dehe's eyes as he followed his men out of the ward. At the end of the corridor, a man dressed in black stood respectfully. Have you found out the truth? Sun Dehe asked. Chapter 95. The man in black nodded, Patriarch, we've investigated Lin Fan's background thoroughly. He's a senior high school student at Zhangzhou No. 3 High School, his parents are ordinary workers, and he has no connections whatsoever. A month ago, he was just a martial arts apprentice, but suddenly his strength has skyrocketed. He reported all the information he had gathered in detail. Sun Dehe's eyes flashed with surprise after hearing this. Son of a commoner? No background whatsoever? He had assumed Lin Fan was a direct descendant of some powerful force, but it turned out he was just an ordinary student. Wait a minute, he suddenly remembered something, you said he used a spiked club? And he's about 2 meters tall. The man in black nodded, yes. A cold glint flashed in Sun Dehe's eyes. He recalled the mysterious man who had stolen the Suanwu remains at the auction, the description given by his subordinates was exactly the same as that of this Lin Fan. Damn it, it was you. Sun Dehe gritted his teeth. You stole my things and now you dare to blackmail me. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. A moment later, a cruel smile crept onto his lips. Kid, you think you're so tough? You want money and resources? Fine, I'll grant your wish. He turned to his men and said, Go, invite all the family's elders here. Also, contact the Lu, Wang, and Zhao families, and tell them that I, Sun Dehe, have a favor to ask and owe them one. His subordinate obeyed and left. Sun Dehe stood by the window, looking at the night outside, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lin Fan, I'll see if you live to take my money, and whether you live to spend it. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Lin Fan got up, washed up, ate breakfast, said goodbye to his parents, and then went to school. Silver Moon lay down at his feet and licked his hand. Stay home and guard the house. Lin Fan patted its head. Silver Moon whimpered twice and obediently lay down. When I arrived at the school gate, Zhang Qingzu was already waiting there. She was dressed casually today, her long hair flowing over her shoulders. She looked less sharp and more like a young girl than the branch team captain. Her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Fan. You're here. Lin Fan nodded. The two walked side by side, heading towards Qivai Mountain in the eastern part of the city. Lin Fan and Zhang Qingzu walked out of the school gate side by side and headed forward along the main road of the East District. A refreshing morning breeze caressed my face, and more pedestrians began to appear on both sides of the street. Jubeo Pavilion is at the foot of Qivai Mountain, a bit far from the city center. We'll have to take a car there, Zhang Qingzu said, waving to flag down a hovercar specifically for martial artists. The two got into the car, which smoothly rose and headed towards the edge of the East District. The scenery outside the car window rushed past, with skyscrapers gradually being replaced by green trees and mountains. About half an hour later, a verdant mountain peak came into view, Qivai Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a cluster of classical buildings stands quietly. White walls and black tiles, with upturned eaves, are scattered in a well-organized manner among the green trees. In the center of the complex, a 5-story pavilion stands out, constructed entirely of precious Phoebe Jenny's wood, gleaming with a warm luster in the sunlight. The roof of the pavilion is covered with glazed tiles, which refract a 7-colored halo. Above the main entrance of the pavilion hangs a huge plaque with 3 large, gilded characters, Jubeo Pavilion. The brush strokes are vigorous and powerful, with subtle fluctuations of energy flow, clearly the work of a master. The surrounding area is a spacious square, paved with neat bluestone bricks. The square was filled with all kinds of luxury vehicles, and elegantly dressed men and women came and went from time to time. This is the Treasure Pavilion, Zhang Qingzu said, pointing to the building. It's the largest business owned by a chamber of commerce in Zhangzhou. They say it has everything, as long as you have money. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. He could sense that many powerful auras were hidden here. The 4 guards standing at the entrance alone were all at the 9th level of martial arts cultivation. Further inside, there were several faint auras of martial generals. The two got out of the car and walked towards the gate. As soon as they reached the door, 4 guards simultaneously reached out to stop them. Please show your VIP pass, the head guard said expressionlessly. Zhang Qingzu took out a dark gold card from her bosom and handed it over. The card was printed with the 3 characters Jubeoj and had intricate anti-counterfeiting features. The guard took the card and swiped it on a small array at the entrance. The array lit up green, indicating that the verification was successful. Please come in, esteemed guest. The guard respectfully made way and returned the card to Zhang Qingzu. Lin Fan followed Zhang Qingzu through the gate. Instantly, an aura of luxury wafted over. The hall was extremely spacious, covering over 1,000 square meters and with a height exceeding 10 meters. The floor was paved with precious white jade tiles, smooth as a mirror. 4 massive white marble pillars support the dome, and the pillars are carved with exquisite reliefs depicting various exotic animals. Dozens of crystal chandeliers hung from the dome, emitting a soft glow. The walls are adorned with calligraphy and paintings by famous figures, as well as display cases containing various treasures and precious artifacts. The hall was bustling with people, scions of noble families in fine clothes, martial arts masters with composed demeanor, and middle-aged men who looked like wealthy merchants. Everyone was elegant in their manners and spoke in hushed tones. Several waitresses in uniform moved about, providing guidance and service to the guests. A pretty maid approached, smiling and bowing. "Greetings, distinguished guests. I am Xiaoyu, your receptionist. How can I help you?" Zhang Qingzhu looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan spoke up, "I'd like to see any treasures that resemble wine jugs." "A wine jug treasure?" Xiaoyu paused slightly, then smiled and said, "All right, please follow me." As she led the way, she explained, "The treasure pavilion has 5 floors. The first floor contains regular magical artifacts and materials, the second floor contains exquisite magical artifacts and elixirs, the third floor contains rare materials and cultivation manuals, the fourth floor is a customization area and VIP rooms, and the fifth floor is the auction house, open once a month. The wine jug is a type of life-related noble phantasm, and it has a dedicated area on the second floor. May I ask what specific requirements the esteemed guest has for the wine jug?" Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "First, it needs to have a large capacity, at least 10 jin, 5 kilograms, or more of wine. Second, it needs a preservation array so the wine won't spoil and ideally, it should become more mellow with age. Third, its appearance should be simple and elegant, preferably in dark colors, like this one." He gestured in the air, roughly outlining the shape of Kaido's wine jug, a rounded body, a slightly thick neck, a lid, and a chain to hang it on his waist. Xiaoyu listened attentively and nodded, saying, "Understood. The guest's requirements are very specific, and we happen to have several that fit the bill. Please follow me." She led the two of them up the spiral staircase to the second floor. The second floor is more exquisite than the first, and there are fewer people, but each guest is accompanied by a personal maid. The surrounding area consists of semi-open display areas, divided according to category. Lin Fan saw that there were weapon sections, armor sections, pill sections, material sections, and a separate area labeled miscellaneous. Xiaoyu led them toward the miscellaneous items section. Passing through several rows of display cases, they arrived at a corner. Here were displayed all sorts of strange and wonderful treasures, fans, jade pendants, incense burners, chessboards, and of course, wine jugs. On a special counter, a dozen or so wine jugs were displayed. Some are carved from jade, some are made of purple clay, some are gilded silver, some are simple and antique bronze. They come in various shapes and sizes. These are all wine jugs and other precious artifacts from our treasure pavilion collection, Xiaoyu explained. The more expensive ones are worth millions, while the cheaper ones are worth hundreds of thousands. Our esteemed guests are welcome to take their time choosing. Lin Fan stepped forward and examined them one by one. The first one is a jade wine pot with a capacity of 5 caddies. Its preservation effect is average, and its shape is too delicate. It won't do. The second item is a purple clay wine pot with a capacity of 3 jin, approximately 1.5 kilograms, and a function to warm the wine, but it cannot be too small. The third item is a silver gilt wine jug with a capacity of 8 caddies. The preservation method is good, but it's too flashy and still not good. Lin Fan looked at them one by one, his brows furrowing slightly. These wine jugs were either too small, had an undesirable shape, or were incomplete in function. Until he picked up the last one. This is a dark blue wine pot, made of neither gold nor jade, and it feels quite heavy in the hand. The body is round and full, the neck is slightly thick, the lid fits perfectly, and the spout is slightly upturned. The surface is not overly decorated, with only a few simple and rustic lines that vaguely form a landscape painting. A thin chain, also dark blue in color, is attached to the body of the teapot and can be hung at the waist. Chapter 96. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Its shape is 7 or 8 parts similar to Kaido's sake jug in his memory. "How much is this?" he asked. Xiaoyu glanced at the label and smiled. "You have excellent taste, esteemed guest. This azure nether pot is a masterpiece from our Jubeo pavilion. Crafted from meteorite iron mixed with chalcedony, this vessel has a capacity of 30 catties, approximately 15 kilograms. It is engraved with a 3-level preservation array and a 1st-level aging array. Wine placed inside will not only not spoil but will become more mellow with age. Price, 3.8 million credits. 3,800,000. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. It's definitely not cheap. But considering its function, and the 10 million yuan that Sun Dihei promised to compensate, this amount of money is nothing. I'll take it. Just as he was about to pay, Zhang Qingzhu suddenly spoke up. "Let me pay for you, consider it." "No need." Lin Fan interrupted her, took out a prepaid card and handed it to Xiaoyu. "Use mine." Zhang Qingzhu paused for a moment, looked at him, and didn't insist any further. Xiaoyu took the card and manipulated the portable array. A moment later, she respectfully handed it back. "Distinguished guest, transaction complete. Here is your wine jug, please keep it safe." Lin Fan took the azure nether pot. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, and he could feel the slight fluctuations of the internal array. On a whim, he hung the wine jug at his waist. The chain is the perfect length, and the pot rests gently against the side of the waist, making it both convenient and easy to access. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind. Host's equipment was detected to be the same as Kaido's sake flask, further enhancing their fighting style synergy. Imitation accuracy improved, 40.5%, 41.2%. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. It worked. He was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned to Xiaoyu. "By the way, do you sell fine wine here?" Xiaoyu paused slightly, then covered her mouth and chuckled. "You flatter us, esteemed guest. Since our Jubeo pavilion sells wine jugs, we naturally consider the needs of our customers after they purchase them. Please follow me, there's more to it than meets the eye." She led the two away from the miscellaneous area, through an inconspicuous little door, and down a staircase. The staircase was inlaid with luminous pearls on both sides, emitting a soft glow. The further down you went, the cooler the air became, and you could faintly smell a mellow aroma of wine. After walking for about 3 minutes, the view suddenly opened up before us. This is a huge underground wine cellar. Spanning over 1,000 square meters and exceeding 5 meters in height, rows of enormous wine racks are neatly arranged, filled with all sorts of wine jars and bottles. The walls of the wine cellar are engraved with temperature and humidity control arrays to ensure that every bottle of wine is preserved in optimal condition. The air was filled with a rich aroma of wine, just smelling it was enough to make one feel slightly tipsy. Lin Fan took a deep breath, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Xiaoyu led them through the wine shelves, introducing the different wines as they walked. Our Jubeo Pavilion's wine cellar houses famous wines from all over the country, including century-old vintages, wines made from rare fruits, and those produced using special techniques, ranging in age from 10 to 500 years, and in price from tens of thousands to tens of millions. She stopped in front of an area and pointed to a row of wine racks in front of her. "This is our recommended section for first-time wine buyers. These are some of our more popular wines, you can try them first before deciding which one to buy." Lin Fan looked at the bottles of wine. The first one is packaged in a transparent glass bottle, the liquid is amber in color and clear. This is Amber Radiance, a 50-year aged vintage, brewed using premium grains. It has a rich, full-bodied flavor and a lingering finish. It's priced at 200,000 yuan per jin, approximately 500 grams. The second type is served in a celadone jar. The wine is pale blue with a subtle shimmering light. This is green bamboo brew, a 30-year aged brew made primarily from the juice of spiritual bamboo, with the addition of various medicinal herbs. It has a refreshing taste and is said to nourish the meridians. It sells for 150,000 per jin, approximately 500 grams. The third type is served in a dark red wine jar. The wine itself is deep red and has a rich aroma. This is Fire Cloud Burn, a 20-year aged brew made from fire attribute spiritual fruits. It has a spicy taste, like burning on fire, and can temporarily enhance the power of fire attribute techniques. It costs 180,000 per kilogram. Xiaoyu took a few small wine glasses, poured a little into each, and handed them to Lin Fan. Please enjoy, esteemed guest. Lin Fan took the wine glass and tasted the first one, Amber Radiance. The wine went down my throat, mellow and smooth, a warm sensation rising from my stomach and spreading throughout my body. It was indeed good, but it felt like something was missing. He then tried the second bamboo-infused wine. It has a refreshing and sweet taste with a faint bamboo aroma. Drinking it leaves you feeling invigorated and your meridians slightly vibrate. It has a nourishing effect, but it's not strong enough. Finally, I tried the third one, the flaming cloud cake. One bite, and it's like swallowing a ball of fire. That intense heat burned from his throat to his stomach, and then spread throughout his entire body. Lin Fan felt his blood boiling, and his fighting spirit surged uncontrollably. Fine wine. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This is it. He looked at Xiaoyu, give me 100 jin of this fire cloud burnt. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. 100 jin. 100 caddies of fire cloud burning oil is worth 18 million credit points. Lin Fan nodded, yes, 100 jin. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and tried her best to maintain a smile. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest, I'll go prepare right away. She turned and left, and soon returned with several servants pushing a small cart. The cart was loaded with 10 large wine jars, each weighing 10 caddies. Distinguished guest, your fire cloud buns weigh 100 jin, approximately 50 kilograms. The total cost is 18 million credits. Lin Fan took out his prepaid card and swiped it to make the payment. Then he took the azure nether pot from his waist and opened the lid. With a thought, a jar of wine flew up, the liquid transforming into a jet of water that precisely poured into the pot. 10 jin, approximately 5 kilograms. 20 jin, approximately 10 kilograms. 30 caddies. 100 jin, 50 kilograms. The azure nether pot was like a bottomless pit, swallowing all the wine, yet it remained light and airy, as if it contained nothing at all. Lin Fan shook the wine jug, and could hear the wine inside sloshing slightly. He nodded in satisfaction, put the lid back on, and hung it back on his waist. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. She knew the treasure wine jug could hold a lot of wine, but after 100 caddies, approximately 50 kilograms, of wine was consumed, the jug was still as light as a feather. That was simply unbelievable. Zhang Qingzhu also looked at the wine flask at Lin Fan's waist in surprise, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Lin Fan didn't explain, he just patted the wine pot. He's gone. Xiaoyu quickly bowed, please take care, esteemed guest. Welcome to visit again. Back on the second floor, Zhang Qingzhu asked curiously, Lin Fan, I've always wanted to ask, why did you insist on buying the treasure artifact wine jar? If you just wanted to drink, wouldn't a regular wine jar suffice? And are you buying so much wine to open a winery? Lin Fan didn't hide anything, there's a martial art that requires the aid of alcohol to unleash its full power. Ordinary wine jugs can't hold much, and they're not convenient. It's good to have extra wine on hand, just in case we don't run out. Zhang Qingzhu suddenly realized what was going on and didn't ask any further questions. The two continued to wander around the second floor. Since I rarely get to visit Jubaoj, I naturally want to take a good look at what good things it has to offer. When Lin Fan passed by the weapons section, he saw several decent treasures, but none of them were what he needed. As for weapons, the spiked club was enough for him, so he didn't need any for the time being. The pill section has many high-level pills, but they are expensive and not cost-effective. There are some good items in the materials section, but Lin Fan isn't short of money right now. Sun Dehe still owes him 30 million credits. Chapter 97. As the two were strolling along, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "Oh, isn't this Zhang Qingzu?" Lin Fan and Zhang Qingzu turned around at the same time. Three young men walked over. The leader was a handsome young man dressed in a white brocade robe, holding a folding fan and exuding a dashing and debonair air. He was followed by two equally richly dressed attendants, clearly scions of a prominent family. Zhang Qingzu frowned slightly when she saw the person who had arrived. "Zhou Ming." Her tone was noticeably cold. "What are you doing here?" The young man named Zhou Ming approached, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Qingzu before settling on Lin Fan, a scrutinizing glint in his eyes. "Qingzu, long time no see," Zhou Ming said with a smile. "I came to Jubao Pavilion to buy things, of course. But you, what brings you here? And this is?" He looked at Lin Fan, sizing him up. Lin Fan, standing at 1.9 meters tall with a robust physique, was extremely conspicuous among ordinary people. However, he dressed plainly and lacked the arrogance often associated with scions of wealthy families. Zhang Qingzu said calmly, "My friend. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now." She pulled Lin Fan away. Zhou Ming stepped forward and blocked their path. "Hey, don't be in such a hurry," he said with a smile. "Qingzu, your friend looks unfamiliar. Which family's young master is he? I've never seen him before." Zhang Qingzu frowned, "What's it to you?" Zhou Ming's henchman interjected, "Miss Zhang, young master Zhou is just concerned about you. What if you, a young woman, get scammed while hanging out with someone of unknown origin?" Another follower chimed in, "Exactly. Miss Zhang, your friend isn't some commoner, is he? He doesn't look like someone from a wealthy family." Zhou Ming feigned seriousness and rebuked, "Don't talk nonsense. How could Qingzu's friend be a commoner?" But his eyes held a mocking glint. Zhang Qingzu's face darkened. Lin Fan, however, smiled. He didn't want to bother with these ants, but since they've come looking for a beating, he might as well take it. "You're right." Lin Fan looked at his two lackeys. "I'm indeed not from a prestigious family." A smug glint flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. But the next second, an invisible pressure suddenly erupted from Lin Fan. It wasn't aimed at Zhang Qingzu, but rather precisely at Zhou Ming and his two companions. Conqueror's Haki. Boom! Zhou Ming and the other two felt a sudden darkness before their eyes, as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. Their breath caught in their throats, their legs went weak, and they collapsed to the ground with a thud. Their faces were deathly pale, and their eyes were filled with terror. It was a fear that came from the very soul, like an ant facing a dragon, like a mortal facing a god. You. Zhou Ming pointed at Lin Fan, his voice trembling, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Lin Fan looked down at them, his dark golden pupils filled with indifference. "Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of my following you?" The sound wasn't loud, but it exploded in the hearts of the three like a thunderclap. Zhou Ming was trembling all over, his crotch was soaked, he was so scared he peed himself. "Roll!" Lin Fan uttered a single word calmly. The three of them felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and they ran away as fast as they could, not daring to look back. Zhang Qingzu watched this scene, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She knew Lin Fan was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. The oppressive aura he exuded made even her, an observer, feel uneasy. Thank you, she said softly. Lin Fan waved his hand, just a few ants. Zhang Qingzhu sighed and explained, Zhou Ming is from the Zhou family, and they have some business dealings with my Zhang family. His father has always wanted to match us up, but I really dislike him and always try to avoid him. Today was just bad luck, we ran into each other. Lin Fan nodded without asking any further questions. The two strolled around for a while longer, but their enthusiasm had already been dampened. Let's go, Lin Fan said. Zhang Qingzhu nodded. The two left Jubeo Pavilion and took a car back to the city. By the time they returned to school, it was already noon. The two parted ways at the school gate. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Qingzhu and said earnestly, I promised you before, if you need anything, just let me know. Zhang Qingzhu smiled, I know. Focus on preparing for the trial and try to get first place. Lin Fan nodded and turned to walk towards the gravity training room. I had only walked a few steps when my phone rang. It was an unknown number. Lin Fan answered the call. Is this Mr. Lin Fan? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, tinged with respect. Lin Fan recognized the voice as belonging to Sun Dihei. It's me. Mr. Lin Fan, hello, hello. Sun Dihei's tone was warm. I've prepared the compensation I promised you. When would be a convenient time for you to meet? I'll hand over the items to you in person and also apologize on behalf of my unfilial son. Lin Fan said calmly, time and place. Sun Dihei quickly replied, how about 2 days later, at 3 p.m., at Maple Forest Villa outside the East District? The environment there is tranquil, perfect for our proper discussion. All right, Lin Fan said. Patriarch son, I hope you won't try anything funny. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Sun Dihei laughed and said, Mr. Lin Fan, you flatter me. Although I, Sun Dihei, am not exactly a gentleman, I do know what's important. A young genius like you is someone I'd be eager to befriend, why would I resort to tricks? Rest assured, I'll make sure you're satisfied in 2 days. Lin Fan hummed in agreement and hung up the phone. Without giving it much thought, he continued walking towards the gravity training room. Meanwhile, the Sun family. Sun Dihei put down the phone, his smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a chilling murderous intent. He looked at the butler beside him, is everything arranged? The steward bowed and said, Master, rest assured, the 4 elders have agreed to help. The Lu, Wang, and Zhao families have each sent a martial arts expert at the initial stage, they all owe us favors, and this is a good opportunity to repay them. 9 people in total, ranging from low-level martial general to mid-level martial general. Even if that kid had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be dead for sure. Sun Dihei nodded in satisfaction. What about Maple Forest Villa? It's all set up. A trap and a maze have been laid, even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to. Once he arrives, there's no way he can get away. A cruel glint flashed in Sun Dihei's eyes. Lin Fan, you think you're so tough? I'll see if you can still be so arrogant when 9 great generals gang up on you. You dare steal from my Sun family, dare hurt my son, and even dare to extort me. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Gravity training room. Lin Fan pushed open the door and entered, adjusting the gravity to 15 times. He took the azure netherworld pot from his waist and examined it carefully. The teapot has an antique appearance, a warm and smooth feel, and an internal array that subtly glows. I opened the lid of the pot and looked inside. The 100-pound fire cloud pot was gently swaying inside, yet it only occupied a very small part of the space. He nodded in satisfaction and hung the wine jug back on his waist. Looking at himself in the mirror, he saw a figure 2.5 meters tall with a robust build and a dark blue wine gourd hanging from his waist, bearing a resemblance to Kaido. Host's equipment was detected to be the same as Kaido's sake flask, further enhancing their fighting style synergy. Imitation accuracy improved, 41.2%, 41.5%. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. Very good. Next, it's time for a breakthrough. He sat down cross-legged, took out the 9 Revolutions Dragon Roar technique and the cultivation resources he had obtained from the wilderness, and began to cultivate with all his might. The advanced martial master level is within reach. Inside the gravity training room, breathing gradually subsided. Chapter 98. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The morning sunlight streamed through the skylight of the gravity training room, dispelling the slightly dim atmosphere. The light fell on the figure sitting cross-legged in the center, gilding him with a faint golden glow. It was a towering, mountain-like figure. Standing a full 3 meters tall, even when seated, it resembled a small mountain. As the imitation became more and more accurate, its body also developed. His broad shoulders seemed capable of supporting mountains, his muscles were like cast steel, and every muscle contained explosive power. His bare upper body was covered with fine dragon scale patterns, which gleamed with a bluish-black metallic luster in the sunlight. Lin Fan closed his eyes, his breathing long and deep. Within the body, true energy surges like a mighty river, flowing wildly through the meridians. He devoted all his energy to breaking through to the next level during his 2-day, 2-night seclusion. First is cultivation level. The transition from intermediate to advanced martial arts master is a huge hurdle. The intermediate stage involves the condensation of true essence, while the advanced stage involves the deep integration of true essence with the physical body, marking the beginning of a true transformation of the physique. Lin Fan took out the Crimson Flame Tiger crystal cores he had obtained from the wilderness area, 50 3rd-tier crystal cores, 10 4th-tier crystal cores, 1 5th-tier crystal core, and the bottle of 7th-tier essence blood. Without any hesitation, he began refining it frantically. One by one, the crystal cores turned into dust, and the pure energy surged into the body, where it was transformed into true essence by the 9 Revolutions Dragon Roar technique. That bottle of 7th grade essence blood was like adding fuel to the fire, causing his blood and chi to boil to their extreme. The meridians are tearing, and then healing. The vital energy is compressing, and then expanding. Finally, after consuming a great deal of resources. Boom! A deep, rumbling sound emanated from within him, like the beating of an ancient war drum. Advanced Martial Master, achieved. Lin Fan opened his eyes, his dark golden pupils flashing with a sharp light that left faint traces in the air. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. It was at least twice as strong as when he was at the intermediate level. Next up is the 9 Revolutions Dragon Roar technique. This low-grade earth-level breathing technique is divided into 9 stages, each stage representing a different realm. The first stage is entry level, the second stage is minor success, the third stage is major success, the fourth stage is perfection. Previously, he had only successfully cultivated the first stage, which was equivalent to entering the field. These past 2 days, he has been practicing his breathing techniques with all his might, constantly pushing himself to reach the second cycle. The practice of breathing techniques is more difficult than breaking through cultivation levels. It requires precise control over the breath and perfect coordination between mental energy and true essence. Lin Fan tried countless times, failing time and time again. But he did not give up. Finally, in a certain moment, he found that feeling. The rhythm of his breathing suddenly changed, from deep and long to short and forceful, like the breath of a dragon. With each breath, a deep dragon's roar emanated from within, resonating throughout his entire body. Successfully completed the second stage of the 9 Revolutions Dragon Roar technique. Current breathing technique level, second stage, minor success. Effect: increases chi and blood circulation speed by 300%, true essence recovery speed by 200%, and can actively release dragon's roar to intimidate enemies. Lin Fan opened his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. Second stage, minor success. He already knew about the different levels of breathing techniques from the Essentials of Martial Arts, Beginner, Minor Success, Major Success, and Perfection. Each level offered a significant improvement in effectiveness. My current progress is more than twice as good as when I first started. Finally, there is the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique. He had only cultivated this low-grade Earth-rank body-refining technique to the first level, Dragon, and Elephant's First Cry, before. These past 2 days, he had been attempting to break through to the second level, Dragon, and Elephant's Resonance. The practice of body-refining techniques is even more painful than breathing exercises. It requires constantly tempering the flesh, bones, and muscles with true essence, and each cycle feels like being cut into 1,000 pieces. But Lin Fan endured it. After consuming a massive amount of resources, he finally reached the threshold of the second level. Within his body, the dormant dragon and elephant power began to awaken, resonating with his true essence. Every heartbeat is like the stomp of a dragon and an elephant, every breath is like the roar of a dragon and an elephant. Successfully mastered the second level of the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Technique, Dragon Elephant Resonance. Effect: physical strength increased by 500%, power increased by 300%, can briefly enter the Dragon Elephant Possession state, doubling combat power. Lin Fan opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Crackling and popping. His entire skeleton cracked and popped like popping beans. His muscles stretched, and his bones resonated. His 2.5 meter frame appeared even more imposing at that moment. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. He was now more than twice as strong as he had been 2 days ago. Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. If he were to fight Sun Dihei again, he was confident he could kill him with a single punch. No need for grappling, no need for skill, just a simple punch. That Sun family patriarch, a mid-level military officer, isn't even qualified to let him warm up. I'm afraid only peak martial generals, or even experts at the Dao integration realm, can be my opponents, Lin Fan muttered to himself. He looked down at his hands. His body shape had changed again. In its complete form, it is nearly 2.6 meters tall. Its muscles are firmer, its bones are denser, and its skin has a faint golden sheen. Lin Fan glanced at the clock on the wall. 10 a.m. There were still 5 hours until 3 p.m., the time agreed upon with Sun Dihei. It's still early. Lin Fan stretched his limbs. Let's test our strength first. He pushed open the door to the gravity training room and walked out. Deep within the school, there is a dedicated testing area. This is for the school team members and teachers to test their abilities. It has all kinds of equipment. There are test stakes for testing strength, a running track for testing speed, a maze of mechanisms for testing reaction speed, and a special device for testing defensive capabilities. When Lin Fan entered the testing ground, it was empty. He walked to the strength testing area. There are 3 testing posts here, corresponding to the 3 levels of Martial Artist, Martial Master, and Martial General, respectively. The test stake in the very center, which is of military rank, is made entirely of a special alloy and is said to be able to withstand a force of 1,000,000 kilograms. Lin Fan took a deep breath and clenched his fist. He didn't use any true energy or armor coloring, it was purely physical strength. A punch was thrown. Bang! The numbers on the test stakes were jumping wildly. 800,000, 900,000, 1,000,000, 1,100,000. The final figure was 1.28 million. Lin Fan withdrew his fist, looked at the number, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Pure physical strength, 1.28 million jin. If you add true essence, armor color, and the power of the dragon and elephant, it could probably exceed 2 million jin. He then tested its speed and reaction time. In the speed test area, on the 100-meter track, his time was 0.8 seconds. This means that his maximum speed is close to the speed of sound. In the reaction test area, 36 mechanical pillars attacked simultaneously, but he dodged them all with his eyes closed. Under his observation haki, the tracks of these mechanisms were clearly visible, making them impossible for him to touch. Finally, there was the defense test. Lin Fan stood in front of a huge impact device and let it bombard him at maximum power. Boom boom boom. 10 consecutive attacks, each equivalent to a full force strike from a beginner-level martial arts general. Lin Fan stood still, completely motionless. Not even a white mark was left. The test is complete. Lin Fan walked out of the testing field, having gained a better understanding of his own abilities. He is now virtually invincible among military generals within the territory. Even a powerful warrior at the final stage of the martial arts realm, the Dao integration realm, might be able to exchange a few blows with him, but would ultimately be defeated. Only those at the level of a military general or higher can truly threaten him. That's enough, Lin Fan muttered to himself. Chapter 99. He glanced at the sky, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Time to set off. Lin Fan left the school and hailed a taxi at the school gate. Driver, go to Maple Forest Villa outside the East District. The driver, a middle-aged man, paused for a moment upon hearing the name of the place, Maple Forest Villa. That's a high-end place, I heard only the wealthy can afford to go. Young man, what are you going there for? Lin Fan said calmly, I'll keep my appointment. The driver didn't ask any more questions and started the car. About half an hour later, the car drove out of the city and into a mountain forest. Maple trees line both sides of the road. Although it's not autumn yet, the lush greenery is still refreshing. The further you go in, the more tranquil the environment becomes, and the fresher the air. Finally, the car stopped in front of a mountain villa. Maple Forest Villa. This is a vast estate, nestled against green mountains and overlooking a stream. White-walled and grey-tiled buildings are hidden among the trees, with pavilions and towers faintly visible. There are dedicated guards at the entrance, clearly indicating that it is private property. Lin Fan got out of the car and paid the fare. Before leaving, the driver added, Young man, be careful. Lin Fan nodded and turned to walk towards the villa. His observation haki spread silently. Instantly, his brows furrowed slightly. The villa holds many secrets. There are more than a dozen at the martial master level. There are at least 7 or 8 at the martial general level. Although these auras were well concealed, they had nowhere to hide from the sight of observation haki. Just to give compensation, do you need so many people? Lin Fan sneered inwardly. He understood. Sun Dihei had set a trap. But Lin Fan didn't turn around and leave. Instead, a smile appeared on his lips. Perfect timing, I just broke through and need someone to practice on. He strode into the villa. Sun Dihei had been waiting for him at the entrance for quite some time. Upon seeing Lin Fan appear, his face immediately lit up with a smile, and he quickly stepped forward to greet him. Brother Lin Fan! You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages. He extended his hand warmly, wanting to shake hands with Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't reach out, he simply looked at him calmly. Sun Dihei wasn't embarrassed. He withdrew his hand and continued with a smile, young brother Lin Fan is indeed a prodigy, with extraordinary bearing. Come, please come inside. I've prepared wine and dishes, let's eat and chat. Lin Fan looked at him and slowly said, Patriarch son, enough nonsense. Give me what you promised, and our grudges will be wiped clean. Sun Dihei quickly replied, of course, the things have been prepared long ago. But since brother Lin Fan has come all this way, shouldn't I at least show him the proper hospitality? My son was in the wrong last time, and I've always wanted to apologize in person. Today is a good opportunity for us to drink and make peace. His face was full of sincerity, and his eyes were full of expectation. Lin Fan looked at him for a few seconds and slowly nodded. Good. Sun Dihei was overjoyed and quickly led the way. The two walked through the courtyard and arrived at a lavishly decorated banquet hall. A huge round table was set in the hall, laden with fine wines and delicacies. Several maids stood around it, ready to serve at any moment. "Brother Lin Fan, please have a seat," Sun Dihei greeted warmly. Lin Fan sat down in the guest seat. Sun Dihei personally poured him wine, explaining as he did so, "This Maple Forest Manor is my private property, usually used to entertain distinguished guests. Young brother Lin Fan, are you satisfied with this environment?" Lin Fan glanced around but remained silent. Sun Dihei didn't mind and continued, "Brother Lin Fan, what happened last time was due to my lax discipline, allowing that rebellious son to offend you. Don't worry, I've already given him a severe lesson when we got back, and he won't dare to do it again." He raised his glass, "Come, let me offer you a toast as an apology." Lin Fan did not raise his glass. He looked at Sun Dihei and said slowly, "Master Sun, there's no need for the wine. Give me the things, and I'll leave immediately." Sun Dihei's smile froze for a moment, then returned to normal. "Young brother Lin Fan, why the rush? The food is inside, you can have it after you finish your meal." He put down his wine glass, sighed, and said, "Young brother Lin Fan, is it that you don't trust me?" Lin Fan said calmly, "Yes." Sun Dihei was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "All right. That's straightforward. Then I'll get straight to the point." He took a prepaid card from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Here's 10 million credits, I promised." Lin Fan reached out to take it. Sun Dihei, however, pressed down on the card. "Brother Lin Fan," he looked up, his smile gone, replaced by a chilling gaze, "I'll give it to you, but do you even have the life to spend it?" Lin Fan withdrew his hand and leaned back in his chair. Finally stopped pretending. Sun Dihei stood up, his feigned kindness completely shattered. "Boy, you stole from my Sun family, and I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, and you just delivered yourself to my doorstep. You even beat my son up like that, and now you're extorting money from me, Lin Fan, you've gone too far." Lin Fan looked at him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "This is going too far." He slowly stood up, his 2.5-meter height towering over Sun Dihei. "Don't you powerful families enjoy bullying ordinary people? What, you can't stand being bullied?" Sun Dihei's face turned ashen. He slammed the wine glass to the ground. Smack! The moment the wine glass shattered, the surrounding walls suddenly lit up. A series of array patterns appeared, enveloping the entire banquet hall. At the same time, the hidden doors around the area opened, and figures rushed out. There were more than 20 people in total, 15 martial arts masters and 8 generals, ranging from beginner to intermediate level generals. They surrounded Lin Fan completely. Sun Dihei retreated to the back of the crowd, his face full of smugness. "Lin Fan, you're not getting away today. I've set up a trap and a maze here, no one outside can hear you or get in. Shouting your lungs out won't help." The 8 powerful martial generals sized up Lin Fan, their eyes filled with disdain. "Sun Dihei, you called us all here just to deal with this kid," a bald, burly man sneered. "I thought he was some kind of superhuman, but he's just a bit big." Another thin, middle-aged man said, "Patriarch Sun, you're wasting his talent. This kid looks to be only at the martial master level, I alone am enough." Others chimed in. "Exactly. You're wasting our time. Sun Dihei, are you scared out of your wits?" Sun Dihei's face was somewhat grim, but he forced a smile and said, "Everyone, don't be careless. This kid is incredibly strange. I fought him before and he suppressed me." "Suppress?" The bald, burly man laughed loudly. "Sun Dihei, are you getting old? A mere martial arts master can suppress a general like you." He looked at Lin Fan, his eyes full of mockery. Kid, kneel down and beg for mercy, kowtow a few times, and I might let you die a little easier. Lin Fan looked around at these people who thought they had victory in their grasp. Then he smiled. There was no fear, no anger in that smile, only mockery and amusement. Am I surrounded? He paused, his voice suddenly turning cold. No. It's you all, surrounded by me all by yourself. Chapter 100. The entire room fell silent for a moment, then erupted in uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. This kid's gone mad. Surrounded by more than 20 people, you mean surrounded us? Sun Dihei, is this the kind of madman you've messed with? Sun Dihei smiled too. Lin Fan, you're still being stubborn even when you're about to die, he roared. Kneel down and beg for mercy now, and I might let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Fan remained silent. He simply looked at these people as if they were a bunch of clowns. A martial arts master at the initial stage couldn't contain himself and rushed out. Let me test this kid's mettle. He wielded a long sword, his true energy surging, and slashed at Lin Fan's head. Sky-splitting slash. The blade flashed like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air. Lin Fan didn't dodge. He wasn't even bothered to move. Clang! The long sword struck Lin Fan's head, sparks flying everywhere. Then the knife broke. It broke into 3 pieces and fell to the ground. The martial arts expert, who was at the initial stage of martial arts, stood there stunned, staring at the broken sword in his hand, his mind blank. How is this possible? He looked up at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Fan was completely unharmed. There wasn't even a white mark on him. That's it. Lin Fan looked at him, his eyes filled with disappointment. She looks like she hasn't eaten, like a woman. The powerful military general's face flushed red as he roared and charged forward again. Lin Fan finally moved. The spiked club appeared in his hand without him even noticing, and was wreathed in armament haki and conqueror's haki. Thunderous 8 trigrams. With a single swing, the powerful martial artist was struck by the spiked club before he could even react. Bang! He flew backward like a tattered sack, slamming hard against the wall and embedding himself in it. Blood gushed out, and he immediately lost consciousness. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, watching this scene in disbelief. One move instantly kills a beginner-level general. Sun Dihei's expression changed drastically. Attack together! Don't let him pick us off one by one, he roared. With so many of us, even if he's incredibly strong, he can't hold out. The others, as if waking from a dream, drew their weapons and unleashed their true energy. Kill! More than 20 people rushed towards Lin Fan at the same time. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's lips. Bone shrinking and shape-changing technique, deactivated. Boom! His size instantly increased dramatically. 2.5 meters. 2.5 meters. 2.5 meters. Finally, it settled at 3 meters. It stood before everyone like a small mountain. Its terrifying size and overwhelming aura left everyone stunned. But the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. The attacks of more than 20 people landed on Lin Fan at the same time. Swords and blades slash, fists and palms strike, true energy erupts. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing was as dense as rain. Then all attacks were nullified. Lin Fan stood still, completely unmoved. Fine, bluish-black dragon scales appeared on his body. The attacks that landed on the dragon scales didn't even leave a white mark. My turn. Lin Fan raised his spiked club, imbued with armament haki, conqueror's haki, and overlord's haki. Great Vajra Thunder 8 trigrams. A single sweeping strike. The 3 martial arts masters were sent flying as if struck by a giant hammer, crashing through the wall, their fate unknown. Lin Fan didn't stop. He moved like a tiger among sheep, his spiked club flying. With every strike, someone falls. Those martial arts masters are like paper before him. Even a powerful warrior could barely withstand 1 or 2 blows, but that only delayed his death. Lin Fan drank while he was killing. The fiery clouds within the azure nether pot blazed like wildfire, fueling his fighting spirit to become even more ferocious. The wine dragon roars with thunderous trigrams. With a single strike, 2 powerful martial arts masters were sent flying backward, coughing up blood. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes. Of the more than 20 people, most were dead or injured. The remaining 7 or 8 were covered in blood and their faces were filled with terror. They looked at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. Run, run! Finally, someone broke down and turned to run. The others, as if waking from a dream, rushed towards the door. Lin Fan looked at them, a cold glint in his eyes. Trying to run away. Unleashing Conqueror's Haki at full power. Boom! An invisible pressure erupted as if it were a tangible force. The entire banquet hall trembled. Those who tried to escape were instantly frozen in place. Martial masters collapsed to the ground, while martial generals moved slowly, as if trapped in quagmire. Lin Fan, carrying a spiked club, walked up to them. 1 club for each child. Screams rose and fell, pleas for mercy, threats and curses mingled together. Lin Fan ignored them. He simply went on a killing spree, like a ruthless killing machine. Soon, everyone fell to the ground. Only Sun Dihei remained. He slumped in a corner, his face deathly pale, his whole body trembling. Lin Fan had deliberately stayed behind to deal with him soon. As he watched Lin Fan approach step by step, his eyes were filled with despair. You can't kill me, I am the head of the Sun family, if you kill me, the Sun family will not let you get away with it. Lin Fan walked up to him and looked down at him. You're right, I won't be leaving here today. A glimmer of hope flashed in Sun Dihei's eyes. But it's you who should be running away. Lin Fan raised his spiked club. Sun Dihei's pupils suddenly contracted. Wait. I can give you money. I can give you more resources. Spare my life. The spiked club came crashing down. Bang! Sun Dihei's words came to an abrupt halt. His head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white blood all over the ground. Lin Fan put away his staff and looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. The host was detected to have defeated a large number of enemies, annihilating them all. This behavior aligns with Kaido's philosophy of absolute crushing. Imitation accuracy improved, 41.5%, 43.8%. Armament Haki mastery increased, from mastery 5% to mastery 12%. Observation Haki mastery increased, from mastery 3% to mastery 9%. Mastery of Conqueror's Haki increased, from 10% to 18%. System notification sounds rang out in succession. Lin Fan ignored him. He began looting the spoils. More than 20 martial arts masters and generals, all with considerable wealth. Crystal cores, pills, cultivation techniques, prepaid cards, piled up like a small mountain. The credits alone amount to over 30 million. Adding various cultivation resources, the total value exceeds 50 million. Lin Fan stored everything in his storage ring, feeling delighted. This was a windfall, he'd become incredibly wealthy. He walked out of the banquet hall and onto the open ground outside. He glanced back at the villa. Then, it transforms into a blue dragon. A 10-meter-long dragon soared into the air, its jaws wide open. Blazing white dragon flames surged down. Boom! The entire maple forest manor was instantly engulfed in flames. The firelight illuminated half the sky, and thick smoke billowed. Lin Fan hovered in the air, looking down at the burning manor, confirming that no trace remained. Then, with a flick of his dragon body, he disappeared into the sky. Meanwhile, the Zhangzhou Municipal Martial Arts Management Office. Section Chief Zhao was processing documents in his office when suddenly the emergency communicator on his desk rang. Zhao Ke, a fire has broken out at Fenglin Villa outside Dongcheng District, and there are suspicions of a fierce battle. Section Chief Zhao's expression changed, and he quickly pulled up the surveillance footage. On the screen, Maple Forest Villa was engulfed in flames, with fire reaching into the sky. He frowned and muttered, "Maple Forest Manor, isn't that Sun Dihei's property?" After a moment of silence, he picked up the communicator. "Notify the relevant departments to send personnel to the site for investigation. Please be careful." After putting down the communicator, Section Chief Zhao looked out the window at the sky, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. "I have a bad feeling about this." Chapter 101. After leaving Maple Forest Manor, Lin Fan deactivated his Azure Dragon form in a deserted mountain forest and landed back on the ground. He dusted off non-existent dust, used the bone shrinking and shape-changing technique to compress his body back to 1.9 meters tall, changed into clean clothes, and walked casually towards the city. Half an hour later, he was already sitting in a noodle shop near the school, eating beef noodles with gusto. "Boss, 3 more bowls, please." The noodle shop owner glanced at the mountain of empty bowls piled up in front of the young man, his lips twitched, but he still turned around to cook noodles. Lin Fan ate his noodles, feeling quite pleased. The storage ring contained spoils worth tens of millions, and he was completely unharmed, even his clothes were clean. A perfect ending. After finishing his noodles, he strolled leisurely back to school and went straight to the gravity training room. He adjusted his posture, sat cross-legged, and continued his cultivation, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, at the former site of Maple Forest Villa, the fire had been extinguished, but the air still smelled of burning. The once exquisite manor was now nothing but ruins, with wisps of smoke rising from the broken walls. More than a dozen vehicles from the Municipal Martial Arts Management Office were parked outside the ruins, their glaring police lights flashing incessantly. Dozens of staff members carefully searched the ruins, with some occasionally scanning the ground with detection equipment. Section Chief Zhao stood in the center of the ruins, his face grave. Several technicians in white coats stood beside him, using instruments to test something. "Zhao Ke," a technician looked up. The scene was completely destroyed by the high temperature, all traces were burned away. No body, no bloodstains, no signs of struggle, nothing at all. Another technician added, "We found traces of array formations at the edge of the ruins. There were trapping arrays and maze arrays, and they weren't low-level. This place must have been set up as a closed battlefield before." Section Chief Zhao frowned deeply. A trap, a maze, a sealed-off battlefield. This was an attempt to silence witnesses. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Have you found out whose territory this is?" A staff member ran over, "It's been investigated. Maple Forest Manor is a property of the Sun family, privately owned by the family patriarch, Sun Dihei." Sun Dihei. Section Chief Zhao's eyes narrowed. He had just seen this name a few days ago at the Municipal Management Office. It was the same Sun family head who had been brought in for a street fight, and the same person he had knocked away with a stick. The person who knocked him away was Lin Fan. "Contact the Sun family," Section Chief Zhao said. "Ask them where Sun Dihei is." Half an hour later, at the Sun family mansion, a gloomy and desolate atmosphere prevailed. Sun Dihei's wife, Lu, sat in the living room, her eyes red and swollen, with tear stains on her face. Sun Hao, the eldest son of the Sun family, stood to one side, his face ashen. Several clan elders also rushed over upon hearing the news, and the living room was filled with people. Section Chief Zhao, Sun Hao stepped forward, his voice laced with suppressed anger, "How is my father?" Section Chief Zhao looked at him and slowly said, "Sun Dihei has disappeared. Maple Forest Manor was burned down, and no bodies were found at the scene, but we suspect a fierce battle took place there. Young Master Sun, do you know what the Sun family head was doing at Maple Forest Manor today? Sun Hao's expression changed, and he looked at Lu Shi. Madame Lu wiped away her tears and gritted her teeth, saying, I don't know the specifics, but before Master left, he said he had to deal with a troublesome matter. He also invited 4 of the family's retainers, as well as several powerful figures from the Lu, Wang, and Zhao families. As she spoke, she suddenly looked up, a flash of resentment in her eyes. It's Lin Fan. It must be that Lin Fan. Section Chief Zhao's eyes narrowed. Lin Fan? How are you sure? Madame Lu shrieked, Master has recently had a conflict with that Lin Fan. That little beast injured my son and even extorted money from the Sun family. Master said he would teach him a lesson. It must be him. He must be the one who harmed Master. Sun Hao gritted his teeth and said, Section Chief Zhao, Lin Fan is the prime suspect. We can't contact any of the powerful figures my father hired. It must have been him. Section Chief Zhao remained silent for a few seconds. Is there any evidence? Lu and Sun Hao were both stunned. Evidence? The scene was burned to a crisp. Where would you find any evidence? Without evidence, we can't be sure it's Lin Fan, Section Chief Zhao said calmly. We will investigate. He turned and left. Behind him, he heard Liu's heart-wrenching cries. For the next few hours, the people at the Municipal Martial Arts Management Office were extremely busy. They visited the Sun, Lu, Wang, and Zhao families, confirming the list of missing persons, including Sun Dihei and 4 of the Sun family's retainers, a military officer from the Lu family, a military officer from the Wang family, a military officer from the Zhao family, and more than a dozen martial arts masters. A total of 23 people have all gone missing. These people range in rank from martial arts master to mid-level martial general. And the last place they appeared at was Maple Forest Villa. The news caused a stir among the upper echelons of Zhangzhou. The major clans held an emergency meeting overnight, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The simultaneous disappearance of more than 20 powerful figures was extremely rare in the entire history of Zhangzhou. What's even more unsettling is that all the clues point to one person, Lin Fan. That recently rising young prodigy, but there's no evidence whatsoever. The scene was burned to the ground, leaving not a single hair behind. Surveillance footage showed that Lin Fan did indeed visit Maple Forest Villa in the afternoon, but he left in less than an hour. According to on-site investigations, the battle did not occur for long, and it was impossible for him to have left Maple Forest Villa and arrived at the school in such a short time. Furthermore, even if he were an incredibly gifted student, it would be impossible for him to handle so many people by himself. And the timing doesn't match. Unless he has the ability to create clones. Section Chief Zhao looked at the investigation report in his hand, his brows furrowing into a knot. There's no evidence, all the clues point to him, but none of them are concrete proof, he muttered. How did this kid do it? One of his subordinates asked cautiously, Chief Zhao, should we still investigate? Section Chief Zhao remained silent for a moment, then stood up. Let's go to school. At this time, Zhangzhou No. 3 Middle School. Sunlight streamed across the campus as students walked into their classrooms in 2s and 3s, everything seemed normal. Lin Fan sat in the classroom, flipping through his textbook. Although he was already a high-level martial arts master and no longer needed to study, he still had to take the college entrance examination, so he still attended class on time every day. During break, Zhang Qingzu rushed over. She looked anxious and pulled Lin Fan out of the classroom as soon as she saw him. Lin Fan, she said in a low, grave voice, something terrible has happened. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, what's the big deal? Zhang Qingzu glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention before whispering, Sun Dihei is in trouble. Maple Forest Manor was burned to the ground last night, and Sun Dihei and all the powerful figures he hired have disappeared. My family received word that they can't contact anyone, and it's highly likely, they're dead. Lin Fan's face showed just the right amount of surprise. Dead? So suddenly? Zhang Qingzue stared at him, her gaze complex. Lin Fan, tell me the truth, she lowered her voice, does this have anything to do with you? Lin Fan looked at her with an innocent expression. How could that be? I've been focusing on my cultivation these past few days, preparing for the upcoming elite wilderness trials. How could I have time to concern myself with the Sun family's affairs? Zhang Qingzue was skeptical. She knew Lin Fan had a conflict with the Sun family, and she also knew Lin Fan's strength was unfathomable. But to say he could single-handedly take down more than 20 martial arts masters and generals, including a mid-level general like Sun Dihei. That's way too exaggerated. But Zhang Qingzue was about to say something when a voice suddenly came from behind her. Lin Fan, Section Chief Zhao and the Special Task Force from the Municipal Martial Arts Management Office are here to see you again. Chapter 102. The two turned around and saw Teacher Yang walking quickly towards them, a hint of anxiety on her face. Lin Fan, the principal wants to see you in his office. She paused, then lowered her voice. Director Zhao from the Municipal Martial Arts Management Office and the people from the Special Task Force seem to have ill intentions. Be careful. Lin Fan nodded, okay, teacher. He turned to look at Zhang Qingzue, smiled, and said, it's nothing, I'll go check on her. Zhang Qingzue hesitated, then finally only said, be careful. The atmosphere in the principal's office was so heavy it was almost palpable. The principal sat behind his desk, his expression grim. Across from him, Section Chief Zhao and several members of the Special Investigation Team sat on the sofa, all with serious expressions. The door was pushed open, and Lin Fan walked in. Instantly, all eyes were on him. Section Chief Zhao sized up the young man. He was 1.9 meters tall, with a well-proportioned build, a calm face, and eyes as still as a deep well. There was absolutely nothing unusual about him. But the more this was the case, the more uneasy he felt. Lin Fan, Section Chief Zhao began, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible, we meet again. Lin Fan nodded slightly, hello, Section Chief Zhao. May I ask what brings you here today? Section Chief Zhao stared into his eyes, Lin Fan, where were you yesterday afternoon? Yesterday afternoon? Lin Fan thought for a moment, I went to Maple Forest Manor. Such a frank answer surprised Section Chief Zhao. What are you going there for? It was Patriarch Sun Dihei who invited me, Lin Fan said. We had some misunderstandings before, and he said he wanted to apologize in person and give me the compensation he had promised. Compensation? What compensation? His son provoked me in the street and even had his men beat me. I acted in self-defense, and his son was slightly injured. Later, the head of the Sun family offered compensation and invited me to Maple Forest Manor for a handover. Lin Fan remained calm. I went there. He apologized and even treated me to a meal. I came back after dinner. Section Chief Zhao and the members of the Special Task Force exchanged a glance. Is it really that simple? It's that simple. Lin Fan nodded. What happened? Did something happen to Patriarch's son? His face showed a timely expression of doubt and concern. Section Chief Zhao stared at him, trying to find a clue in his face. But there was nothing there. Lin Fan's expression was sincere and innocent, his eyes clear as water. Lin Fan, a middle-aged man from the task force began, we received a tip that you had a serious conflict with Sun Dihei. Furthermore, according to our investigation, the last person Sun Dihei had contact with before his disappearance was you. Lin Fan looked surprised. Conflict? There was a conflict, but the Sun family had apologized, and we reconciled. As for the last contact, he thought for a moment, I left after my meal, and he was fine then. Did he meet with someone else afterwards? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, Lin Fan, we suspect you are involved in Sun Dihei's disappearance. Please come with us to cooperate with the investigation. Lin Fan shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't go with you. The middle-aged man's expression changed. What do you mean? Lin Fan looked at him and said calmly, do you have any evidence? The middle-aged man was speechless. Do you have an arrest warrant? Another silence fell. No evidence, no arrest warrant, and you want to take me away. Lin Fan smiled. Section Chief Zhao, according to federal law, I can refuse. Section Chief Zhao took a deep breath. Lin Fan, cooperating with the investigation is every citizen's duty. I know, Lin Fan interrupted him, but I also have the right to refuse to cooperate if the evidence is insufficient. I need to prepare for the upcoming elite wilderness trial, time is tight. If you have solid evidence that I'm involved in this, I'll go with you without hesitation. But if not... He spread his hands. Sorry, I can't keep you company. Section Chief Zhao's face turned ashen. He stood up and walked towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, since you refuse to cooperate, we have no choice but to take coercive measures. He reached out and grabbed Lin Fan's shoulder, but Lin Fan didn't flinch. Section Chief Zhao placed his hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and pulled hard. Lin Fan didn't budge. Section Chief Zhao's expression changed, but even with renewed force, it remained unmoved. He channeled his true energy, unleashing the full power of a beginner-level martial general. Lin Fan remained standing in the same spot, as if rooted to the spot, without even swaying. Section Chief Zhao's expression changed completely. He looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with disbelief. This young man is clearly only at the martial master level, so how come his strength is greater than mine, a martial general? Lin Fan looked at him and smiled slightly. Section Chief Zhao, I suggest you don't waste your energy. He slightly shrugged his shoulder. A terrifying force emanated from him, directly forcing Section Chief Zhao back 3 steps. The members of the task force suddenly stood up, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The principal also stood up and stood in front of Lin Fan. Enough, he said in a deep voice. Section Chief Zhao, you're going too far by trying to arrest my student without any evidence. Section Chief Zhao's face was grim. Principal Li, we just... Just what? The principal interrupted him. You've come to see Lin Fan twice, and both times you left empty-handed. This time you don't even have any evidence, yet you want to forcibly arrest him. Although I, Li, am just a school principal, I have a few friends in the provincial capital. If you don't follow the rules, then I'll go and talk to the higher UPS. Section Chief Zhao's expression changed. He knew that Principal Li had some connections in the provincial education system, and if things really escalated, he wouldn't come out on top either. But he was unwilling to go back like that. Just then, Section Chief Zhao's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression changed slightly, and he walked aside to answer it. A moment later, he hung up the phone, his expression becoming extremely complicated. He walked back, took a deep breath, and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I apologize for bothering you today. He bowed slightly. After saying that, he turned and left with the task force. The principal was stunned. Lin Fan also raised an eyebrow slightly. They're leaving already? He glanced at the doorway, lost in thought. Something must have happened. After Section Chief Zhao and the others left, the principal's office returned to silence. The principal looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Fan, he said cautiously, tell me the truth, what about Sun Dihei, is it related to you? Lin Fan shook his head, Principal, it really has nothing to do with me. The principal stared at him for a few seconds, then finally sighed. All right, you can go back now. Focus on preparing for the trial, don't worry about anything else. Lin Fan nodded, turned, and left. As he walked out of the principal's office, sunlight shone on him. He was about to return to the gravity training room when his phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Lin Fan answered the call. Lin Fan. A frail but strong voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Fan recognized the voice as belonging to Elder Chen. Old Chen. It's me. Old Chen's voice carried a hint of amusement. Young man, are you all right? Lin Fan's heart stirred. Mr. Chen, Section Chief Zhao and the others left suddenly just now, was it you? Otherwise what? Old Chen chuckled. Do you think they'd let you go for no reason? Lin Fan remained silent for a second. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen. No need to thank me, Old Chen said. I have some connections in the provincial capital. I heard about your situation and put in a word. Those Sun family members are dead, so be it, they weren't good people anyway. But you're different. You're going to participate in the elite wilderness trials, you can't let these trivial matters hold you back. As Lin Fan listened, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He had only met Old Chen once, but the old man was willing to stand up for him. Mr. Chen, I will remember this kindness. Old Chen chuckled, good, I'll remember that. But young man, I've heard about your performance lately. Not bad, you haven't let me down. He paused, his tone becoming serious. But remember, the elite wilderness trials are no joke. Those geniuses in the provincial capital are all formidable opponents. Although you are quite strong, you can't be careless. I know, Lin Fan said. Good to know, Old Chen said. Come to the provincial capital 3 days before the trial begins. I'll have someone pick you up then so you can familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Okay. All right, hang up now. Get ready. The call ended. Lin Fan put away his phone and looked at the distant sky. He remembered Old Chen's favor. He would definitely get a good ranking in the elite wilderness trial to make Old Chen's high regard for him worthwhile. He turned and walked towards the gravity training room. Sunlight shone on him, casting a long shadow. Chapter 103. Time flows like water, passing by silently. The few days passed in the blink of an eye, like sand slipping through our fingers. Before we knew it, the day of the elite wilderness trial competition held by the province had arrived. In the past few days, the Municipal Martial Arts Management Office and the Special Task Force have not bothered Lin Fan again. The incident at Maple Forest Villa was treated as if it had never happened, there were no reports on television, and no information could be found online. Lin Fan knew that the matter had been suppressed by higher UPS, in order not to affect this provincial-level trial. Those important figures chose to remain silent. The morning sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Lin Fan stood by the window, looking at the familiar street scene outside. Today, he is setting off. He turned around and began packing his things, clothes, pills, dry rations, water, one by one, he put them into his storage ring. Finally, he picked up the brand new spiked club, weighed it in his hand, and then took out the Qingming pot from his waist to check the contents. 100 caddies of Huayun Shao wine was enough for him to squander. After confirming that everything was ready, Lin Fan walked out of the room. In the living room, Lin's mother had already prepared breakfast. Lin's father sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper, but his gaze kept drifting towards his son's room. Son, come and eat. Lin's mother called out, her eyes slightly red. Lin Fan sat down, looking at the sumptuous breakfast spread across the table, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Mom, why are you doing all this? It's not like I'm not coming back. Lin's mother forced a smile and said, take good care of yourself while you're out and about. The wilderness is so dangerous, you must be very careful. Don't worry, Mom, your son is very capable. Lin Fan picked up a steamed bun. Lin's father put down his newspaper and, unusually, said, just do your best in the competition, safety comes first. Lin Fan looked at his father and nodded earnestly, Dad, I know. After breakfast, Lin's mother nagged him for a long time, telling him to wear more clothes, not to eat food from strangers, and to run away if he encountered danger. Lin Fan agreed to everything without the slightest impatience. Just then, his phone rang. Lin Fan glanced at the caller ID, it was old Chen. Mr. Chen, is there something you need? He answered the phone. Lin Fan, are you ready to leave? Old Chen's voice came from the other end of the phone, tinged with concern. Just getting ready to leave. Should I send someone to pick you up? Old Chen asked. I know this area of the provincial capital well, arranging a car will be easy. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled, no need, Mr. Chen, the school has already arranged a car for me. Don't worry, I'll be there on time. Old Chen laughed heartily, all right, then I'll wait for you at the camp. I'm really looking forward to your performance in this trial. You know, there aren't many young people I can personally deliver invitations to. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart, don't worry, Mr. Chen, I won't let you down. Okay, okay. Be careful on the road, we'll talk when we get to the camp. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan checked the time and picked up his luggage. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. Lin's mother stepped forward and straightened his collar, her eyes reddening even more. Lin's father patted his shoulder without saying a word, but the concern in his eyes was self-evident. Lin Fan took a deep breath, turned around, and strode away. The school gate was already packed with people. A red banner was hung high, with the words "Welcome to send off Lin Fan to participate in the Provincial Elite Wilderness Trial" written on it. Principal Li Qiahua stood at the front, followed by the Dean of Students, teachers of various subjects, and a large group of students. Zhang Qingzu, Wang Hao, Shen Lian, Chen Mo, and other members of the school team stood in the front row, all looking towards the school gate. The crowd erupted in cheers the moment Lin Fan came into view. Lin Fan is here. Keep it up, Fan Ji. We must get a good ranking. As Lin Fan walked to the school gate, Principal Li hurriedly came to greet him with a broad smile. Lin Fan. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder forcefully. Go for it. Don't feel pressured, just do your best. Show the spirit of Zhengzhou No. 3 Middle School. Lin Fan felt deeply moved as he looked at the principal who was running around for him. Don't worry, Principal, I will win the championship for the school. The head of student affairs stepped forward, beaming, Lin Fan, you are the pride of our school. Do your best in this trial. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Next, one by one, familiar faces stepped forward. Zhang Qingzu was the first. She stood in front of Lin Fan, her gaze complex. The boy who once needed her to secretly look after him had now reached a height she could only look up to. Lin Fan, she took a deep breath and said earnestly, I will definitely catch up with you. Sooner or later, I will stand by your side. Lin Fan looked at her and nodded slightly. I'll be waiting. Wang Hao squeezed through and hugged Lin Fan tightly. Fan Ji. You absolutely have to get first place. When you come back, I'll treat you to barbecue for a month. His eyes were a little red, but his face was full of smiles. Lin Fan patted him on the back, okay. Shen Lian stepped forward, hesitating to speak. In the end, she only whispered, Lin Fan, good luck. Her eyes held complex emotions, admiration, envy, and a hint of relief. Chen Mo adjusted his glasses and handed over a tablet, Brother Fan, this is the information I collected about the participants in this trial. Although you said you didn't need it, I still compiled it. Take a look, it might be helpful. Lin Fan took the tablet, casually flipped through it, and felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you. Finally, the other members of the school team also came forward to say goodbye. Although they didn't interact much usually, at this moment, they were all proud of Lin Fan. Lin Fan responded to each question, and then said to everyone, "We will win." Then he turned around and got into the black SUV with the words Zhengzhou No. 3 Middle School printed on it. The car window slowly rolled down, and he took one last look at those familiar faces. "Wait for my good news." The car started and drove off into the distance. Behind it, the cheers gradually faded away. Rocky Wilderness. This is one of the test sites for selecting talents in the provincial capital throughout history, and it is a moderately dangerous wilderness area that has been conquered by humans. Although there are mutated beasts in the area, there are not many high-level ones, making it a suitable place for young martial artists to train. It is strictly controlled by the military under normal circumstances. Not only ordinary people, but even wilderness hunters cannot enter at will. Several days before the exam, the organizers specially invited several powerful warriors at the martial general level to enter the wilderness area and carefully search it to ensure that there were no dangerous mutated beasts of the 5th rank or above, in order to prevent major casualties. After all, those who can participate in this trial are all top-ranked geniuses from various cities and provincial capitals, and each of them is a hope for the future. At this moment, at the camp entrance, vehicles from all over the province kept arriving, dropping off groups of energetic young people. Some traveled alone, others in groups, but each one exuded an extraordinary aura, their eyes gleaming with confidence. Lin Fan immediately attracted a lot of attention when he got out of the car. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, with a robust physique and an unwavering, mountain-like demeanor, it's hard not to attract attention. Who's that guy? He's huge. It seems to be Lin Fan from Zhengzhou No. 3 Middle School. I heard that old Chen personally sent him the invitation. TCH, what kind of geniuses could come from a small place like Zhengzhou? Don't underestimate him. I heard he swept 5 opponents in the city-level competition, beating Zhou Tianhao from Tianese Martial Arts High School to a pulp. Zhou Tianhao? That guy who got suppressed by the Lu siblings? He's not that great. Amidst the murmurs and chatter, Lin Fan ignored them and followed the crowd into the camp. The camp covers a vast area, with a huge square in the center, where hundreds of people have already gathered. A high platform was erected directly in front of the square, and several figures stood on it, each exuding a powerful aura. They were important figures from the province, the people in charge of this trial. It's finally started. A middle-aged man with a square face looked at the huge crowd below and exclaimed, "So many talented students. This year's class is quite good." An elderly man nearby chuckled, "Fang Jinayu, you're the person in charge, so you'd better speak carefully later." Fang Jinayu laughed heartily, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." They spoke in hushed tones, their eyes scanning the crowd, occasionally offering a comment. "That one in white, isn't that Zhou Tianjiao from the Zhou family in the provincial capital? I heard he's already a mid-level martial arts master. The Lu family siblings are here too. Lu Qianjun is a high-level martial artist, and Lu Qiangxiu is a beginner-level martial artist, both are promising talents. And then there's Zhou Tianhao from Tianese City. Although he lost to Lin Fan last time, I heard he broke through after going back and is now a beginner-level martial master. By the way, what about Lin Fan? The one who received the invitation personally from Elder Chen." Fang Jinayu's gaze searched through the crowd, finally settling on a tall and imposing figure. "That's Lin Fan." He narrowed his eyes slightly. "His aura. I can't see through him." The old man chuckled, "To be valued by Elder Chen, one must be extraordinary. Let's wait and see." Chapter 104. The crowd in the square grew larger and larger. Lin Fan stood in the crowd, waiting quietly. At this moment, a staff member stepped forward and guided the crowd to the high platform in the center of the square. Everyone looked up at the platform, knowing that the person in charge was about to speak. Fang Jinayu stepped forward and cleared his throat. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. "Hello everyone, I am Fang Jinayu, the chief coordinator of this elite wilderness trial. The audience fell silent instantly. I was once one of you. I studied diligently day and night, striving to one day rise above others. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. And today, it's your time to shine. He waved his hand, and a huge light screen lit up behind him. On the light screen was a detailed topographic map of the rocky wasteland, clearly marking the three areas, the outer layer, the inner layer, and the core area. The competition rules are as follows. Fang Jinayu's voice rang out again, you will enter the rocky wasteland to hunt mutated beasts and earn points. Different levels of mutated beasts will award different points. The scoring rules appeared on the screen. Tier 1 Mutant Beast, 1 point. Second Tier Mutated Beast, 10 points. Tier 3 Mutant Beast, 100 points. Tier 4 Mutant Beast, 1000 points. Tier 5 Mutant Beast, 5000 points. The competition will last for 3 days, Fang Jinayu continued. After 3 days, the final results will be determined based on the rankings. The top 10 will directly qualify for special admission to the 3 major martial arts universities in the provincial capital. The top 3 will receive an additional low-grade earth rank cultivation technique. These words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. A low-grade earth rank cultivation technique and a special admission spot to a martial arts university. Those are treasures that countless martial artists dream of. Fang Jinayu raised his hand to quell the commotion and continued explaining the details of the rules. The wilderness is divided into 3 areas. The outer layer contains only Tier 1 mutated beasts, the inner layer contains Tier 2 and Tier 3 mutated beasts, and the most dangerous core area is inhabited by Tier 4 and possibly Tier 5 mutated beasts. You must act according to your abilities and not venture too far in rashly. Each participant will be provided with a distress device. He held up a palm-sized, round object. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, or want to give up, you can activate this device. It will generate a protective shield to hold out until rescue arrives. But remember, once activated, it means elimination, and the trial ends prematurely. Lin Fan looked at the distress device, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could this protective shield withstand a single blow from me? He then shook his head. Even if he could withstand it, so what? He might withstand 1 blow, but he couldn't withstand a second. Fang Jinayu continued, and there's one more crucial point you must remember. His tone turned stern, and a terrifying aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire area. During the match, attacks and point scoring are only permitted once inside the core area. Attacking others is strictly prohibited in the outer and inner layers. Anyone found violating this rule will be immediately disqualified from the trial, and their school and family will be notified afterwards. All their points will be reset to 0. His gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping over everyone. I know some of you have grudges, and some are willing to resort to underhanded tactics. But I want to tell you, this trial is not child's play. Although the rocky wasteland has been cleared, it is still dangerous. More than one person has died there in previous years. Why allow attacks on each other in the core area? Because reality is that cruel. In the wilderness, you not only face mutated beasts, but also the human heart. Letting you experience it early is better than losing your lives later. The audience nodded in agreement, understanding the deeper meaning of the rule. Lin Fan, however, didn't care at all. Rules? They meant nothing to him. I am invincible, do as you please. After Fang Jinayu finished speaking, he said a few more encouraging words, but Lin Fan found them utterly uninteresting. All right, the rules are clear. Now, collect your distress devices and identification tags that record your scores. The trial officially begins tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Staff began distributing the devices and identification tags. Lin Fan took his share, hung his identity tag on his waist, and stored the distress device in his storage ring. Just then, he sensed something and turned to look at the crowd. In the crowd, one gaze was fixed intently on him. Zhou Tianhao, the captain of Tianese Martial Arts High School, whom he had easily defeated in the city-level exchange competition, was now standing not far away, his eyes filled with burning fighting spirit. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. Zhou Tianhao seemed to sense Lin Fan's gaze and looked directly at him without fear. His aura was much stronger than before, he had reached the initial stage of martial master. In just 1 month, he had actually broken through. Moreover, his eyes were completely different from last time. Last time it was arrogance, overconfidence, this time it's a firm gaze, a composure honed through trials. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. That's interesting. I wonder if it will bring me any surprises. Zhou Tianhao walked straight over and blocked Lin Fan's way. Lin Fan. He looked directly into Lin Fan's eyes and said, enunciating each word clearly, this time, I will definitely defeat you. I will prove myself. Lin Fan looked at him and chuckled to himself. After a crushing defeat, most people lose confidence and may even never recover. But Zhou Tianhao not only didn't give up, but instead his fighting spirit was ignited, and he broke through to a higher level. He has great potential. Lin Fan didn't mock him, instead, he said seriously, all right. Now, let me see your strength in the trial. Zhou Tianhao was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Fan to react this way. He had expected Lin Fan to be dismissive or mock him for overestimating himself. But in the other's calm gaze, he saw only encouragement and a hint of loneliness. You. Zhou Tianhao opened his mouth. Lin Fan, however, had already turned around and walked towards the residential area. Zhou Tianhao stared at his retreating figure, remaining silent for a long time. After a moment, he clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with even greater fighting spirit. Lin Fan was walking towards his residence. A man and a woman walked towards us. The man was tall and slender with a handsome face and a composed demeanor, the woman had her hair in pigtails, was lively and energetic, and had curiosity in her eyes. Liu Qunjun, Liu Qingxiu. The Liu siblings, geniuses from the provincial capital, are the owners of the heaven-burning battle body. The three of them brushed past each other. In that instant when they crossed paths, Liu Qunjun paused slightly. His gaze fell on Lin Fan, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Lin Fan did not stop and continued forward. Liu Qingxiu walked ahead, then suddenly realized her brother hadn't followed, so she turned around to look. Brother, what are you looking at? Liu Qunjun withdrew his gaze and said calmly, nothing, just saw an interesting person. Liu Qingxiu followed his gaze and only saw Lin Fan's departing figure. That person, is it Lin Fan? She frowned. The one who received the invitation personally from Elder Chen. Liu Qunjun nodded. Liu Qingxiu snorted, perfect. I'll run into him in the trial tomorrow. I want to see what he's capable of that Elder Chen values so highly. If he's just all talk, I'll teach him a lesson. Liu Qunjun glanced at his sister but did not stop her. He knew his sister's personality, she was highly competitive and rose to the occasion when facing strong opponents. Letting her try out Lin Fan was a good idea. But, in that brief moment when they brushed past each other, he clearly felt a terrifying sense of oppression. That aura made even him feel a chill. This Lin Fan is indeed not simple, but I am not weak either. Liu Qunjun turned around and walked towards the residential area. Let's go, we'll talk about it tomorrow. As the sun set, the campsite gradually quieted down. Lin Fan lay on his bed in his residence, watching the sunset outside the window. The trial will begin tomorrow. Rocky Wilderness. Who knows if tomorrow will bring any unexpected surprises that will pique my interest. He smiled slightly and closed his eyes. Chapter 105. The next morning, sunlight bathed the campsite. All the participants gathered at the teleportation point in the center of the camp, each one full of energy, their eyes brimming with anticipation and fighting spirit. Lin Fan stood out in the crowd, his burly figure particularly striking. Fang Jinayu stood on the high platform, scanning the more than 100 young people below, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, check your distress devices and integrators. Once you've confirmed everything is in order, step into the teleportation portal one by one." He pointed to the huge archway behind him. The archway frame was made of a special metal and was engraved with complex array patterns. Inside the archway was a distorted light curtain, through which one could vaguely see the scene on the other side. The portal will randomly teleport you to a location on the outskirts of a sea-level wilderness area. Remember the rules: attacking each other is strictly prohibited between the outer and inner layers, violators will be disqualified. Only after entering the core area can you compete for points. Of course, you may intervene in special circumstances. Did you all understand? Understood, everyone responded in unison. All right, begin teleportation. The crowd began to walk toward the portal one by one. Lin Fan stood in line, watching the contestants ahead of him step into the light screen and disappear from sight. When it was his turn, he took a deep breath and stepped in. The moment I stepped into the portal, a strange feeling washed over me. It was an indescribable experience. It felt as if my body was being gently lifted by countless invisible hands, or as if I were sinking into a warm liquid. The surrounding scenery became blurred, and time and space lost their meaning. Lin Fan felt a slight dizziness, but it only lasted for a moment. The next second, he was standing in a dense forest. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, and the distant roars of mutated beasts could be faintly heard. This is the teleportation portal. Lin Fan looked around, his eyes flashing with amazement. It's truly amazing. He glanced down at the integrator on his wrist, a palm-sized metal device that currently displayed 0 points. Lin Fan took a deep breath and began to act. His target was the inner perimeter, or even the core area. The first-tier mutated beasts on the outer perimeter were too few in points, and killing more of them would be a waste of time. He strode forward, heading deeper into the wilderness. He hadn't gone far when a huge, iron-skinned wild boar charged out of the bushes, its tusks aimed straight at Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't even glance at it, and casually waved his hand. Bang! The Tier 1 iron-skinned wild boar was sent flying backward as if hit by a truck, crashing through 3 trees and landing lifeless. The integrator on my wrist vibrated slightly, points +1. Lin Fan didn't even glance at the corpse and continued forward. Along the way, mutated beasts kept rushing out: iron-skinned wild boars, swift wolves, poisonous stinging bees, but without exception, they were all killed with a single, casual strike. The numbers on the integrator kept changing: 5, 12, 23, 37. But Lin Fan didn't stop at all. These first-tier mutated beasts were like weeds in his eyes. Killing more of them wouldn't interest him at all. The mutated beasts in the inner area still have higher scores. He quickened his pace and sped deeper into the wilderness. Meanwhile, in the monitoring hall inside the military camp, on the giant light screen, divided into hundreds of smaller screens, the status of each contestant was displayed in real time. In the very center is a larger light screen displaying a real-time updated leaderboard of points. At this moment, names are constantly changing on the leaderboard. First place, Liu Qianjun, 127 points. Second place, Zhou Tianhao, 98 points. Third place, Zhao Waoqi, 87 points. 18th place, Lin Fan, 43 points. Inside the hall, a dozen or so figures sat solemnly. Some were high-ranking officials from the Provincial Martial Arts Association, some were admissions representatives from various martial arts universities, and some were military generals. Each of them exuded a profound aura. The person in charge, Fang Jinayu, sat in the very center, with old Chen next to him. This year's batch of promising youngsters is quite good, Fang Jinayu said with a smile. They've only been inside for half an hour, and Lu Qunjun already has over 100 points. The Burning Heaven battle body truly lives up to its reputation. One representative nodded, saying, the Lu siblings are indeed outstanding. And that Zhou Tianhao, I heard he lost to a student from Zhangzhou, but after returning home, he actually broke through his limits. His temperament is remarkable. Another representative looked at Elder Chen, Lin Fan, the one you favored, is currently ranked 18th. His performance is rather average. Old Chen stroked his beard, smiling without saying a word. Fang Jinayu also looked at Lin Fan's scene. In the scene, Lin Fan was walking unhurriedly, casually killing the mutated beasts blocking his way. His movements were relaxed and casual, as if he were taking a stroll. He seems to be taking a walk. Fang Jinayu said thoughtfully. Old Chen smiled slightly, no rush, take your time. The inner perimeter of the wilderness area. Lin Fan walked through a dense forest, and suddenly the view opened up before him. This is a wide open meadow, with grass blades half a person's height, undulating like waves in the wind. But he stopped, not because of the scenery, but because there were two people standing in front of him. One man and one woman. The man was tall and slender with a handsome face and a composed demeanor, the woman had her hair in pigtails, was lively and energetic, but her eyes held scrutiny and disdain. Lu Qunjun and Lu Qingxiu. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. When Lu Qunjun saw him, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and then a smile appeared on his face as he took the initiative to greet him. Is this brother Lin Fan? He asked with a smile, clasping his hands in a fist and palm salute. I've long admired your name. Lin Fan looked at him without saying a word. Lu Qunjun continued with a smile, I've also heard that Elder Chen personally invited you to participate in this trial, which shows how highly he values you. Seeing you today, I can confirm your extraordinary bearing. He spoke words of flattery, but Lin Fan keenly caught a fleeting glimpse of arrogance in his eyes. That wasn't genuine admiration, but rather a condescending scrutiny. It was as if to say, why should someone from Zhangzhou like you gain old Master Chen's favor? Lin Fan understood, but remained calm and composed. Just then, a clear but disdainful voice came from behind Lu Qunjun. You're Lin Fan. Lu Qingxiu stepped forward, looked Lin Fan up and down, her eyes full of disdain. I don't see anything special about you either. She pursed her lips. You're just a bit big, what good is that? I really don't know why old Chen would value you. She clenched her fist, her face showing eagerness. Want to fight me? Let me see how good you really are. Lu Qunjun did not stop him. He did indeed want to take this opportunity to test Lin Fan's strength. Lin Fan looked at the arrogant girl in front of him, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. A little brat? How dare she provoke me? He blurred into motion. Lu Qingxiu only felt a blur before her eyes, and Lin Fan was already standing in front of her. His 2-meter height loomed over her like a small mountain, and his dark golden eyes looked down at her as if she were an ant. Lu Qingxiu's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively took a step back. But the next second, pride overcame his instinctive unease. She tilted her head back, forcing a smile, and said, What? You want to fight? I advise you to keep a low profile. Don't think you're invincible just because you're big. Be careful. She waved her little fist. Take this. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Oh. He tilted his head. Then I'll give it a try. He opened his large hand and reached out to grab Lu Qingxiu's head. Lu Qingxiu snorted coldly, about to retaliate. Suddenly, to her horror, she discovered that she couldn't move. An invisible pressure, like a mountain, pressed down on her, making it impossible for her to lift even a finger. That was fear that came from the very soul, that was a crushing defeat on a level of existence. Conqueror's Haki. Lu Kyungsu's eyes were filled with terror as she watched the large hand get closer and closer. Just as Lin Fan's hand was about to grab her head. Stop! Lu Kyunjun roared and attacked suddenly. His expression changed the moment he saw his sister's expression change. Although he was also affected by that oppressive aura, his heaven-burning battle body instinctively ignited, barely managing to break free from its restraints. He slapped Lin Fan with his palm, trying to force him back. Lin Fan didn't even glance at it. The large hand that was grabbing at Lu Kyungsu transformed into a fist and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The moment their fists and palms collided, Lu Kyunjun's expression changed drastically. He felt an irresistible force surge through him, and his entire arm instantly went numb. Then, he was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Boom! 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 He crashed through more than a dozen large trees, breaking countless thick branches, and flew hundreds of meters before slamming heavily to the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air. Lu Kyunjun lay in a deep pit, writhing in excruciating pain and coughing up blood. His right arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, the bones were broken and the veins were severed. Multiple bones in his body were fractured, and his internal organs suffered severe shock. He struggled to get up, but he couldn't. I feel dizzy and my ears are ringing. But what shocked him even more than the pain was that thought: what kind of power was that? He's only a high-level martial master, so why is his strength so terrifying? Even a low-level martial general couldn't possibly knock him out like that with a single punch. Chapter 106. From a distance, Lu Kyungsu saw her brother's miserable state, and her face instantly turned deathly pale. But then, anger overwhelmed fear. Lin Fan! You dare hurt my brother! I'll fight you to the death! She drew her long sword, unleashing the full power of her heaven-burning battle body, causing the sword to blaze with intense flames as she thrust it towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan neither dodged nor avoided. Clang! The long sword pierced Lin Fan's chest, sparks flying. Then it broke. The sword broke in two, the front half falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Lu Kyungsu gripped the broken sword, staring blankly at Lin Fan's chest. There wasn't even a white mark left there. Not even a scratch. How could this be? She murmured, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Fan looked down at his chest, then back at her. My turn. He reached out again, so fast that Lu Kyungsu couldn't react at all. The next second, Lin Fan had grabbed her neck and lifted her up. Ugh! Lu Kyungsu's feet left the ground as she struggled frantically. She activated her heaven-burning battle body, and her entire body burst into flames. It was no use. She grabbed Lin Fan's arm with both hands and tried desperately to pry it off. But it was still no use. She kicked and struggled, trying to break free. It was no use. The hand was like an iron clamp, completely immobile. Lin Fan looked at Lu Kyungsu struggling in his hands as if she were a fluttering grasshopper. He applied a little force. Lu Kyungsu's face instantly turned purple, her eyes rolled back, and her tongue stuck out. The monitoring room was completely silent. Everyone stared blankly at the image on the big screen. Fang Jinayu's teacup hovered in mid-air, he forgot to drink it. The representatives from the martial arts universities stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. What kind of physical body is this? One representative exclaimed. Lu Kyungsu's sword is a mid-grade Xian-level weapon. A full-force attack, and it didn't even leave a mark. He sent Lu Kyunjun flying with a single punch. That's a high-level martial master, possessing the heaven-burning battle body. That oppressive aura, did you feel it? You could feel that terrifying pressure even through the screen. All eyes turned to Old Chen. Old Chen was still stroking his beard, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although he had guessed that Lin Fan was not simple, he did not expect him to be this extraordinary. Fang Jinayu took a deep breath and looked at Elder Chen. Elder Chen, what exactly is Lin Fan's bloodline? His physical body is terrifying. Old Chen smiled and slowly said, I don't know either. But what I can be sure of is that this child is no ordinary person, he will transform into a dragon once he encounters wind and rain. He paused, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Especially that oppressive aura, did you feel it? That's suppression at the level of life itself, the true bearing of a king. Everyone seemed to be deep in thought. One of the delegates murmured, it seems the champion of this trial is in doubt. Fang Jinayu watched Lin Fan on the screen carrying Liu Qingxiu towards Liu Qianjun, and slowly said, it's not a matter of suspense. It's already decided. The inner perimeter of the wilderness area. Lin Fan carried Liu Qingxiu to the deep pit. At the bottom of the pit, Liu Qianjun lay there in a sorry state, covered in blood, struggling to get up but unable to. He saw Lin Fan carrying his sister as they approached, and fear and despair flashed in his eyes. Lin Fan looked down at him as if he were an ant. You don't know, Lin Fan said slowly, I really hate hypocrites. Liu Qianjun's face stiffened. Flattering on the surface, but resentful inside, even sending his sister to test him. Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. We've given him too much face, and now he's taking advantage of it. He reached out with his other hand, grabbed Liu Qianjun by the neck, and lifted him out of the pit. The Liu siblings, like two dead dogs, were lifted into the air by him, one in each hand. The two struggled frantically, their faces turning purple and their eyes rolling back. The sight of them struggling to survive on the verge of death held a strange kind of amusement in Lin Fan's eyes. Just as the two were about to suffocate, Lin Fan let go. Cough cough cough. The two coughed violently, greedily inhaling the air, looking utterly disheveled. Lin Fan looked down at them, his voice indifferent. Your sister just told me to keep a low profile, or I might get beaten up. He leaned forward slightly, his dark golden pupils fixed on Liu Qianjun. I'd like to know, what are your plans for me to keep a low profile? Liu Qianjun opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Lin Fan raised his hand. Smack! A slap landed on his face, making him see stars, drool from the corner of his mouth, and half his face swell up. Explain. Liu Qianjun remained silent. Lin Fan then looked at Liu Qingxiu. Smack! The same slap caused Liu Qingxiu's delicate face to swell instantly. Ah! Liu Qingxiu screamed. Lin Fan, you're asking for death. I'll tear you to pieces. Oh, really? I'll ask again. Lin Fan's voice remained calm, yet chilling, regardless of the unsettling tone. How do you expect me to keep a low profile? Liu Qingxiu covered her face, her eyes filled with terror and anger. But she still forced herself to stay calm, shouting shrilly, Lin Fan! Release us right now! Otherwise, when our family finds out, they won't let you get away with this. In her view, Lin Fan was just bluffing them and wouldn't actually do anything. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's lips curled into a strange smile. Yet, when Liu Qianjun saw that smile, a strong sense of unease welled up inside him. Qingxiu! Shut up, he shouted. But it was too late. Lin Fan grabbed Liu Qingxiu's arm with his other hand. With a gentle twist. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking. Ah! Liu Qingxiu let out a heart-wrenching scream. The sound echoed through the sky, startling countless birds into flight. The intense pain caused her to faint instantly. Liu Qianjun's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, Lin Fan! I'll fight you to the death! He activated his heaven-burning battle body, burning his life essence, attempting to unleash a family's secret technique. Lin Fan didn't even look, and slapped him across the face, interrupting the spell casting. Smack! Liu Qianjun was so dizzy from the beating that he couldn't tell which way was which, and his secret technique was naturally interrupted. Lin Fan looked down at him again. Tell me, how do you plan to make me keep a low profile? He held up 3 fingers. I'll count to 3. If you don't tell, you'll face the consequences. 1. Liu Qianjun trembled all over. The aura of death swept in like a violent storm. 2. Liu Qianjun broke down. I'll tell you, I'll tell you. He wept bitterly, his voice hoarse. It's because of Elder Chen. Elder Chen personally invited you to participate in the trial, and we're not satisfied. We siblings have been in the provincial capital for so many years, and Elder Chen has never even given us a second glance. Why should someone from a small place like Zhangzhou like you be valued by Elder Chen? We want to teach you a lesson in this trial, embarrass you, and see what you're capable of. We're jealous of you, okay? Lin Fan nodded slightly after listening. Just as I expected. It's true that outstanding people are envied everywhere. Especially someone as outstanding as me. He looked at Liu Qianjun and said calmly, Are you finished? Liu Qianjun nodded repeatedly. Lin Fan smiled. That smile sent chills down Liu Qianjun's spine. Very good. Now, let's discuss the terms. He let go, and Liu Qianjun fell to the ground. You may be spared the death penalty, but you won't escape punishment, Lin Fan said. Give me all the points you have. Liu Qianjun was taken aback. Integral? He glanced down at the scoreboard on his wrist. He was ranked first with over 100 points. His younger sister also had several dozen points. But at this moment, life is more important than points. With trembling hands, he took out his and his sister's score generators and transferred all the points to Lin Fan. The integrator on Lin Fan's wrist vibrated slightly. The numbers are jumping wildly. 127, 189, 231, 298. The final score was 312. An uproar erupted in the monitoring hall. Everyone looked up at the huge light screen in the center. On the leaderboard, one name has skyrocketed like a rocket. Lin Fan, starting from 18th place, soared all the way up, surpassing one name after another. Surpass 10th place. Surpass 5th place. Surpass 3rd place. Surpass 2nd place. In the end, they firmly secured the top spot. First place, Lin Fan, 312 points. Second place, Zhao Waoqi, 156 points. Third place, Zhou Tianhao, 142 points. Fourth place. Everyone gasped. Going straight from 18th to 1st. He stole all the points from the Lu siblings. This is an overwhelming demonstration of authority. Some people are saying, doesn't this violate the relevant rules? Aren't actions prohibited inside the perimeter? Upon hearing this, Old Chen said calmly, is that so? I don't think it violates the rules. Rules are rules, but people are flexible. Besides, it's only forbidden to cause death. Moreover, these two siblings deserved to be beaten because they provoked us. This lesson should teach them to put away their arrogance. Fang Jinayu had initially hesitated about whether to intervene, but after hearing what Elder Fang said, he remained silent. The person who had raised the objection also fell silent upon hearing this. Looking at the tall figure on the screen, a complex expression flashed in his eyes. Such ruthless methods, he murmured, but quite clever as well. To make an example of someone. This move was enough to deter anyone who might try to take advantage of him. Old Chen was still stroking his beard, but the smile in his eyes was even deeper. The inner perimeter of the wilderness area. Lin Fan looked at the 312 points on his wrist and nodded in satisfaction. He turned his head and looked at Liu Qianjun, who was slumped on the ground. There's one more thing. Liu Qianjun trembled. If you want me to let you go, fine, Lin Fan said, kneel down, kowtow, and apologize. Liu Qianjun was stunned. Kneeling and kowtowing? He, Lu Qunjun, the eldest son of the Lu family in the provincial capital, and the possessor of the Burning Heaven battle body, has never bowed his head to anyone since childhood. But seeing Lin Fan's cold eyes, he knew there was no room for negotiation.